Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is Sorcerer Dave, if you're watching this on YouTube. Heyo, people. How you doing? Welcome to... Let's play some Hearts of Iron 4, but not the usual ordinary Hearts of Iron 4. Oh no. This is also filmed with a live Twitch chat audience who you can't see right now because I've placed the layers wrong. There they are on the bottom left. Now you can see them. The cheeky devils. And you might be saying to yourself, this doesn't look like ordinary Hearts of Iron 4. Well, what's with all this artwork? It's because we're playing a mod. We're playing a mod called Kaiserreich, which is a mod for Hearts of Iron 4. And if you don't know what Hearts of Iron 4 is, then my gosh, right, it's a Paradox grand strategy game about World War II. Basically, you play World War II on a strategic scale across the globe as various nations. Kaiserreich is a mod for it that changes it to an alternate history where Germany, the Kaiserreich, won the First World War and Britain and France lost it. And as a result, the timeline is all sorts of screwed up. It's truly cursed, honestly. But what it does do is it makes for a really fun and engaging scenario to play the game in. I actually really enjoy Kaiserreich. In fact, I prefer it a great deal to just playing the vanilla real-world timeline, just because it's much more engineered for fun. And replay value is Kaiserreich. And so here it is. Long time viewers of my channel who were around when I did Kaiserreich for Hearts of Iron 2 back in the day on the channel. You might remember it. It's changed a bit since then. For one thing, we're playing Hearts of Iron 4 now and not Hearts of Iron 2, and you may be sitting there saying, this can't be Kaiserreich, it's not blaring Die Wacht am Rhein at me at ear-bleeding levels of volume. I know it's not, and it's a bit of a shame, really, but... oh well. Maybe someone will mod it back in. But it's still Kaiserreich, and it's still pretty darn good. We're going to play it today. Now, originally, when I was planning this stream series, I was thinking about playing as Germany, because they're probably the ideal faction to introduce you to the game with. There's the Germans. Led by Kaiser Wilhelm II. He's looking old and grey nowadays, though. However, I decided I didn't really want to, because I mean, maybe sometime I will again in the future, but the last Kaiserreich series I did on my YouTube channel back in like 2014 or whatever was actually Germany, and I don't want to play Germany again. So we're going to play someone else. We're going to play someone else. Yes, we are. But regardless, here are the main interesting factions, in air quotes. We can choose virtually any country on the planet, though, should we wish to. And we'll have a look at the world map in a minute, but... here you are. Here's Germany. Brief history. In 1919, after 5 years of war, the German army finally overran the Entente defences in France. In 1921, Britain's surrender followed. The Weltkrieg, the German word for World War I, has made Germany an uncontested world power, yet things have been going downhill for us since the 1930s. A recessive world economy has dampened the nation's industrial output, while other nations' manufacturing power recovers, and now nationalism grows in Germany's eastern client states, who are starting to drift away from the Reich. In 1936, Germany stands at a crossroads, and already we can see the cracks in her mighty empire, as her ancestral enemies are regaining their former strength. So they won the First World War, the Weltkrieg. And what happened was, in this timeline, Britain and France went down the crazy politics path of doom. And they went basically communist. We have the Communist France and we have the Union of Britain. Now, it's not quite communist, it's something called syndicalism, which is like this weird trade union-focused version of communism that's a bit different and strange. And I will be honest, I don't fully understand it, to tell you the truth. I'm sure you could probably read a Wikipedia page about it. It wasn't very successful in real life, obviously, because the Reds, the Bolsheviks in Russia, they became the big communist state in the world, and their version of communism became the big popular one. However, and this music seems quite loud to me, you'll have to let me know, chat, if it's too loud, I need to turn it down. But in this version of history, the Germans, after winning World War I, turned around, went back to Russia, and stomped the Bolsheviks into the ground and restored a Republican Russian government, which you can see over here, the Russian Republic, led by Alexander Kerensky. And so these guys ended up going down a different path entirely. And that's what you've got there. You've got the Dominion of Canada as well, which is where the king fled to, the King of England, George V. He buggered off to Canada along with a good portion of the British Army and the Royal Navy. And their goal in the world is to try and take back the homeland, basically. You have the United States of America, which is led by Herbert Hoover right now, and not Franklin D. Roosevelt. And you got Japan, which is, I mean, seemingly largely unaffected by everything, really. They're just Japan still doing Japan things. Let's go to the select country view, because it'll actually show us the world map. Here it is in all its terrifying glory. Germany won the First World War, they did, but at what cost, Kaiser Wilhelm? At what cost? Look what you've done. Italy is in like 5 different pieces. The Ottoman Empire is still around, barely. India is just, oh god, I don't even know where to begin. Vietnam is German, which just, that just feels weird to me. And Australia and New Zealand are the same country. What have you done, Wilhelm? What have you done, Willie? All this terrifying destruction for the sake of your stupid withered arm and bruised ego, you fool! But nevertheless, here we find ourselves. Is Tanu Tuva around? No. We do have a big-ass Mongolia, though. The Far East is just, in general, a bit of a fustercluck, as you can see. It was a bit of a fustercluck in real life, to be fair, but it's even worse now. It's like Luxembourg is part of Germany. Yes. Seems to be. I think that's Luxembourg there, isn't it? You don't even really have a Belgium either. You have Flanders Wallonia instead. Holland's still there, though. They're the Netherlands. Sorry, not Holland. You know, they're still there doing their thing, because they didn't get involved in the First World War, after all. They just sort of stood there in their corner looking absolutely horrified at everything that was happening. Same with Denmark. And Norway and Sweden. Good old Sweden, neutral in absolutely everything. There's Switzerland down there as well. Although Switzerland, funnily enough, in Kaiserreich, are not always very neutral, which is interesting. But hey, we'll get to that later, I'm sure. And then you got Spain, which is about as much of an impending disaster as it was in the real world in 1936. Because, yeah, they're going to have a civil war, Spain. They're going to have a civil war. A slightly different flavor of civil war in Kaiserreich than the real world, but still, they're going to have a civil war. And then over here, ladies and gentlemen, we have the United States of America. Yes. Here it is. Home of the free, land of the brave, or possibly the other way around, I forget which. Who are not having a great time, it must be said. It must be said. They're not having a brilliant time. Great Depression's kind of messing them up and stuff, or at least this universe's version of the Great Depression. And we're going to be playing as the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be playing as the USA, because back in the day, when I played Kaiserreich for Darkest Hour, I think it was, the Hearts of Iron 2 sort of expand-alone thing, I did a United States of America campaign on the YouTube channel. Don't go watch it, by the way. It's really awful. Like, all of my... It's all like... That 2014 and prior content on my channel is just disastrously bad. I didn't really know how to use a proper microphone. My commentary was terrible. Even my accent was slightly different back then. I don't recommend it. It's painful to watch. But the thing was, I did do this America campaign, and unfortunately, just as it was getting interesting, the game got a repeated crash. It would always crash at a certain date, which forced me to abandon the campaign completely. It was seriously annoying. But yeah, every time I got to a certain date, and Kaiserreich was a buggy old thing back in those days, yeah, I couldn't complete the campaign because the game kept crashing again and again and again, probably because there was some glitched out event in the game that was trying to trigger. So just as the campaign was getting really interesting, I had to abandon it, and I always was a bit annoyed about that. So here we go, USA 2 Electric Boogaloo in Kaiserreich. Let's do it again, folks. Once more with feeling. We'll give it a go. See how we get on. I haven't played as the USA yet since I got back into Hearts of Iron 4 and back into Kaiserreich, so I've observed from a distance what happens in the USA quite often. usually with a combination of fascination and morbid curiosity. It's a bit like watching a car crash happen. But yeah, back in the Jingles 1215 days. Oh yes, vintage times. I'm gonna go back here just because I want to read the description for these guys. There we go. United States of America. The USA almost left their policy of isolation to intervene in the Weltkrieg, but ultimately kept out of the war. Yeah, that's the big turning point, really, for Kaiserreich. That's what decides the fate of the First World War, is the fact that America doesn't get involved because the Germans don't sink the Lusitania, I believe, is what happens. This led to a victory of the Central Powers. Since then, the USA has struggled economically. European trade opportunities and the repayment of their loans to the Entente have been made impossible by a German victory. Still internationally regarded as a nobody, she now faces mounting internal dissent as the Republican Democratic hegemony is challenged by two groups, the Syndicalists and the America First Party. With a mounting crisis at home and only a modest reputation overseas, things aren't looking good for the good old USA. There's a few previews of their focus tree things they've got over here, and there's a couple of their national ideas they start with. These are the sort of like bonuses or negatives that are applied to your country just across the board that you start the game with. And one of them is the Great Depression. Since the collapse of the New York stock market in 1925, the United States has been gripped by the Great Depression. In addition to the massive economic woes plaguing America from this never-ending crisis, the Great Depression has given energy to both Long and Reed as they campaign against one another and the establishment. Long and Reed. Huey Long is the guy who leads the America First Party, and Jack Reed is the guy who leads the Syndicalists. Jack Reed in real life was he was a journalist, I believe. He's an American journalist who went to Russia during the Russian Revolution. Most of the people in the mod are real people who lived completely different lives in the real world. So, some really fun little Easter eggs here and there too, actually. The Union of Britain in particular is full of some really interesting little ones that I noticed because I'm a bit of a student of history of that particular period of British history. But yeah, we got that. We got political crisis as well. The United States is in crisis. The Great Depression, which has been ravaging our nation for over a decade, has still not let up. Popular desperation has allowed the far-left Socialist Party of America and the far-right America First Party to gain strength in recent years. Others look to MacArthur and the army as a way to solve both the depression and radicalization. Many worry that the United States will descend into civil war should our current situation not soon be resolved. Spoilers, folks. There's going to be a civil war. It's as Kaiserreich, the mod in which pretty much every country in the entire world can have a civil war at some point. I genuinely think the only country that doesn't have a civil war at some point might be the Dutch. And even then, I'm not totally sure. But yes. Anyway, just a last call, folks. How is the audio? The music does seem a little loud to me, but maybe it's just my headset. Do I need to turn it down a smidge? Music is loud. Okay. That's better. Music was a bit loud. Yeah, I was deliberately raising my voice as much as I could there in case it was a little loud. Hopefully it wasn't so loud that it was just painful to watch. Apologies if it was. I'm also going to need to move the chat here into a location where they're not being obscured by anything or obscuring anything. But I'll do that once we actually get in game. Anyway, look at me. Force of habit made me zoom over to Europe. No, we're playing as America. So, regular difficulty. We're not Iron Man mode. I want to be able to save scum if I really need to. I never play on Iron Man mode. Custom game rules. We could we could use this to adjust the strength of certain factions, or indeed tell certain countries to go down certain paths if we wanted to. But I'm just going to let it play out in all its random glory and see what happens. But we're going to play as America, folks. Let's start. worth strengthening Germany, maybe. Now, here's the thing. Ideally, I'd almost quite like this to play out a bit like my original Darkest Hour campaign did. In which, basically, the Syndicalists ended up dominating Europe, and I was in this position where I had to try and liberate Europe from the Syndicalist oppressors, essentially. And it wasn't looking like it was going to be any easy job at all, but I reached a point, essentially, where I had already landed the US Marines in Africa to try and turn the war around there, and it was just starting to get really interesting. Because I just managed to get my Air Force and Army overseas to start helping out the Entente. And that's when the campaign kept crashing, so rip. Plus, I've never played a game of Kaiserreich so far, or ever indeed, where the Entente ever does well at all. Because there's 3, possibly 4 main factions in Kaiserreich, really. You have the International, which are the Syndicalists, jointly, basically, the Union of Britain, and the Commune of France, and a few other countries that can end up joining them along the way. You have Germany with Mitteleuropa, which is Germany basically plus their Eastern European puppet states that they have after they conquered it during the First World War. And then you have the Entente, which basically consists of the exiled European governments after the revolutions in France and Britain. So Canada over there, French Republic in Africa, and then you have this pro-Entente faction in India, and then you have the Australasian Confederation as well. And the Entente never seem to do well. They're just not equipped for it, really. The only way they can ever really do well, I think, is if they get America on their side, and that never happens in Kaiserreich these days because, as I said, the Syndicalists always seem to win in America. There's a civil war, and in the current build of Kaiserreich, for whatever reason, the Syndicalists are the ones that always seem to win it every single time, at least in my campaigns that I've done. There's also a couple of other little factions. I mean, Japan has their own faction as well, kind of. And Russia usually tends to do its own completely separate thing, regardless of what anyone else thinks. But suffice to say, the Entente, they never really seem to do very well. But if we're playing as the United States of America that hasn't gone weird and syndicalist and stuff like that, we might be able to actually help the Entente, and it could be a really interesting campaign. I've just realised. Hold the phone. The Kaiserreich music mod is turned on, which is full of copyrighted stuff, so we need to turn that off. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, those are all off. Leave the Hearts of Iron 4 and Hearts of Iron Classic on. There we go. Right. Kaiserreich comes with a couple of really awesome music mods full of like really cool period music. It's really, really great, but I can't stream with it because the VOD will get clipped and copyright problems will arise, trust me. So, yeah. We'll leave it back on, you know. In fact, you know what I'll do? What? No, play. I'll put the music up to the sort of usual level and I'll just turn the master volume down a bit. Hopefully now we're going to be okay. Maybe that was a bit much, actually. Sorry, guys. Audio's a thing. Can't stand a VOD with bad audio. Okay. So. Yeah, we might be okay with the Kaiser Cat stuff. But for now, I'm not going to risk it. Right. So, here we are. 1st of January, 1936. There's a bunch of messages at the top of the screen. I will try my best to sort of explain my way through this for the benefit of someone who's not overly familiar with Hearts of Iron 4. So that I'm not... This ain't necessarily going to be a tutorial, because a full total conversion mod would be a really bad place to do a Hearts of Iron 4 tutorial, but I'll try and explain my decision-making so that you can keep pace watching at home and you understand basically what's going on. So, here we are, the USA, 1936. We've got a bunch of things at the top here. First one is we've got research slots available. Because you do research. There's a tech tree in this game, which unlocks you various things, pretty much all of it of a military nature. You've got infantry tech, you've got support company tech, you've got tank tech, artillery, land doctrines, which is sort of like how you structure your army and what bonuses it gets, depending on which units you're using. So you have like mobile warfare, which is like your German blitzkrieg. You have superior firepower, which is America! All of the explosions, all of the artillery, yeah! Woohoo! 4th of July, baby. That's that one. You have Grand Battle Plan Doctrine, which is sort of a bit weird. Honestly, it's kind of old school, and yeah, well, I mean, the first part of it is trench warfare, so it's a bit static and not very good. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of Grand Battle Plan Doctrine. And then you got Mass Assault Doctrine, which is Soviet Union in World War II. We will drown them in bodies, comrades. Type technology. So yeah, that's essentially what that is. Then you got ships. We got various types of ships: destroyers, cruisers, heavy ships, carriers, submarines, and whatnot. I thought Kaiserreich had like extra types of ships actually, like dreadnoughts and stuff, but maybe they're not here, unless that's a separate piece of text somewhere else. Maybe they changed it recently. I can't remember. Grand Battle Plan used to be awesome, but they nerfed it a lot. Yeah, it's meant to be the French, the UK/French historical route. Yeah, yeah, I heard it got nerfed horribly because I did play a campaign with Grand Battle Plan Doctrine post the nerf, and it was not fun. It was a total grind and it was awful. So yeah, not a fan. Anyway. Naval doctrines, it's like land doctrines, but it's for the sea, essentially. You got fleet and being, which is like the historical Royal Navy. So lots of big ships and lots of convoy escort. And a little bit of convoy attacking. You've got trade interdiction, which is pure submarines, all day, every day. You can't protect your own convoys worth a damn, but you can blow up enemy convoys like you wouldn't believe. That's Germany in World War II, basically. And then you've got base strike, which is America and Japan in World War II, where it's all focused around aircraft carriers. So, and that kind of force projection. Very expensive route to go down because getting aircraft carriers is rough. You know, it's very resource intensive. They're very expensive. Most nations can't do it. As the USA, we might be able to, but it's complicated somewhat by the fact that, well, this is Kaiserreich and things are going to go a bit differently. We have air, so aeroplanes of various kinds available to us. You'll notice they all have a date next to them, which is the date that we can research them in without getting a penalty to how long it takes. Because if you try to research something ahead of the current date, you get a massive penalty to doing so. You get air doctrines, again, same as the naval doctrines and land doctrines, but in the sky. Strategic destruction, which is your big strategic bombers, your B-17s, your Lancasters bombing enemy cities. You've got battlefield support, which is like your Ruskis in World War II with their Sturmovix, and probably the Germans with their Stukers and stuff, you know, directly using air support on the battlefield to get results. And then you've got operational integrity, which is like a bit weird and tries to be both at the same time, and I've never really bothered to use it, honestly. So, suddenly music gets loud. Then you got engineering and industry. Now, engineering is a bit thin on the ground in terms of actual technologies here. There used to be more on it, but it got changed in one of the DLCs. There's atomic research and rockets, so you have V1s and V2 rockets. And then there's electronic engineering, which is mostly radar on this side and computers on this side, which increase research speed and allow you to unlock a few little naval technologies there. Then you have industry, which is all about building factories and building fuel storage and building infrastructure and everything, really. Very important, this stuff. At the beginning of the game, we're going to go with construction to begin with, because that allows us to build things faster. We will go with basic machine tools, which will increase our production efficiency. which basically means that we can build stuff build the equipment for our armies a bit faster. I'm going to go over here to engineering, and we're going to research electronic mechanical engineering, which will increase overall research speed. And then for our fourth slot, we're going to pop over to infantry, and we're going to research M1919 Browning MG and Stokes mortar, which will just give us a few bonuses to our land troops. I'm going to leave it at that for now. Have a sip of my coffee. We have 3 civilian factories which we can use to build stuff with. Now, ordinarily, in most games of Hearts of Iron, what you do is you start by building infrastructure, and then a bit later on you shift over to building civilian factories, generally speaking, and then you build military factories. Civilian factories basically allow you to build more buildings like this. Military factories are what produce equipment and tanks and planes and stuff for your armies. Naval dockyards are what you use to build ships with, and then you have a few other things here like land forts, like bunkers and stuff, to defend territory. You have coastal forts to defend coasts with, and you have naval bases to actually, put your ships in. And up here, you've got infrastructure, which is a vague thing in general, but it allows you to move and supply units better. In a province with high infrastructure, you also extract more resources from a province with high infrastructure. Basically, the higher the infrastructure, the better. And air bases, which should be pretty self-explanatory. It's where you put aeroplanes. And then the grayed out for the minute, because we don't have the technology, but there's anti-air, which is useful for defending your provinces against enemy bombers, obviously. And then there's radar, which has a few purposes, really. One of them is to give a massive bonus to your defending fighters when you're trying to maintain air superiority over a region, but also you can use that radar on the coast to detect enemy ships and stuff as well. Radar's a useful little thing, but we need to research the tech for it first. For now, I don't really know what I should be doing, if I'm completely honest with you, because of the slightly unique situation that the USA finds itself in this game, in this mod. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do other than actually maybe think about building some land forts, or maybe just build some civilian factories. Yeah, I don't know. Anyone got any ideas? Any Kaiserreich veterans? Maybe we'll come back to this in a bit. We've also got 3 military factories. This is our production screen where we build stuff. At the minute, it's already got queued up for us a whole ton of stuff. Some towed artillery, some infantry equipment, some interwar fighters, some close air support, interwar bombers, and naval bombers, as well as 2 submarines, and 3 cruisers? Light cruisers, I think? Or are they destroyers? I'm not sure. I really wish the game would just tell you what it is instead of saying, oh, it's a Rogers Bagley class with an improved light ship hull. What is that, a cruiser or is it a destroyer? You can sort the various ships by this, and hopefully that'll give me an idea. They are destroyers, okay, looks like, because that's show only destroyer. Yeah, we're building destroyers. Okay, so naval combat's a whole thing in this game, and I actually really like the naval combat in Hearts of Iron 4. It took me ages to get my head around it, but once I finally did, I realized that it is actually glorious, and it's fantastic. And as America, we'll be dabbling later in a fair bit of naval warfare, I suspect, although it'll be much later, so probably not a priority for us right now. And submarines, you can't go wrong with submarines, really. They're good. You use them to sink enemy convoys with, which carry supplies and raw materials. You've got raw materials up here. You get oil, which you use to basically convert into fuel for your armies and navies and air force. You have rubber, which typically gets used to build trucks for the tires and planes for the tires as well. Steel, which is used for practically everything. Aluminium, which is used a lot for aeroplanes. Tungsten, which I think generally gets used for artillery the most, I've noticed. And you have chromium, and I can't remember what you use chromium for, if I'm honest. We don't need any right now, though. We do need a bit of extra rubber, though. We're running low on rubber, so we'll need to trade for that with some other countries around the world. The ones likely to have some rubber will probably be like the Dutch East Indies or German East Asia. Oh, God, it's so cursed. Make it stop. Or maybe the Republic of Burma. Rubber tends to be found around in this part of the world here, so... That is a thing we'll need. Right. We also need to set a national focus, which is this big old thing here, this tech tree-esque thing. It's not the actual tech tree, because we've already seen the actual tech tree. But the focus tree is sort of a... It's a... What? Wow, the Americans get a really big one, don't they? Holy crap, I don't even know where to begin with this one. But this is you basically you select a focus you want to work on, and it'll tell you how many days it takes to complete. And then when it completes, something will happen. For example, this here, the reintroduced the Garner-Wagner Bill. While originally vetoed in 1932, the economic situation in America has deteriorated to the point where unemployment relief efforts are seen as the only way to prevent widespread collapse. President Hoover has indicated to the Democrats in Congress that this time he will not veto the Garner-Wagner relief bill. The bill will be voted on in Congress. So this is just a narrative focus, really. It moves the story forward, essentially. Some of them, though, they have more direct gameplay effects. If I can find an example here. Like this one here, the War Department expansion will gain a national spirit, which is one of those bonuses I talked about. War Department expanded, which grants army experience gain plus 10%. And you get an event as well, which moves the story on a little bit too. Basically, yeah, that's what these are for. There is an awful lot of them playing as America. And I really don't know where to begin. Oh, yeah, there's your Civil War spoiler, by the way. Victory in the Civil War. Yeah, there's a Civil War coming. Yeah. I might come back to that again in a minute. I know, people, for some reason, everyone keeps repeatedly telling me that Cuba and Puerto Rico have good focus trees. Good for them. Don't care. We're playing as the United States right now, if you hadn't noticed, guys. I don't know why you keep badgering me about it. No divisions of basic training, because we're not training any new divisions for our army yet, and we've got unassigned divisions, which is basically our incredibly small army. Wow, it's really small. Isn't actually assigned to proper armies, which I suppose we might as well sort that. What have we actually got? We've got 4 whole divisions. Wow. We have the Big Red 1 infantry division. Let's have a little look at them. Very basic infantry division. Bunch of infantry with some support artillery. The 3rd Sioux division, which is the same. We got some cavalry. Hooray for horsies. Cavalry did see action in World War II. Quite a surprising amount of it, too, because cavalry in World War II wasn't sort of like dudes with big lances on horseback charging at people, at least not usually. It was more like mounted infantry. You know, it's infantry that would hop on horses and move to the next location they needed to be at, then jump off the horses and fight like infantry. Generally how it worked. And cavalry can be surprisingly useful in this game, especially if you're a bit of a weaker nation that doesn't have a great economy and who can't really build trucks, for example, so you can use horses instead. It's often said that and I don't know how accurate it actually is, but it's often said that Hitler invaded the Soviet Union with more horses than Napoleon did when he invaded Russia. The Wehrmacht had a lot of horses, as it turns out. But yeah, horsies, cavalry, they're actually not as useless as you might think at first glance. We've got insufficient resources as well, which is the rubber shortage I mentioned earlier, so let's immediately fix that. Germany East Asia's got plenty of rubber, it would seem. So have the Dutch. Let's get it. Let's buy some off the Dutch. Yeah, there we go. We'll exchange 1 civilian factory for 8 rubber. which is slightly more than we actually need, but that's fine. And our civilian factories, as I said, they are on the construction screen. You use civilian factories to build more factories with, basically. You use them to build stuff with. However, we have 172 civilian factories in total, but 166 of them are already being used, even though I'm not building anything. What's that about? Well, one of them is being traded for that rubber I mentioned. But 166 of it is being used to produce consumer goods. There's a little toaster logo there. That's more or less what it's being used for. All our civilian factories are being used to make toasters for the good people of America. Toasters and fridges and maybe not microwaves, because it's 1936. But, you know, stuff for civilians to use. The entire economy is focused around producing stuff for people. Rather than, you know, building national infrastructure and that kind of thing. And that's mostly because of the state of the terrible state our economy is currently in, thanks to the Great Depression. That will change, but yeah. Here's the political tab, by the way. This is where you select the national focus. You've got a big old pie chart with all the different political factions on it. You got the Conservative Democrats, you've got the AFP, whoever they are, Moderate Democrats, Republicans, Farmer Labour, the SPA, also the SPA, but they're the syndicalist SPA as opposed to the radical socialist SPA. You got the AFP, who are National Populists, which is basically fascists. And you've got the AFP again there, and then a very small 2% subset of the AFP. So yeah, messed up political pie chart. America is a very divided country in Kaiserreich, in case you hadn't noticed. We got laws down here as well. We'll get to these as they become relevant, frankly, instead of explaining it all now. So anyway, let's sort some of our things out. We've got 3 civilian factories, apparently, with which we need to build a few things. Well, land. See, here's the thing. Part of me wants to build land forts in preparation for the inevitable civil war that's coming. However, that wouldn't be that would be a bit gamey, really, because we're not supposed to know there's a civil war coming at this stage, are we? The politicians of this nation are really rather hoping we might avoid all that now, not that nastiness. So I feel like it's a bit cheesy to build land forts, so we're not going to do that. I'm just going to build... how many air bases have we got right now? Okay, we got one near Chicago, Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina. There's like no air bases in the Midwest. I suppose they are literally the flyover states, because you can't land there apparently. Might be worth building one over here somewhere. I might do that. Let's build an air base somewhere. Let's see. Maybe in Iowa. Or maybe South Dakota. There we go. You can have an air base. Congratulations. It'll be a very low-level air base, which you can't put that many planes in, but it's something. Right. And then I think I'm just going to put the rest on civilian factories. So we'll pop them here. And I think the higher infrastructure in a province you've got, the faster things will build there. So we'll pop our potential civilian factories in places with high infrastructure. Yeah, this infrastructure looks less and less good the further south you go, doesn't it? So, I've made a bit of a queue here. We can't build all this at once. We've got 6 factories currently working on this now. Out of a possible 15 is the maximum number of factories you can have working on one improvement at a time. So we've got 6 out of that max possible 15. And this is the queue. So we're going to build the South Dakota Air Base first. And then it'll move on to the Virginia civilian factory and so on and so on and so on. I don't know how many of these will actually get done, but I've made a queue of things. We've got 3 military factories. We've got 2 free military factories right now. Let's use them on... Boosh, there we go. More infantry equipment. You could never have enough infantry equipment, really. Like, it's probably the single most important piece of equipment in the game. So that's fine. As you can see, there's a bunch of debuffs here, like minus 37% factory output due to our poor stability. We're a very unstable country right now. And the Great Depression, so that's not great. But yeah, I'm going to focus just on infantry equipment. No divisions in basic training. I'd like to fix that. I want some very basic infantry divisions, which is what we do actually have right now. We can make brand new divisions. We can edit this template and we can put different things in it. For example, we could have artillery. We could have militia. We could have marines. We could have... Oh, I don't know. We could have something completely different. Mobile battalions like armored cars, motorized artillery, motorized infantry, cavalry, or tanks, heavy tanks, light tanks. There's lots of things you can choose from. Problem is, you can't create new division types and edit division types until your armies are actually experienced enough to realize that they need to make some changes. So, and at the minute, we have 0 army experience, 0 navy experience, and 0 air experience, because we're an isolationist America who didn't even take part in World War I. We have no idea what we're doing. If it weren't for the fact that this country has gun culture, we wouldn't know which end of a rifle is the one you shoot with right now. We're completely useless. So all we can really work with right now is what we start with, and that's this stuff here. And really, all I'm going to do is train an infantry division or 2. Oops, no. We only need to click this once. We go away. And then we can add a couple to this to queue up more that will build simultaneously. No location set, which basically you click this and you click where you want them to deploy when they're done. We don't actually have to do that, though, right now. Whoa, Gabe, what's going on? Lost control of the camera there for a second. Anyway, we're recruiting some infantry divisions, so that's fine. I don't know when they'll be done. They need actual training time to train the men themselves, and you need time to build the equipment for them as well. And our equipment output in the production screen right now is not great, so it could take a while to train these guys. Okay. Unassigned divisions, right. Our army, in air quotes, is this basically. What we're going to do here is click to create a new army, which is what these guys are now. They're all grouped together in this army. We'll click to assign a commander to them, and we have a bunch of choices, as you can see here. We got Henry H. Arnold, Adna R. Chaffee, Edwin F. Harding, George S. Patton. Your boy Patton. God, I remember him being a massive pain in the ass when I did the old Kaiserreich YouTube series many years ago. I'm just now remembering that. Just seeing his name in pictures made me remember, oh yeah, you. I remember you, Patton. You asshole. Yeah, let's just put Henry Arnold in charge. He's a career officer. He's skill 3. He's a career officer. He's politically connected, an organizer, and he's charismatic. He's got 3 attack, 2 defense, 2 planning speed and max planning, and 2 supply consumption. He's all right. He's not bad. We'll have him. And then he serves under a field marshal. You get a bunch of armies, and they serve under a field marshal. So we need to assign a field marshal, and that field marshal is going to be, of course, Douglas MacArthur. He is skill 3. He's a brilliant strategist. He's a career officer. He's a media personality. He's politically connected. He's got offensive doctrine. He has wonderful sunglasses, and in real life he wanted to nuke China, so he's a bit of a mad lad. But he's going to be our field marshal in charge of our army, such as it is. And I'm going to move the army over here for now. I'm just going to give it a little command here, a little battle plan, which for the moment will basically just consist of garrisoning these areas around here. And they'll just do that. They'll just garrison this general area for now, because that's about all I can really do with them. So there you go. They'll do that, and now they will automatically, without any additional input from me, start to move. There you go. So you've got green arrows snaking all the way across the country to where they're going to take up new positions. Now, the wonderful thing about Hearts of Iron 4, at least I think it's wonderful, compared to the old Hearts of Iron games, is that you have AI assistance when it comes to managing your armies. So playing that infernal game of Risk against the AI, where you've got provinces everywhere and having to plug gaps and stuff like that, the AI will help you with this in Hearts of Iron. They will do the micromanagement for you so that you can focus on the bigger picture. And this is a bit of a Marmite issue. Some people really enjoy the micromanagement, and other people like me were never very good at it. So I'm not that sad to see it gone. And that's basically the way it works. We give the army in general a vague sort of command, like garrison this area, and the AI will do it. Will rush off with its orders in hand and get on with the job. So it's good. I like it because it's fun. It gives you the experience of being a field marshal rather than you know a colonel on the ground trying to do the tactical stuff. You're taking care of the strategy. It's not quite gone. You can still, and I will, almost certainly, probably from time to time, go zoom right in and directly intervene in certain areas where I think my assistance is required. But the AI can take care of the bigger picture semi-competently, so... Shudders after having Hearts of Iron 3 flashbacks. Oh yeah. Hearts of Iron 3 was an experience. Hearts of Iron 3 went completely the other direction. For those who've never played it, it was like micromanagement to the game. It was hard work. So, you ever read about Smedley Butler and the business plot in our timeline? I think so. Isn't that there was a vague plan for the U.S. Army to have a coup d'état in America in the 30s or something in real life, but of course it never happened. Yeah, I think that if that's what you're referring to, I think I am vaguely familiar with it. There was actually a similar thing in the UK in the 1960s. There was a bunch of army generals and people in MI6 and stuff that were actually planning and came surprisingly close to a military coup in the 60s in the UK. It doesn't get talked about very often, but it nearly happened. Anyway... This is one of the reasons, by the way, that I find it so hilarious that the Union of Britain has actually gone communist in Kaiserreich, because in real life, it simply never could have happened. There would have been a military coup long before that, long before it came to that, because the British Army was very paranoid about that back in the day. They really were, and that's why we almost had a coup in the 60s, was because the British Army and MI6 genuinely thought there was a communist plot to take over the UK. They thought we were infested with Soviet spies. So yeah, with Mountbatten, exactly, so you know what I'm talking about. There's an episode of The Crown about that. There is, actually, yeah. I was a little surprised to see it pop up when I watched The Crown in that, but because The Crown's pretty pro-establishment, generally speaking, but yeah, it was in there. Anyway, we're getting very sidetracked. It's going to happen a lot, I'm afraid. Unassigned divisions. Oh, we've got a division in Panama, apparently. I forgot about them. I'm happy with them staying unassigned. I'll just delete that little alert there. There you go. We got a division in Panama. I might even just... Are they Marines? The Panama Canal Garrison. They are Marines. Interesting. We do have a teeny itty bitty US Marine Corps. Do you know what? I'm gonna add them to the army here, and I'm gonna actually recall these guys back to the US. That's what I'm gonna do. Marines could actually be genuinely useful later on, so rather than leaving them sat there in the Panama Canal. So hopefully they'll do that. Right, the United States in 1936, here we go. First of many events to pop up. I need a drink, my throat's getting dry already. That's the last of my coffee gone. Whew. Okay. In 1936, the United States of America is gripped by unrelenting crisis. Although able to avoid the horrors of the Weltkrieg, which allowed its prosperity to continue well into the 1920s, German victory in the Weltkrieg, followed by the French and British revolutions, led to the Wall Street crash of 1925. This sent the United States spiraling into the Great Depression and allowed the Berlin stock market to take its place at the forefront of the world economy. The election of Herbert Hoover in 1928, while initially promising, failed entirely to reverse the decline of the American economy, and by 1936, the government had spent over a decade in the midst of the worst financial crisis it had ever seen. This fueled the rise of radical parties in America, from the far-left Socialist Party of America to the far-right America First Party. Hoover's contentious re-election by means of the House of Representatives in 1932 and the ongoing Great Depression means that these problems are unlikely to be resolved anytime soon. Many throughout the country fear the upheaval that would result should one of the extreme parties come to power, or should the Depression continue unabated. Right, yeah. So any similarity this may bear to current real-world events is purely coincidental. Really, honestly, it is. This mod is really old. The original Hearts of Iron 2 version of this came out like over a decade ago, I think, almost now. But it is funny how there's a few terms that come up, like America First, which we may be familiar with today. I thought I'd just address the elephant in the room there. Anyway, of course, the silly part of it, obviously, is this idea that two separate parties could actually break into the US system and oppose the Republicans and Democrats when, I don't think the American system would really, I don't think it would really be capable of doing that, really. It's a bit like the British system in that sense. What would actually happen is you'd probably have someone like Huey Long join the Republican Party and then win the nomination. But the point of Kaiserreich is not to be realistic, in my opinion. It is to provide a good gameplay experience first, and then realism and sensibility second, mostly. You will notice that as the game progresses, that as ridiculous civil wars break out across the world, that this scenario is entirely engineered to provide a fun Hearts of Iron experience, and not as a genuine, really super serious thought exercise about what actually might have happened if Germany won the First World War. It's primarily fun, which I'm completely okay with. It's almost a bit like Fallout in that respect, It's an excuse for the fun to happen. It's not a serious what if. Fun with just a drop of realism here and there. And lots of fun little Easter eggs too. Speaking of Fallout, there is actually a Fallout mod for Hearts of Iron 4 called Old World Blues, and I will stream it for you guys at some point, because I'm sure I'll never get people to stop asking me about it otherwise. The assassination of President Kerensky. Kerensky has just been shot and killed. Excuse me, hiccups. While on the way to the Senate, the assailant was taken down by the police, but the goals and intentions of the attacker are unknown. Despite his massive unpopularity among the Russian people due to botched land reform and ineffective rule, Kerensky was nevertheless able to hold the country together for years, and his death has thrown Russia into chaos. The senators are already discussing a possible replacement to Kerensky. New coalitions are being formed, both between the left and the right, while military men like Wrangel and Kornilov are just one step away from intervening to dissolve democracy and save Mother Russia. Bad times for Russia. Poor old Russian democracy. It just never had a chance, did it? It's one of history's great tragedies, really. The way the Bolsheviks just kind of killed it in its crib. And even in Kaiserreich, it rarely seems to survive. So we'll have to play Russia again at some point, because my first Kaiserreich campaign on YouTube back in the day was actually a Russian one, which was a complete and total failure. So, well, maybe I should revisit that one of these days. Voting rights in the Legation Council. The legation cities were formed in 1928 as a result of our intervention in the Jili-Fengtian conflict that was soon going to spill out into open war between the two other powers in the Far East, Germany and Japan. The legation cities are these, basically. All the big, prosperous coastal cities in China are ruled by a foreign... I don't know, really. Diplomatic organization, a corporation, I'm not sure what it is. But it's headed up by this guy, Nelson T. Johnson. Yeah. While we obviously wish to end the conflict, we also found it in our power to create a lasting solution to the imperial rivalry in China, as well as push our open door policy. So we forced the other powers to merge their concessions in China into one conglomerate, consisting of all official concessions in China as well as a 30-mile neutral zone. The legation cities, officially known as the International Mandate for the Chinese Concessions, also host a forum, the Legation Council, for the various powers with Chinese interests to resolve disputes and work together. Naturally, we have a vote on this council and are often the deciding factor between the Japanese and the Germans, with the secondary powers mostly playing second fiddle to us. Our voice is usually one that speaks for keeping the status quo of an open door to China for all powers, which helpfully lets everyone benefit without having to involve themselves with individual Chinese factions. To American citizens, the legation cities represents not only a great way to get rich, but a shining example of American forward-thinking and our commitment to peace, and also ransacking the Chinese subcontinent of all that it's worth. A perfect arrangement. I will pick a focus, yes, thank you for reminding me. I was deliberately waiting, though, because I have a guide. I read a guide to the Kaiserreich USA before I started this, and it actually said to wait a day before you start picking a focus, and I don't entirely know why, but I'm doing it. I think this might be what we want to... Which one do we... Where do we start? This thing's huge. We got reintroduce the Wagner bill, which leads us down this whole route, which seems to be somewhat related to Canada, by the looks of things. Old order prevails. We can't have that until the election. Victory in the Civil War. Obviously, we can't have that until the Civil War's done. War Department expansion. The U.S. Navy, and then back in business, which... again, I don't think we can do until the Civil War's over. So I guess it's either War Department expansion or it's the bill. I'm going to go with the bill, I think. While originally vetoed in 1932, the economic situation in America has deteriorated to the point where unemployment relief efforts are seen as the only way to prevent widespread collapse. President Hoover has indicated to Democrats in Congress that this time he will not veto the relief bill. I already read it once, but I read it again for you there. There you go. So that'll tick over. Whew. Okay. Unpause. This is a real-time game, by the way. I guess I've completely failed to mention that, didn't I? But yeah, it's a real-time strategy game, technically, and not a turn-based one. So it's not like Civ. It's actually real-time, like most Paradox games. You've seen me play Paradox games on the channel before. You've seen me play CK2. You know how this works, folks. Is the Kaiserreich the only mod I have? No. I also have, currently installed right now, I have Old World Blues, Road to 56, and I have... the New Order as well, but Kaiserreich's the one I'm using currently. If you mean, do I have any submods like installed? No, it's just Kaiserreich. Peter Wrangel takes control of Russia. Fearing a general collapse of Russia, Field Marshal Peter Wrangel and his regiment marched into Moscow in a bloodless coup. Wrangel then convinced the Duma, as Wrangel, the Black Baron, strange-looking fellow. I don't see how one human man can have a neck that long, but apparently he did. In a bloodless coup, Wrangel convinced the Duma and the Senate to hand over power to himself, then invoked Article 48 of the Constitution to suspend civil liberties and establish martial law. With the Duma and Senate in Wrangel's control, a de facto military dictatorship has been established in Russia. The Black Baron rules supreme. There's a few routes that Russia can go down. Usually if it goes down the Wrangel route, I think that generally leads to the Tsar being reintroduced, so the Tsarist Russia might be a thing in this playthrough. You didn't get Kornilov this time, which is what usually leads to Russia going crazy ultra-nationalist fascist mode. Wagner bill reintroduced. With assurances made by President Hoover that unlike in 1932, this time he will not veto the bill. Democratic Senator Robert Wagner and Speaker of the House John Nance Garner have reintroduced their unemployment relief legislation package. Many in Congress feel that the package Oh!
Prepared a place for you.
Wasteland Viking, thank you very much for that little raiding party there. Little sneaky commando raid. Where was I? They've reintroduced the unemployment relief legislation package. Many in Congress feel that the package does not go nearly far enough, while others wonder how America, in the midst of a massive economic crisis, will possibly ever pay for it. The presence of senators from the AFP and the SPA also complicates things immensely. Even with Hoover's pledge, it's unknown if Garner Wagner has a real chance of passing. We shall see. Hey, Variax. How are you doing as well? Sneaky, secret Variax appearing in my stream. Don't know if this mod uses the House and Senate mechanics. I'm not sure. Doesn't look like it does, no. In the vanilla game, there's a whole, if you're playing as the United States, there's a whole thing in the events and decisions screen here with like the Senate and the House of Representatives and the seats and stuff. And you have to get a majority to pass certain bills and things. I don't think Kaiserreich bothers with that, at least not at this stage. How much do you want to bet that Germany loses again? I'd bet a fair amount on Germany losing again. I mean, they seem to lose in every game of this I play. The Syndicalists just stomp them. It takes a while often, but they do generally get stomped. But we'll see. I mean, honestly, the toughest go Germany's ever made of it was actually when I was playing the Union of Britain myself. That's the one campaign I did where the Germans almost won it. But I stopped them by intervening with my superior human versus AI skills. And by sinking their entire navy. That helped too. Anyway, Long and Reed demand changes. As expected, the early challenges to the Garner-Wagner bill have come from the AFP and the SPA. The America First Party and the Socialist Party of America, I think. Huey Long and his AFP senators have demanded a vast increase in the social security provisions in the bill provides, provisions most other senators say America could never afford. Jack Reed and the SPA, meanwhile, say the bill doesn't do enough to protect the average worker, particularly from exploitation by struggling corporations. Both parties have attracted a lot of media attention, adding to the general sense of disorder and tension in Congress. Interesting. The Totalist Charter. Meanwhile, in Europe, Mussolini, Valois, Ultramar, and other interested parties, which I believe once upon a time used to include Lavrenti Beria, but apparently he's not there in this version of the mod, because, wow, that would have been a total shower of bastards all concentrated in one room otherwise. But still, another interested parties arrived in Birmingham today to discuss their common ground. It has been agreed that Maximism, Sorelianism, and National Syndicalism all share basic principles of the state's primacy in the socialist struggle, the role of national identity within the state, and the importance of a strong central authority to preserve and build socialism. The Charter also claims that the socialist state is the final stage of human development and that democracy is not necessary to achieve socialism. These statements have drawn great criticisms from other socialist factions, who gave the name totalism as a play on totalitarian socialism, which has been eagerly accepted by Mosley, who added it to the manifesto's name, attributing it to their total commitment to socialism. The people must reject this madness, yes. You have a few different types of socialism. You've got the syndicalists, which is your sort of the main faction. You've got the maximists, which are the totalists, and you've got like the radical socialists, which are a bit weird and fringe and strange. But the totalists in Kaiserreich are basically a lot of those real-life fascist figures like Mussolini and Oswald Mosley and stuff, basically being a bunch of opportunist jackasses and hopping on the syndicalist bandwagon and trying to turn it into their own personal little totalitarian utopia. Dystopia, really. Yeah, they're pretty awful. But we don't know which way it's going to go. They could go totalist. They could go a different direction. It'd be interesting to see what happens over there in Europe. I mean, we're still going to be fighting them either way, but I'll feel a lot better about it if they just decide to turn out to be a bunch of weird totalitarian, we're totally not fascist, honest. Yeah, the radical socialists are, yeah, they're the reason I say they're a bit weird is because exactly what a thing says, that they seem to be mad different depending on what country you're playing as, really. Yeah, the Cindies are the sort of middle of the road choice, yeah. Edward VIII crowned as King of Great Britain up here in Canada because George V has died, as he did in real life, obviously, and Edward VIII is now king. Edward VIII. I have beef with Edward VIII. He's always pissing me off, and no matter what, no matter what version of Hearts of Iron I'm playing, it doesn't matter if it's Kaiserreich, if it's the New Order, if it's vanilla, Edward VIII is always causing me some goddamn problems. This guy was actually a bit of a bastard in real life. He was literal pals with Hitler. Yeah, not a nice guy. He's the one that's basically running the what's left of the British Empire around the world currently now. Obviously, he stepped down in real life, and his younger brother, Albert, who we know as George VI, took over and was generally a massive improvement in every regard. George VI was not bad as kings go. His brother, his older brother, was a bit awful. So, Edward VIII has been crowned, however. George V, the last king of Great Britain and Ireland to have ruled the home isles themselves, has passed while in exile in Canada. The first Windsor king, his reign shall be remembered with sorrow and sadness, as during it, Britain lost both the Weltkrieg and its homeland. The crown was inherited by Edward, Prince of Wales, who now stylises himself as Edward VIII. King Edward is a vengeful and ambitious man, and not on good terms with Prime Minister Mackenzie King. He lives on the goal of avenging his father and reconquering the British Isles, and thus is quite popular among the British exiles in Canada, among others. Will this be uploaded to YouTube? Yes, it will. Assuming there's no awful technical problems I'm unaware of. Interesting. You gonna go and marry what's-her-face? Wallace Simpson? No. He can end up marrying a completely separate Hollywood movie star, though, later on, in which case he can end up stepping down, and then George VI will actually happen. But we'll see what actually does happen. He might stay on for the whole game. He might get replaced by one of his brothers. I've seen both happen. He's not only an asshole, but he looked like one. Look at that. Yeah, look at that petulant expression. Ugh. Loathsome individual. But he's become a bit of a Hearts of Iron meme for me, because when I was playing my Union of Britain campaign, he was constantly irritating me with his Canadian shenanigans. And then in the New Order, he's running Nazi Britain. And in a vanilla game I did recently as the Soviet Union, Britain went monarchist, ruled by him, not him, that's Philip Snowden, sorry, ruled by Edward VIII, and decided to ally with Germany, invade me as the Soviet Union, and I actually lost that campaign, basically thanks to this jackass. He cost me the entire Soviet campaign, and I was very annoyed about it. So, aside from him being a bastard in real life, he's irritated me so much in Hearts of Iron as well, so I fucking hate him. Afghanistan declared war on the Dominion of India. Okay. Another running gag of my campaigns is the Dutch. The Dutch, in pretty much every campaign I do in Hearts of Iron, always seem to do something silly and funny. I can't wait to see what they do this time. Even in Europa Universalis 4, they were doing silly shenanigans when I played it. Okay, we've got a couple of things here. This event first. The 5th Anglo-Afghani War. After the Weltkrieg, as the British Raj collapsed into turmoil and warfare over in India, over here, the neighbouring kingdom of Afghanistan took advantage of this as an opportunity to siege Peshawar and Quetta, both border regions of the Dominion. Look at you, Afghanistan, going on the offensive for once. Good grief. However, the Afghani government's attempts to modernise over the last decades have been met with fierce resistance from the conservative elements within the country. King Amanullah Khan now hopes to use the turmoil in Delhi following the death of George V to his advantage. By repeating the success of the Fourth Anglo-Afghan War, the king hopes to silence the conservative opposition and bring new lands to the crown. However, international experts do not put many hopes on the tiny mountain nation winning this conflict. Who cares about Afghanistan? Yeah, they're not going to win, folks. Just to spoil that for you. Senators break ranks. After weeks of negotiations, a number of establishment senators have broken ranks over the coming vote on the Garner-Wagner bill. Most notably, Robert Wagner, one of the bill's proposers, who says he will not vote for the bill unless protections for federal unemployment insurance are re-added. Many other Democrat and Republican senators are concerned about the influence of the AFP and the SPA and claim they will not vote for the bill if any concessions are made to either group. Though others say that not courting either the AFP or the SPA will make passage difficult if not impossible. President Hoover will need to intervene in order to save the bill. Right. We can pledge support to Wagner and the establishment senators. We can force the establishment to compromise with the America First Party, or we can force them to compromise with the Socialist Party of America. I'm not sure which option we should take. Because when the Civil War breaks out in America, folks, there's a bunch of different ways it can go down. And there's a few scenarios in which we, as playing as the federal government, will get really screwed. And there's some ways where us playing as the federal government will actually have a relatively easy time of it. We don't want to get super screwed, but the problem is I can't remember which event choices lead to which outcome. So a surprisingly large amount might be riding on this. The MacArthur dictatorship is a good way to take a fat L right off the bat. Yes, we'll be avoiding that at all costs. Whew. Pledge support to Wagner and the establishment senators. Or we can compromise with either the America First guys or the socialists. Not sure who to compromise with. I have a guide. I found a guide for this. I'm just going to check it. Hold on. Oh, dear. Right. Yeah, kind of run the bill focus. Alright, basically the guide is telling me we should probably compromise. Let's compromise with the scary socialists. Because they are scarier, believe me. The Jacobins elected in France. The Commune of France, the world's leading syndicalist nation, united as a federation of city communes and directed by the Comité de Salut Public, the chief executive. Ever since its inception, however, the Second Commune was not uniform in its policy. Numerous factions arose, each one with their own idea of which path France should take. As the time for revenge against Germany and the world revolution closes in, the CGT election of 1936 is set to be very important. A replacement for the disgraced Marceau Pivert arose from the Jacobins, an extremist faction standing in favour of increased centralisation and turning France into a vanguard state for all syndicalists to follow. They now hold the majority in the CSP. Right, so it looks like, yes, totalists. France has gone down the asshole route, which means I will feel much less bad about kicking their asses later. I hope we get the chance to kick their asses and I don't lose the entire campaign, of course. My track record with Hearts of Iron 4 isn't great. I'm not going to pretend I'm particularly good at this game. I've lost about as many campaigns as I've won, so... Interesting. Black Monday. On the 3rd of February 1936, the Berlin Stock Exchange stopped sinking. It plunged. Fueled by the instability of the market panic, selling erupted as soon as the stock market opened on Monday morning. It took well into the night for the teleprinters to stop sputtering out the results of what became known as Black Monday. When the results had been analysed, it was clear that the situation had only gotten worse. The shock of this unprecedented economic catastrophe will no doubt be felt over the entire world. The German Golden Age has ended, for now at least. Mein Gott! Oh no, Willy, what have you done? Phases of the Weltkrieg, quenched militarism, imperial pride, fruits of the open door, Brest-Litovsk reparations, and Black Monday has hit them. Right, they got their own Great Depression to deal with now, it seems. Before Italy and Union of Britain also go totalist, it would be interesting if they did, wouldn't it? We'd have the tripartite alliance of assholes. Oh, God. Right, here we go. Black Monday hits America. Despite the political turmoil and ineffectual economic relief programs, it seemed to many as if the economy of the United States might finally be undergoing a slow recovery after the Wall Street crash of 1925. However, oh dear, Black Monday has put an end to such hopes and has sounded the death knell for an already ailing economy. Republicans and Democrats have both pledged to fix the economy should they win the election, though public confidence in them is rapidly waning. Both Reid and Long have railed hard against the corrupt banking and political sectors, which they blame for allowing this crash to happen. This is just not our year. Gain base stability even less. We've already only got 3% stability out of 100. Good. Modify the Great Depression to make it even worse. Good. And factory output's down, and capital ship production is now 50% more expensive as well. Oh boy. The coalition ticket. The 1936 election is looking to be one of the most contentious in American history. Many politicians within the upper circle of the Republican and Democratic parties fear that a victory by the Socialist Party of America or the America First Party would mean the end of America and the American way of life. In order to avoid this, a plan has been proposed within the halls of power to form a coalition ticket between the Republican and Democratic parties, with former Labor Senator Floyd Olson of Minnesota as the presidential candidate. This plan is unlikely to be popular with lower-ranking members of the parties, but it may be the only thing that can prevent the radical parties from gaining strength. Either way, well, if we do this, we'll lose 200 political power. We've only got 44. So we'll go into negative, which isn't great, but hey. It's our decisions. You can spend political power on making decisions here, by the way, as well as changing laws and stuff. We're just not really going to be able to, though, because, yeah. We are going to go for the coalition, I think. Yeah. So we'll lose 200 political power. We'll go for the coalition. We've got minus 155 political power and minus 6% stability. Yay. The rubber trade with the Dutch East Indies was terminated because of lack of civilian factories. Oh, bugger. No rubber for us. We're all out of factories. Crap. Oh, dear. Let's have a look at our military production here. Do you know, I am really thinking that it would be a good idea to cancel absolutely everything except for artillery and infantry equipment. We'll leave the ships going because you use dockyards for ships instead of military factories, so we can just produce ships for days if we want to. In fact, I'm just going to produce infinite destroyers. And maybe even infinite submarines, I'm not sure. I think we'll have one round of infinite submarines and we'll finish this one submarine. Suddenly there is a massive tyre shortage, it's true. We do have 3 military factories now, so we're going to plonk it all into both of these. So we'll there we go. Actually, I think probably just one in artillery. Artillery is probably all right, actually. There we go. I don't know if we're going to need to make support equipment, but I don't think so because our current infantry divisions are literally just artillery and infantry dudes. if we had engineers, recon, or anything like that attached, we'd need to build separate support equipment, but I think we'll be okay for now. We'll lose our army and navy once the war fights, so none of this actually matters. Do we really lose our navy? I mean, we'll lose some of our navy, I'm sure, but I mean, we'll lose the stuff that we're building once the war starts. If we carry on playing as the feds, which is what I intend to do. I am planning to play as the federal government, so I think this will continue. Compromise with the SPA. Here we go. Recent days have resulted in a compromise between many establishment senators and the Socialist Party of America, with numerous extra provisions included for worker protections and unemployment relief, though nowhere near as far as the SPA originally demanded. Even so, Jack Reed has declared this as a victory and is riding high in recent polls. Crap. Both Huey Long's AFP and a large number of Democratic senators have declared this a betrayal of the American public, however, and have vowed to sink the Garner-Wagner bill when the vote comes. We've done what we can. The Socialist Party of America greatly gains political power. Change in popularity of syndicalism plus 4%. Change in popularity of social liberalism 2%. This may have been a mistake. I'm doing a Fed run. I think I know how to make it so that we won't have the worst time ever as well, so I've done a bit of homework. I think I know how to engineer this so that we actually have a decent chance of winning. The Austrian Empire withdraws from Italy. It is clear that Black Monday has hit the Austrian Empire hard. The Austro-Hungarian Reichskrieg minister today announced that he was recalling divisions stationed in Italian territory, unable to afford the financial burden of keeping them safe from the Socialist Republic of Italy. For good or ill, the Italian Republic is now effectively independent of Austrian domination, at least until the Austrians regain their full strength and decide whether or not their interests in the Italian peninsula are worth regaining. Many in the Italian Republic have expressed worry about whether or not this will leave them exposed to attack by the Socialist Republic of Italy, a move which would plunge Italy into civil war once again. Austrian influence wanes further. Yeah, the other sick man of Europe after the Ottomans. Although, the Austrian Empire is looking a little small these days. Just this bit here. Although they can end up reforming into a big confederation later. It's all up to the RNG, though, that one. We'll see. But that's the itty-bitty tiny Italian Republic there. Led by Ivano Bonomi. That's the old Socialist Republic, and that's the Two Sicilies, which is ruled by Ferdinando III. There's a big block of fluff text there about him that I can't be bothered to read, but you can always go back and pause the video if you're watching this on YouTube and check that out for yourself. There's so much lore in this mod. We cannot possibly get around to all of it, and then we've got the Papal State as well. They always seem to reform into the Danubian Federation with the gross-looking flag. That's a dividing issue, that flag. Some people really like it, you know. Crime spree sweeps the nation. As America spirals ever deeper into chaos, there has been a wave of crime throughout the country. Many of these criminals are getting sensationalist news stories about their activities, especially gangsters like John Dillinger and the scandalous Bonnie and Clyde. Thankfully, the Bureau of Investigation has been working hard to catch these criminals and bring some order back to America. Of course, the AFP and the SPA have begun attributing these crimes to moral decline and robber baronies, respectively. Stop right there, criminal scum. I see what you did there, mod. And a further -5 stability. Yay, -12% stability is the best. America. Anything else going on in the world? We got any civil wars yet? Oh, there's Afghanistan versus Delhi. They used to be called Delhi, now they're called the Dominion of India. I keep forgetting that. You will occasionally see me use the old school names for factions because I still remember that from playing it in the old days. The League of Eight Provinces declared war on the left Kuomintang. Okay, so China has finally begun to start shattering into a bajillion pieces, starting with the left Kuomintang here. The League of Eight Provinces here, in case you're wondering, is like this sort of German puppet state that exists basically to facilitate the Germans raping China of all its natural resources. They replaced an old faction in the game that was called the AOG, or the... Oh boy, what was it called? If I can remember. It was a deliberately hilarious German name. The Allgemeine Ostasiatische Gesellschaft, I think it was the full title. Everyone called it the AOG. But they replaced the AOG recently in a big update for China with the League of Eight Provinces, which is a slightly more nuanced and interesting faction than the AOG was, although a lot of people miss the AOG just because it was so silly and daft. I'm going to do a China playthrough at some point. I almost did for this playthrough, but then I figured that China's maybe not the best introduction to the Kaiserreich universe. But it's on my list. I really want to play as a Chinese faction in the future because apparently they're really cool. Anhui declared war on the Nanjing clique, apparently. So who would that be? Where's Anhui? Is it that? No, that's one of the legation cities bits. I don't know. One bit of China declared war on another bit of China, apparently. Somewhere. Not sure where. Oh, this is now the Nanjing clique. Okay. The League of Eight Provinces is no more. Long live the Nanjing clique. But yes, I will play as a Chinese faction one of these days. I'm thinking maybe the Qing here, up here, these blue guys. Because I played as those guys ages ago in Hearts of Iron 2, and I had a really fun campaign as them, so for old time's sake, I might play as them again. Plus, they have these really cool blue uniforms that, for some reason, I really like. So, that's the most shallow and silly reason to pick a faction ever, but they have cool uniforms! Marshal Wu Peifu, if that is how you pronounce his name, probably not, backs Anqing. Following the death of Marshal Sun Chuanfang earlier this year and the subsequent collapse of Qing authority, a few expected Imperial Minister of the Army Wu Peifu, the real power behind the throne in Beijing, to take overt military action. Yet this morning, he and Assembly President Cao Kun announced their formal support of the provincial government of Anhui, led by Chen Xiaoyuan. Wu and Cao have long chafed under the German oversight placed on their government in 1927, and their support of Governor Chen telegraphed to the world that they were casting off German influence, while a full deployment of the Qing army is unlikely given the ever-present threat of Fengtian attack from the north. Limited numbers of Qing troops are already mobilizing to destroy the enemies of Governor Chen and Beijing's new national order. The chips start to fall. Oh, that's Cao? Is it like Cao Cao in Three Kingdoms? I should have remembered that. I actually played a Cao Cao campaign when in Three Kingdoms Total War. Right, okay. I'll mental note made. Yeah, Chinese pronunciation, a bit like Welsh pronunciation and Gaelic pronunciation, is one of those things that just totally eludes me, I'm afraid. Alright, build time. Also, I've got 3 dockyards, apparently. Cool. More destroyers. You can virtually never have enough destroyers, so... Really? I still have more? I do. More destroyers then, please? Oh, even... Alright, and an extra one for the submarines. Great. It's not Cao Cao, no. Apparently it's Cao Cao. I mean, it is Cao Cao. How did you miss that in Three Kingdoms? The narrator actually calls him Cao Cao out loud. Reintroduce the Garner Wagner bill is done. Next, focus up. We can't actually do these yet, it seems. Maybe I should let it wait for a second. There we go. The bill passes. Though the vote was incredibly close, the Garner Wagner bill has passed Congress. People throughout the United States are celebrating this welcome relief to the country's disastrous economic situation, though many within the government are wondering, how will the bill now be paid for? It passed, poggers! Was there a serious chance of that failing? I guess there must have been. Great news, everybody! Civil War will still happen, yeah, but I think we're on the road to having a better start in it. That's the theory here. The Civil War is... I think there used to be a way to avoid it completely, but I don't think there is anymore. But there are ways to change the way the Civil War turns out. Yeah, if it fails, shit gets really bad. Good. Well, it didn't fail then. Excellent. Victory for all! Political power, plus 100. Base stability gain, plus 10%. That'll put us on only minus 2%. Modify the Great Depression by consumer goods factories minus 15%. Basically, the Great Depression will get less bad. And our capital ship production will go back up again, oddly enough. The bill passes. Right, okay, now we can choose a new one. So, we have a couple of choices here, actually. One is demand repayment of war debts. This is to do with Canada. The United Kingdom incurred an enormous war debt to us during the Weltkrieg. That debt has been inherited by Canada. While it's unlikely Canada could repay it right now, demanding repayment will appease isolationists in Congress, whom we believe will join the political fringe if not appeased. Okay. And we have the Hawking Plan. A junior Democratic senator has proposed a plan which would see the Garner-Wagner bill funded by increased corporate income taxes. The plan is controversial with some, but it might just give the economy the boost it needs. I'm not really sure which one we should go for right now. 42 days. 42 days. This is actually kind of important. Or at least this choice here is actually kind of important. I think. I'm going to go with the Hawking Plan from there. Yeah, I'll go with the Hawking Plan for now. Oops, I accidentally put it into naval mode. Worst case scenario, 5-way civil war. Best case scenario, I believe, apparently, a 3-way civil war is actually the best if you want to play as the feds, because it's the easiest for the feds. But you can also get an outcome where it's just a 2-sided civil war. That is possible to do as well. French loyalists restore the monarchy. Okay, so those lunatic Frenchmen in Africa, the exiles, have restored the monarchy, and we've got Jean III of House Orléans, I think. After a brief French civil war, the old government of France and its supporters fled to North Africa to escape syndicalist wrath. There, the nation eventually devolved into a big military junta under the Lion of Verdun, Philippe Pétain, who, of course, in real life was the guy who ran Vichy France under the Germans. Not a terribly popular fellow in French history as a result. However, a big question arose in this defeated nation. What should its future be? Retaking France is the priority, yes. But what should be the government? It appears that the French have answered the question themselves, though, as the national French state has accepted an agreement to restore the monarchy in France. Will it change anything? Probably not. But yes, national France here, or they're now the Kingdom of France, as they are now called. They have a bunch of choices they can make as to how what kind of direction they want to go in. They can be a republic. They can restore a variety of monarchs. They can go Bonapartist, have Napoleon IV on the throne. They can go Bourbon, have the Bourbons back on the throne. They can go the House of Orléans. They can make a military dictatorship. There's a lot of choices they get. But they've gone for this guy this time, with that fantastic facial hair of his. Look at that. Jean III de Orléans was once the picture of aristocratic aloofness was severely affected by the syndicalist revolution in France. I'm sure he was. As he fled to North Africa, he became convinced of the necessity of the monarchy in securing the future of the embattled France and its people. Working closely with Action Française, Jean presented himself as the champion of the people in the fight against syndicalism. With the restoration of the Orléans monarchy, Jean aims to destroy the communards and extend the monarchy's principal governance to all France. Good luck to him. He's going to need it. See, in Kaiserreich, oh boy, I'll get to that in a second. In Kaiserreich, basically, it's a flipping of roles really in Kaiserreich versus the real world. Because in Kaiserreich, as opposed to Germany becoming the militarized, angry antagonistic state of Europe. In this timeline, France and also kind of Britain become the angry antagonistic faction under the syndicalists. So ultimately, when World War II happens, when the Second Weltkrieg breaks out, it will probably, although not certainly, but probably, will be the Commune of France deciding to invade Germany as opposed to the other way around. But there's a few ways it can happen, so we'll see. That's usually how it happens, though. Japanese troops garrison Tianjin. It seems that economic woes have gone down hard on the legation cities, and they've decided to outsource much of their security operations to the Japanese to keep their economy afloat. While there is little we can do to stop them, there has been uproar in the council over the shifting of balance of power and with calls for Japan to not abuse their position in the city. Worrying, to say the least. Not sure we honestly care that much, but hey. Oh, there's one thing we could be doing right now that I should have been doing for a while. Whoops. Is I can set my army to do an exercise, to do military exercises. And what that will do is they'll get some attrition for doing that. But what it will do is two things. One, it will get the units to actually level up their own experience a bit to a high level, so they'll be more elite. And also it will generate army experience very slowly at the top here, which we can use to edit division templates. Should have been doing that a while ago. Never mind. I'm going to do it in this scenario. I'm going to do it just a little bit to get them to level up like once, and then I'll probably stop them. Paramilitary militias forming with. Oh, maybe it's all kicking off a bit sooner than I thought it was actually. Changqing Jiangwo declared war on the Nanjing clique. Who would they be exactly? Oh. Maybe them down there, or someone else. I don't know. China's rapidly disintegrating, and we're about to start rapidly disintegrating ourselves. Paramilitary militias forming with violence and instability sweeping the country. The AFP and SPA have begun to form various paramilitary militias, which they claim are necessary to protect the people. The AFP have called them group the Minutemen, while the SPA is the Red Guard. Seen patrolling their strongholds and party rallies, these well-armed and equipped paramilitary units have already engaged in scattered, though extremely violent conflicts. We believe the paramilitaries are modifying civilian firearms, and the FBI's attempts to seize weapon stockpiles are too slow to stop gun runners. This could turn very bad, very fast. So, much like the actual, real-life first American Civil War, it's kind of kicking off with a few skirmishes ahead of time. I'm actually going to stop that training, because I think this is all going to kick off a little bit sooner than I thought it was going to. Father Charles Coughlin's CBS radio broadcasts. Oh, this guy. I remember him. 3 years ago today, Father Charles Coughlin began a weekly radio broadcast in America and now has an audience of over 50 million people. He's a raving anti-Semite who claims that the syndicalist revolution in France was fomented by the Jew and that the Berlin stock market crash, hiccups, is an international conspiracy of Jewish bankers, and somehow people still tune in. His hate speech will not be tolerated by the church, and the Pope is expected to make a decision on whether to ask the United States government to shut down his broadcast so that his hateful message cannot reach the public. Coughlin is becoming a danger to the public. Shut him down, or I hate what he says, but I defend his right to say it. Now, of course, that's the democratic way. That's the democratic answer. Although the United States, along with much of the Western democracies in this period of history, was surprisingly undemocratic when it comes to stuff like this, believe me. Yes, I mean, I'd love to shut the bastard down, but which actually is the better option? Let's have a look. So if we shut him down, the Papal State gains Coughlin's broadcast stopped, opinion of them changed plus 20, we lose 80 political power, not that we've got any to begin with. Change in popularity of authoritarian democracy, 5%. Change in popularity of radical socialism, 5%. I hate what he says, but I defend his right to say it. The Pope obviously won't like that. We'll lose a bit of stability, even more of it. And a change in popularity of authoritarian democracy is 3%. So if we let him carry on talking, authoritarian democracy and radical socialism will actually not gain as much popularity. Which is interesting, although we'll lose stability instead of political power. Both choices are basically awful. I think this might be the slightly better option, but I must agree with Voltaire on this one. I hate what he says, but I defend his right to say it. Right. What's peculiar is the fact that if you do let him speak, the authoritarian democracy faction actually doesn't gain as much popularity. I guess because it makes them look bad, maybe? If you let that loon keep associating himself with them, perhaps? I'm not really sure. Restoration of democracy in Australia. Sorry, Australasia. I keep forgetting that they're both one terrible country right now. The Australasian Confederation has been under the authoritarian rule of Governor-General William Birdwood since the British invocation of the emergency protocols in 1924, considered by many in the nation to have been a heavy-handed response to the Melbourne Commune syndicalist uprising. Birdwood finally relented to calls for an open election, leading to the surprise result of Earl Page's Country Party achieving a minority government in this Canberra Parliament. Page is expected to have a tough time ahead of him, with Labour unrest on the rise and calls for the revocation of Birdwood's more egregious restrictions on personal liberty. Interesting, and I think... still in charge. Going to play a bit longer. I guess he's not been inaugurated yet. I don't know. Cuban tariffs. Though the Piat Amendment, which governed Cuban-American trade and relations, was annulled, and its successor requires only minor trade concessions on the part of the Cubans, a delegation has arrived from Cuba to petition for the abrogation of one portion of the current treaty. As part of the new Treaty of Cuban-American Relations, Cuba is required to levy substantial tariffs against non-American products. This, the Cubans argue, has caused great economic harm and contributed to the recent near collapse of its government. To prevent another incident such as that which recently befell their nation, they say, we must concede our position on this issue. They must respect the treaty and our authority, or it is the only way. I don't know if this really matters all that much. I suppose if we go with this, it might make it less likely for Cuba to go do something completely mental later on. So I guess it's the only way. Whew. The death of Pius XI. All Christendom mourns the death of His Holiness Pope Pius XI, who died following listening to yet another of Father Coughlin's radio broadcasts. Who died following a heart attack after having been in declining health for the past several years, something which rapidly worsened following Black Monday. The Holy Father will soon be interred with the rest of his predecessors in the tomb of the popes. Until the next pope can be chosen, the papal state will be ruled by the College of Cardinals in Rome. The succession of His Holiness is made all the more important due to the Catholic Church's role in governing the reborn papal states, as well as its vehement opposition to syndicalism, a force which has divided Italy and seeks once again to unify the Italian peninsula. How terrible. Electoral gridlock in Britain. Right, just 1 second. I need to close my curtains. There we go. Come on, you stubborn bastard. There we go. Right, job done. The 1936 Trade Union Congress in the Union of Britain was made out to be decisive. Longtime chairman of the TUC, Philip Snowden, declared his resignation, causing the four major factions in the Union, the Maximists, the Autonomists, the Federationists, and the Congregationists to butt heads over the position. Left-wing people disagreeing on something? Surely not. Goodness me. When has that ever happened? As the dust settled, no clear leading faction emerged from the hotly contested elections. As unrest immediately rose and all factions asked for recounts or a new election, the TUC finally decided to elect Federationist Tom Mann as a moderating figure. To many, this is a sign of upcoming political inertia in the Union of Britain. Tom Mann, eh? I didn't even know he was an option. Huh. I've read his biography. Interesting fellow, Tom Mann. This is what I mean about interesting historical Easter eggs with the Union of Britain. Tom Mann, the famous first General Secretary of the Trade Union Congress, has been appointed as chairman of the TUC following an electoral gridlock. Mann, though a Leninist, has shown great historical commitment to the trade union movement and a dedicated spirit of civil service. Mann, in his old age, however, has indicated that he does not intend to stand for re-election. Okay, so the Federationists, I think the slightly middle-of-the-road guys, have maintained overall popularity, it would seem. So no Mosley, which is probably for the best, I suppose. See you, Falschgeld. People's Front of Judea. Fuck off. Judean People's Front. Yes. Okay. So that's a thing. That's a thing that happened. Interesting. I really like the Union of Britain as a faction in this game, but as I said before to the people before the stream, I think it's my favourite faction to play as in Kaiserreich for a variety of reasons. If I do a Union of Britain campaign, I will get into it. I'll discuss the details there, but for now, that'll be a big tangent. Treaty of Ottawa. A peace deal has been signed between the Dominion of Canada and Afghanistan, and ending their hostilities. Oh my god, some more stuff is popping up. More AFP members announcing congressional bids. While there have been a number of lawmakers from the America First Party in its brief life, particularly in the South, the 1936 election represents an unprecedented number of people registering to run for office under the banner of the AFP, and just as many, if not more, nationwide pledging to vote for them. Interesting. Change in popularity of authoritarian democracy, 2%. And also plus 2% for paternal autocracy and national populism. And the America First Party gains political power. St. Patrick's Day flood. On March 16, 1936, warmer than usual temperatures led to the melting of large amounts of snow and ice on the upper Allegheny and Monongahela rivers. The rivers and their tributaries had already overflowed their banks and were soon threatening the city of Pittsburgh. On March 17, 1936, the waters reached the flood stage of 25 feet. Then, overnight, heavy rain caused the water to rise even higher, and on March the 18th, the water peaked at about 46 feet, 21 feet above the flood stage. This is the worst such disaster in the city's history, and local authorities have already requested federal aid. You have to bear with me here, folks. There's a lot of reading. I'm starting to lose the plot a little bit. We must help the people, or they will have to help themselves. Okay, so there's the George W. Bush option, or there is we can help them. Political power minus 50, manpower minus 20. I think I'm happy at this point to lose political power as opposed to even more stability. So we'll help the people. This song is called War of Resistance, in case you're wondering. Electronic mechanical engineering is finally finished. Okay, our first tech is done. Let's research radios. Proper quick. Reinforced rate +5. What that means, that mysterious thing here, well, it says here, chance per hour that units in reserve are able to actively join the fight, which is an obscure way of saying that when you're fighting a battle in a province over here, so you're attacking there, like that, and you want to send your cavalry here to come and join the fight, when they come to join the fight, they won't immediately get stuck into the battle. You have to roll a dice and see if they actually do get involved. And radios give you a big bonus to ensuring that they do actually join the fight and not get lost somewhere along the way. So that's what radios are for. And it's kind of important we get them ASAP, actually. I have the Kaiserreich music mods, plural, but I don't have any of them turned on because copyright. The First International Congress. Delegates from socialist nations and political movements around the world gathered in Paris today for the latest in a series of world congresses. While the mantle of the Third International was taken up by the communards after the Russian Civil War, the ideological tenor of the event promises to be very different. With syndicalist parties being the newly dominant force on the far left, delegates are greeted by a military parade, an exhibition of avant-garde art, and finally a speech by the chairman of the CSP. At the top of the agenda is the spread of the revolution to Asia and North America, ongoing conflict in Spain, policy on colonialism, and the requirements for membership of the Third International's military alliance. An interesting development. Yes, I know. Yeah, the International being copyrighted is deeply funny, but it's true. This mod has like 60 versions of the International. My favourite is probably the Black International, which is the one that basically nicks the tune of Die Wacht am Rhein and gives it anarchist French lyrics. Because I just find that hilarious personally. I love it in history when people take popular tunes and turn them on their heads and use them to mock the person who the tune originally belonged to. It's always funny when that happens. It's like early 20th century trolling, folks. Pius XII, elected as the new Pope. Catholic faithful in Rome breathed a sigh of relief as the Sistine Chapel's chimney billowed forth white smoke, signifying the election of a new pope. A short time later, it was announced that the pious and popular Eugenio Cardinal Pacelli had become His Holiness Pope Pius XII, leader of the Catholic Church and head of the state of the Papal States. It is anticipated that he will continue the policies of his predecessor, whose pontifical name he has taken. Oh, way down south in the land of traders, rattlesnakes and alligators. Yep, that's a classic for sure. I wonder if I'm vaguely navigating my way through these events here, hoping I'll get the outcome I want, but I might not. If we, it would be amusing if we ended up getting the outcome where it's basically just the Union versus versus Huey Long in the South. We'll basically just get American Civil War 2 Electric Boogaloo. It'll be very amusing. Apparently, though, it's actually a slightly more difficult scenario to win, even though there's only two factions. Okay, the Hawking plan focus is done. The Hawking Plan. Junior Democratic Senator Thomas Hawking has introduced a bill which will see the relief efforts largely funded by taxing American corporations in exchange for hefty tax considerations down the line once the economy is recovered. This has caused considerably controversy in some corners, especially among AFP and SPA supporters. Others say it would be far too easy for the next government to reverse the decision, leaving the corporations holding the bag and even worse off than they were before. Regardless, there is enough support to see the bill passed, and, as an added bonus, the agency to coordinate the efforts could be placed in either Minneapolis or in Charlotte, with the added bonus of new employment weakening what are AFP and SPA strongholds. Right, this is an important choice because in the upcoming Civil War, our starting territory is going to be partially determined by a lot of these events here. And going on my vague strategy, which will be explained at a later date, I think I'm going to base the agency in Charlotte, down here, as opposed to Minneapolis up here. So we're going to base it in Charlotte. Socialist Party of America gains political power. The America First Party loses political power. And we need to select a new focus. Right. On that note. Let's go demand repayment of war bets. Let's deal with the Canada situation. 42 days. Yeah, the UK incurred... Basically trying to get the UK's old war debts from the First World War off Canada. '1936 Stanley Cup. Two teams have made it to the 1936 Stanley Cup finals. The Toronto Maple Leafs making their 6th appearance and the Detroit Red Wings making their 2nd appearance and still hungry to win their first cup. With only a brief interruption at the first game in Detroit, with demonstrators by the Socialist Party of America disrupting proceedings outside the stadium. Goddamn hockey-hating socialist bastards! You pinkos, get out of here. The series has gone off without a hitch and captivated audiences in both countries. Who will take home the cup this year? Come on, Detroit! Toronto wins the Stanley Cup. Toronto has vanquished Detroit in a 4-game series of the Stanley Cup, bringing the Canadian team their 4th victory in the finals. Once again, the kid line of the Charlie Harvey Busher Jackson and Joe Primo has brought the Stanley Cup to Toronto. Ah, cursed Canadians. In response to this affront, we shall raise the war debt situation. You should have let us win the hockey, you idiots. Oh, boy. Right, now, admittedly, Django, if I was playing this by myself and not for a stream, I would be perfectly willing to just go with the flow on the events and kind of roleplay it a little bit. However, I've seen in the past how difficult it can be to win as the feds if you get it wrong. And I don't want to cut the series short because I screwed up and picked the wrong events. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Lots of events. So I did a little bit of homework on this one, and I'm trying to engineer it as best I can for a decent outcome for us, because I've seen what the worst outcome looks like for the federal government, and it is not pretty. Right. Be possessed by the ghost of Herbert Hoover. Oh boy, of all the people to be possessed by. Ugh. Right. More SPA members announcing congressional bids. While there have been a number of lawmakers from the Socialist Party of America in the past few decades, particularly in the Steel Belt, the 1936 election represents an unprecedented number of people registering to run for office under the banner of the SPA, and just as many, if not more, nationwide pledging to vote for them. Special election in New Jersey. Following Senator A. Harry Moore's resignation in order to run for governor, a special election has been called in New Jersey to select his replacement. The frontrunners are Democrat John Gerald Milton and AFP spokesman Charles Lindbergh. Polls have just closed, and the winner appears to be... Ooh, what should we pick? I'm thinking maybe we should go Democrats with both, but I'm not really sure, actually. Democrats, and the same in Washington. Democrats. Yes, it can get very bad if you play as the feds. We want to avoid that. We want to have at least a cat's chance in hell of winning. Of course, if I was someone like Django who knows this game inside and out, I probably could just pick whatever the hell damn path I like and probably still win. But unfortunately, I'm not that good at Hearts-Vine Force, so I'm going to try and weigh the odds in my favor as much as possible. Yeah, but I mean, even picking the PSA is not great. Like the PSA are a pretty rough faction to play as. How's this game compared to Hearts of Iron 3? Very different beast, honestly. Although it's been so long since I've actually played Hearts of Iron 3 that I can barely remember what it was like other than confusing and micromanaging. Personally, I think it's a huge improvement. I was never a big fan of Hearts of Iron 3. Research finished. Basic machine tools, good. Research finished. Browning 50 cal, 30 cal, whatever they are. More research. Okay, so this tech here is 1938, so we could research it, but we'd have a big penalty to do it. So we'll not do that. What should we get instead? Ordinarily, I'd probably be going into support companies here a bit, but not totally sure. I'd also probably be looking at tanks, but again, right now, maybe not. Artillery. Yes. Let's upgrade to interwar artillery, which gives a plus 10% soft attack. And soft attack is not like throwing cushions at the enemy. It is is damage that hits soft targets like infantry and cavalry and trucks and stuff. Anything that's not a tank, basically, I guess. Right. What else? We've got land doctrines. Might be a really good idea to start land doctrining. Naval stuff will be this will be tremendously important later on, but right now we really can't afford to focus on naval stuff. Air, likewise. We might want to carry on with industry and engineering, frankly. We could either go mechanical computing. Now, mathematically, it probably makes the most sense to do the research speed techs as early as possible, because then you will get the maximum benefit from them. However, concentrated industry would be also a really good idea. So probably with fuel storage. Well, I'm sure 14,440 with infantry would be perfect with superior firepower. However, guys, we're about to head into a civil war in which, for most of it, we're probably just going to be throwing rocks at the other side. Maybe the occasional spanner. I don't know, you know, we can worry about shit like this later, all right? We're going to be fighting off the syndicalists and the southerners with pitchforks practically very soon, so rush plasma tech. Yeah, we'll just tell you what, even better, we'll rush atomic tech. We'll we'll win the civil war with nukes, shall we? Don't ever do that, by the way. Nukes in Hearts of Iron 4 are terrible. Although actually they might be a bit better in Kaiserreich. I've never tried it before. Regardless, there's a choice of things you can do here. Actually, you can have concentrated industry, you can have dispersed industry. And normally I go for concentrated industry. But the difference here essentially is that concentrated industry is building tall and dispersed industry is building wide. And the reason you would build wide is in case you're expecting your factories to be bombed by enemy strategic bombers. If you're not expecting your factories to be bombed, then concentrated industry is better. We could have some factories getting bombed because of the whole Civil War thing. But I think in the long run, concentrated industry would be better. So I think I might go for that, honestly. Yeah, I don't generally approve of massive backseating. However, I know there are certain people like Django in the chat who really do know a lot about this game, and I do welcome input from guys like that. Because ultimately, I might have like 150 hours in this game, but I definitely still consider myself a noob, and any advice that's genuinely good advice and not just telling me what I should do and not explaining it,
We're watching you.
I do welcome.
Scout.
Just be polite and explain things to me, and don't just say, oh, you should do this. Jolly Green Grappler, thank you very much for 39 months of sabage. That's a lot of months of sabage. A whole heap of the stuff. There's a lot of secret paths and hidden events in Kaiserreich. Yeah, there are. I mean, Tom Mann is one of them I've discovered today. I didn't know he was an option, but he is, it turns out. For example. I mean, tactical nuking, yeah, you can use it, and I have done in the past. I just think it's really dumb. Because that's just not how nukes were used in World War II. They were used very specifically to bomb one very stubborn country into surrendering. That's how nukes should be used in this game, and that's not how they generally work in this game, unfortunately. However, like I said, Kaiserreich might have found a way around that with some events shenanigans. Yeah, I've done the same, I think. I did one of the first campaigns I did in Hearts of Iron 4 when I got back into it recently was a vanilla campaign as France. And I fought a very long and bitter war with Germany, and then the Soviet Union invaded us, and I ended up fighting World War III at that point, and we slowly crawled all the way to Moscow with me dropping like 20 tactical nukes at a time on all the Russian divisions until we finally made it and they surrendered. But it was extremely dumb. We turned back basically all of Western Russia into a nuclear wasteland, and they still wouldn't surrender. So, yeah. Oh, and Japan? Japan was even worse, because Japan, of course, as we know in real life, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were both bombed by the Americans. They dropped atomic bombs on them, and Japan surrendered. In Hearts of Iron 4... I dropped 18 nuclear bombs on Japan, and they still didn't surrender. It was so dumb. So yeah, that's why nukes are stupid in this game. Sorry, folks, but yeah. Anyway, Panama presses Costa Rica. The Panamanians have begun a small-scale military assault on the Coto region of Costa Rica, which they have had a claim on for some time. We should threaten intervention to prevent this turning into a full-scale war. I'm sorry, Panama starting a war? Really? Panama? Why Panama? Why? Where's Costa Rica? Is that over here? No, that's the Galapagos Islands. Gentlemen, I give you the Galapagos Islands. Sorry, I really love that film. Yeah, right, let us intervene. Funny thing is, I moved the US Marines out of the Panama Canal, thinking there was no good reason for them to be down there. Whoops. Let's drop a save. I've not been dropping enough saves. Getting hit by a nuke in Hearts of Iron really needs to either trigger a surrender event, or it needs to completely destroy war support. Like, completely. Like, one nuke should probably do 50... Assuming you hit a major city with it, obviously. It should probably drop your war support by, like, 50%. So 2 nukes should be able to get a country down from 100% war support to 0. And Japan, in Hearts of Iron 4, usually stays at 100% war support throughout practically the entire game, so you would need to do that in order to make them surrender. Yeah, like, at the very least, 30%. Now it just it doesn't really destroy buildings. You think it'd be devastating, but it really just does some damage to buildings. And it damages divisions that are in the area as well. It doesn't even destroy enemy divisions, it just damages them a bit. They're really weak and silly. Anyway, nominating Quentin Roosevelt. Since the nomination of Governor Olson as the presidential candidate, the politically minded have discussed with great interest the likely vice presidential candidate. Finally putting the rumors to rest, Quentin Roosevelt was announced as the VP for the coalition ticket yesterday in New York City. In his announcement, he emphasized wanting to help bring major reforms to the country through a plan called the Fair Deal. Through his plan, was announced by the though his plan was denounced. Reading comprehension. What even is it? Though his plan was denounced by the SPA and AFP as being nowhere near enough to help the average American, economists believe that it may be enough to end the Depression. Might be onto something there, that Quentin Roosevelt fella. A deal that is fair and a deal that is square. Political power plus 50, game-based stability plus 3%. Yay. May Day riots. May Day, International Workers' Day. This is a holiday that the Socialist Party celebrates with numerous parades and speeches and has since its founding. Generally, things are peaceful, though there have been confrontations with the police. However, this time things are more violent than normal. Clashes between the socialists and the local police backed by the AFP have occurred around the country. The question is, who is at fault? The socialists declare that things were peaceful till the police and the AFP goons arrived on the scene. The AFP is saying that the socialists began by assaulting unionized workers and having blurry photos they claim are guns the SPA were brandishing. Oh, this doesn't sound uncomfortably familiar, no! Police are at fault or the SPA are at fault? I hate both of these options. But I just got back some stability. SPA are at fault. They probably weren't, but there is no stability. We have negative stability. The country's about to capsize and go upside down. After hearing of American support for Costa Rica and not willing to escalate the situation into a full-blown conflict, the forces of Panama have begun to back down across the region. This is a victory for American diplomacy abroad. Monroe Doctrine stands. Thank God. That was the last thing I needed. Still not as bad stability as Russia. I've not played Russia yet, actually. I wonder how bad theirs gets. I know that even the Dutch have incredibly bad stability as well. In this mod, I've watched someone do a Dutch playthrough. It was astonishing. You wouldn't think a Dutch playthrough would be very interesting, really. But actually, these guys have a pretty cool focus tree. Sorry, that's not... What? Clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, they have a big old focus tree with all sorts of interesting stuff in it. Right, anyway. The Treaty of Nanchang. Anqing took 5 states. Left Kuomintang took 2 states. Oh my God, the Left Kuomintang are actually doing well. They usually get stomped every time I play this. Good grief. Go you, Left Kuomintang. Look at this. Look at this silly fella pulling that funny expression. Wang Jing Wei. You mad lad. That's the first time I've ever seen them do something vaguely successful. Right. No, you're right. They probably won't last long, but still. Right. Good. Nanjing Clique has capitulated. Yes. Ossifer. They capitulated, I say. The Nanjing government has gone into exile and their main forces have capitulated to Anqing, who is now in control of their home area. Although the struggles between Anqing and the Nanjing Clique are over, Anqing is still at all-out war and the fighting continues elsewhere. Yeah, I've never seen any mention of Chiang Kai-shek turn up in Kaiserreich, so I'm going to assume he's probably dead. Yeah, there's no Mao either. That's a good point. There is Stalin. Stalin's around here somewhere, I think. I don't know how you can find it, but I know he's here somewhere. He's in Georgia. He can turn up as a government minister for Georgia, I think. Yeah, under his birth name, Jukeshvili or whatever it is. trading place with Berry. Oh, Berry is down. Is there now? Is he? Let's see. Okay, Anqing declared war on Shangqing Jianguo. Apparently. Oh, China. What are you like? Absolute state of you. You look like a little stained glass window or something. A little mosaic. He used to. Now he's an expeditionary force in Argentina that later moves to France. What? Okay. Yeah, I know, right? The warlords. It's what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Romance of the 11 Kingdoms? Sorry, 12. 12 kingdoms. Demand repayment of war debts. Right, okay, right. We're demanding repayment from those pesky Canadians, who they might be pesky, but we're going to want to ally with them later. Jolly good. I think we'll jump now straight onto. Oh, okay. So we can reconcile with Canada. The isolationists are elated, but at the cost of our relations with Canada, we can try rebuilding those relations by offering a compromise. Some assistance from Canada now, with the trade deferred, the debt deferred until after the war. What war? There's no war. What are you talking about, Focus Tree? Or Canada refused to pay the war debts, unsurprisingly. And thus, in return, our only option is to pass punitive tariffs on Entente goods imported to the US. That will put some money in our coffers, though repairing relations with Canada will take a very long time. But, pro tip, if you want to play as the Federals in the upcoming Civil War, don't piss off Canada. It's a bad idea. The new Industrial Act. Yes, I do have the old classic Hearts of Iron music selected because the nostalgia is real. Let's see, new Industrial Act. We need to kickstart heavy industry in America's heartlands where the Great Depression is hit hardest. Boosh. Yes, free as well. I didn't have to pay for it either as DLC, which is remarkable by Paradox standards. But yeah, it's just there in the game. The old school Hoi-2 music. Actually, sometimes I've for my last few campaigns, I've actually turned off the regular music and I've just used the old classic music because I'm a nostalgia baby. I'm a sucker for that stuff. Canada refuses. The Canadian government has responded to the demand with a flat refusal. The debt, they say, was never meant to be repaid until the home islands were retaken, as most was incurred by the United Kingdom, a government now in exile. Even so, their refusal has done its job and fired up the isolationist elements of the American government. President Hoover's government has the support it needs at the cost of relations with the Canadians, so be it. We get some political power, quite a bit of it actually. We gain war support and change in popularity of social liberalism is 5%. Nice. We got plus 65 political power now. Well, hey. Any decisions we can do? Doesn't look like it. Is there anything we can do here? Our economy is currently in undisturbed isolation mode, which is horrendously bad. And our conscription law is volunteer only. We cannot change it. We can hire military staff, and we can also do research and production. However, pretty much all of this costs 150 political power each, so we cannot do anything with only 65. Russia can get around like minus 50 stability. Funnily enough, the lowest stability I've ever managed to get in Hearts of Iron was about minus 50%. And that was when I was playing as Scotland in the New Order. Oddly enough, I got the horribly cursed military coup event. It didn't end well. Middle Africa can go even lower. I suppose that doesn't surprise me. Is Goering still in charge over there? He is indeed. Hermann von Goering. He's one of the sillier elements of old school Kaiserreich that I'm sort of glad is still around. Death of Big Bill Hayward. Today, one of the titans of the industrial workers of the world, William Big Bill Hayward, has passed away. Do you know what? I genuinely didn't realize there were so many narrative pop-ups for the US in this game. They had quite a few in Darkest Hour and Hoy too, but yeah, I'm liking this actually, because I'm a sucker for a bit of narrative, so I like this stuff. Right. Big Bill Hayward's passed away. His death marks the passing of a torch. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn spoke at the funeral saying, "History has a long-range perspective. It ultimately passes stern judgment on tyrants and vindicates those who fought, suffered, and were imprisoned and died for human freedom against political oppression and economic slavery." Many other leaders within various union organizations, including his rivals in the AFL, also spoke at his funeral, as well as leaders within the Socialist Party of America. Jack Reed also spoke at the funeral, ending his speech with some of Hayward's quotes. "If the workers are organized, all they have to do is put their hands in their pockets and they have got the capitalist class whipped. The strike is an incipient revolution. Many large revolutions have grown out of a small strike. Remember that you're fighting more than your own fight. You're fighting for the entire working class, and you must stand together." I already miss him. Don't know anything about the fella, I must admit, actually. If I wasn't streaming this, I'd probably go to Wikipedia and look him up, because it's one of my favourite things to do in Kaiserreich is look up the historical figures that appear in it and find out what happened to them in real life. So I have found out some really fun little Easter eggs with the Union of Britain, particularly their military commanders. Because there's one of the admirals of the Union of Britain in real life, for example, was a... Ooh, we can deploy units, very nice. Was a guy, I forget his name, but he was a guy who, during the Battle of Norway, early in the Second World War, he commanded a destroyer attack against the Germans in the middle of a blizzard. It was this incredibly daring attack, which succeeded magnificently. However, during the attack, the bridge of his destroyer was hit by a German shell and he was killed. And he was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross, which is like the highest military decoration anyone in the British Armed Services can get. However, in Kaiserreich, he's alive and well, obviously, but presumably due to a lack of Navy officers, due to them all having fucked off to Canada, he's found himself in the position of being an admiral. So it's cool. It's cool. I like looking stuff up like that and finding out what happened to him. Anyway, let's see. We got the 6th Sightseeing 6th Division. We can deploy. Let's set a location, shall we? Washington. There we go. Any minute now. There we go. And construction research is finished. Jolly good. So yeah, new division. We'll add them to this army.
Yes, sir.
Right. Research slot available. What to research now? We could do excavation, which would give us resource gain efficiency, or we could do something a little bit more pressing, like maybe start a land doctrine. I think I'm going to go superior firepower because it is the most American of doctrines, and it's probably my favorite in the game because my armies tend to favor a lot of artillery. So yeah, what happened? What's the status of Hitler in current Kaiserreich lore? Because I remember in old Kaiserreich, he was basically a best-selling novelist because he writes a book called Unserkampf, which is like a collection of memoirs and veterans' experiences from the Weltkrieg. He's dead. Okay, he's dead in the new canon, apparently. Dead here on the Eastern Front. Okay. Oh, was it posthumous in the old one as well? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Does Himmler ever pop up either, by the way, in Kaiserreich? That's something I've always wondered about. No Himmler. Oh, missed opportunity. It would be great if they had an event that mentioned Himmler, but he's doing something really banal, like running a bakery or something. I don't know. Manuel Carles assumes full control of Argentina. Isn't the joke Himmler is a chicken farmer in the United Baltic Duchies? Oh, really? That's funny. Himmler fried chicken. Okay. Oh dear. Manuel Carles assumes full control of Argentina. Okay. Oh yeah, South America becomes a whole disaster in this. In Kaiserreich as well. Funny thing, I mean, it's basically maybe a little implausible, but I think it's pretty cool though, because playing as a South American country in Vanilla Hearts of Iron is pretty damn boring. It's got to be said. Not a lot really happened in South America during the Second World War, but in Kaiserreich, South America is suddenly very interesting. A lot of stuff happens down there. Anyway, when Manuel Carles executed a coup against the Argentinian state on Christmas 1935, the nation was torn apart in a vicious struggle for control over the presidency. LP and forces from the Argentinian Navy quickly took control of the capital, but was stopped by forces from the army, who began quickly asserting their dominance over the entire nation, leading to a bloody and drawn-out struggle with the fall of Rosario, a vital railway hub for the inner regions. Carles has proclaimed his coup a success and has assumed the presidency this afternoon after a rousing speech for his followers in Buenos Aires, promising vast territorial expansion and an end to the Red Terror that plagues Patagonia. He was met with a wave of enthusiasm by the struggling people of his country. Will this stabilize Argentina? Probably not. Actually, good point. What's the status of the Falklands? They do, in fact, belong to Argentina. Fair enough. I half expected them to be controlled by the Germans or something, to be honest. Right. Southern Democrats complain. Although the coalition is showing signs of success, there's already some dissent from the various factions. The loudest voices belong to those of the Southern Democrats, men of whom are much more conservative and facing stiff-up competition from the America First Party candidates. The coalition has been largely dominated by Northern Democrats and Republicans, with Farmer Labour being the third wing of the coalition. We could try and force a compromise by promising to appoint Southern Democrats to the cabinet and other positions of power if we win. Of course, we could also ignore their protest and focus on winning the election instead. Is Comrade Zhukov still around? Do you know what? I have no idea, but I really want to know because he's one of my favourite World War II generals. Yeah, it's never occurred to me until now, but yeah, what's old Zhukov up to in Kaiserreich? Is he dead? Oh, of all the people they could kill off, why did it have to be Zhukov? Never mind. Zhukov is in the New Order? Yes, he is. He is in the New Order. He's in the West Russian Revolutionary Front somewhere over there. Zhukov is, if you don't know, he's one of the most famous Soviet generals of World War II. And he was best pals with Eisenhower in the US. And Zhukov actually acquired almost an addiction to Coca-Cola. And he liked it so much that basically between him and Eisenhower, they managed to convince the Coca-Cola company to create a special limited brand of Coca-Cola that was disguised to look like vodka in vodka bottles and then sent to Russia, because basically Zhukov could not be seen drinking Coca-Cola because it would be, pro-capitalist or whatever, nonsense like that. So he got this special Coca-Cola imported to the Soviet Union that was disguised to look like vodka. Yeah. Fascinating bloke to read about, Marshal Zhukov. Anyway. Although right, yeah, about these Democrats. Let them complain. Where else will they go? Or promise to appoint them to the cabinet. Bugger off. Where else will they go? Probably to the America First Party or something. Anqing declared war on the left Kuomintang. Right, this is probably going to be the end of the left Kuomintang, I would imagine. They had a good run. They lasted for a whole, 3 months there. Zhukov in the New Order is opposed to Mikhail Tukhachevsky. Came up with the original doctrine of the Russians during World War II, deep battle theory before being purged by Stalin. Yes, it is true. I think him and Voroshilov are both running a little faction out in the west here, somewhere in the New Order, if I recall. In case you're new around here and you don't know what the fuck we're talking about, by the way, the New Order is another alternate history mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that it's actually set in the 1960s in a world where the Germans won the Second World War. And it's pretty dark and it's pretty grim, as you can imagine. But it's also a fantastic mod. It's really good. In that mod, Russia basically collapses into a bunch of bickering warlord states. And one of them is led by Zhukov and Voroshilov. That's what everyone's talking about. So, right, the Great Heatwave of 36. A heatwave has struck the continental United States and Canada. The most severe heatwave in the modern history of North America. The Great Heatwave started in late June and went up over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, or 38 degrees Celsius if you're not from America. As drought, that is pretty goddamn hot, I gotta say. We didn't quite reach 38 Celsius this year, but yeah, that's hot. Yeah, the New Order is not a game. It's not a mod that you want to play if you want to have a cheery, entertaining evening playing Hearts of Iron. You want to. It's one of those mods you play it and you want to crack open some whiskey afterwards. But it's incredible though. Is life depicted as poor for their citizens or just their enemies? We're getting massively off topic here, but basically the New Order is. It's a mod where, as I said, it's a timeline where Germany wins the Second World War, but the whole thing with it, basically, is that it doesn't portray the Nazis in a very flattering way at all. And in fact, the entire system, in the course of playing the mod, completely fucking collapses, because the Nazi system was a joke, really, and would not, without changing completely, would not have lasted very long after the Second World War ended if they had somehow won it. And the mod pretty accurately reflects that the country just very quickly collapses after Hitler dies into an absolute fucking mess. And a lot of the mod, if you're playing as Germany, is negotiating your way through the ensuing civil war between the different Nazi warlords, like Heydrich and what's his name, Goering and Bormann and Speer, etc. Right. It's a really interesting take on it, frankly, because a lot of the Nazis won World War II alternate history fiction seems to grant them strange superpowers that allow them to go to the moon in the 1950s and do all sorts of silly nonsense, as opposed to a more sober take on the idea, as seen in the New Order, where basically their stupid, idiotic projects like damming the Mediterranean at Gibraltar basically results in ecological and an economic collapse. So, because let's face it, most of the Nazis' ideas were stupid dumb. They were really idiotic. Anyway, back to Kaiserreich, everybody. We'll have to play the New Order at some point, though. Okay, so big heat wave. This comes at a time of major political unrest, with the America First Council, a major force in the Midwest politics, and socialist and syndicalist forces gathering strength in the Great Lakes region. The drought is continuing, and over 3,000 reported deaths have been linked to it. Many people are suffering from heat stroke and heat exhaustion. Farmers across the continent saw their worst harvest on record, causing corn and wheat prices to skyrocket. And this heat wave does not seem to be giving up anytime soon. It's a funny thing, but throughout history, going back many centuries, whenever grain prices go up, bad shit always happens. It's one of those things. It just is not you. It's really not. You join the old Hearts of Iron 2 music. Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff. Oh, so that's a lot of Mexican divisions on the border there. Yeah, I think they actually have a bigger army than me. Good heavens. Do we have an air force? I haven't even bothered to check this. Do we have an air force? Yeah, actually we do. Okay. It's not small either, actually. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to consolidate this a little bit, actually. Let's see. We got some fighters. We got some tactical bombers. Same again here. Let's move you guys to Washington. We've got, whoa, loads of stuff here. Although it's on carriers. Okay, that makes sense. Still could be quite useful in the coastal regions, having that. What else we got down here? 200 close air support. Move you guys up to Washington as well. And is that it? Anything in the west? Yes, got some more tactical bombers. And some more close air support up there as well. Okay, yeah, we want to get it all moved to Washington. Get it all over here. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see. We're definitely not massing all of our air forces in a single state for ominous reasons. No, no, no. Better Air Force than Army. Yeah. Air Force and Navy. Coup d'etat in Siam. That's down here, in case you were wondering. News emerged from Bangkok today that a group of officers and intelligentsia calling themselves the Kaiserreich or People's Party has successfully seized control of the government. Key government officials are under arrest, and the king and his heir are said to be safe and well looked after by the new government. A statement was issued by the new prime minister announcing that this was not a military coup, but rather a peaceful transfer of power while a constitution is put in place. Whatever you say, dude. Have our planes arrived? Looks like they have. And they do all fit in the airbase, that's good. Right. Union Nazionalista achieves Italian majority. Unione Nazionale... Oh my... Really? Mussolini's back, everybody! Oh, good. So we got this bastard and this bastard. Great. Looks like the Union of Britain are the only syndicalist faction that didn't go down the arsehole route. Okay, good stuff. Il Duce's back, everyone. Okay. The Fifth Congress of the Socialist Republic of Italy has ended with the Unione Nazionale of Italy, led by Benito Mussolini, achieving a majority of seats in the government. The change in regime marks a turn of the Republic towards a more hardline and militaristic stance, particularly towards the Republic's enemies in the rest of Italy, who have already reacted to the development with alarm. Yeah, I don't blame them. What's Russia doing at the moment? Good question. Looks like Wrangel's still in charge. Biggest faction right now is authoritarian Democrats. I mean, I'm thinking they're probably going down the Tsarist route, but I'm not really sure, honestly. I don't think we have access to their... Oh, no, we can see what their focus is. Resource prospection. Okay, that's a bit dull. Yeah, but last time Wrangel got power in my game, he restored the monarchy, so I guess we'll see. Maybe the Republic will survive. Or maybe he'll just be a dictator. I don't know. Most of the games I've done ended up with Savinkov running the place with his lunatic ultra-nationalism. Then the last one I did ended up with the Tsar. And I don't know how this one's going to turn out yet. Savinkov is pretty much, yeah, he's Russian Hitler, basically, in this mod, yeah. I mean, he was a lot scarier than the Tsar. The Tsar, when he came up, was a bit of a fail-fish. He really just didn't do a very good job in the East, but both times Savinkov got in charge of Russia in my other campaigns, he really kicked the Germans' asses. Right, okay. Red Summer. The summer heat has turned into violence and blood as cities, starting with Charleston, South Carolina, throughout the country engaged in bloody racial riots as whites beat up blacks and burned black businesses. The number of lynchings that occurred throughout the country has spiked during the summer. In response, the African Blood Brotherhood and other elements of the SPA and CSA have begun arming and fighting back. CSA in this being the Combined Syndicates of America, by the way, and not the Confederate States of America. Very big difference there. Have begun arming and fighting back. The Socialist Party of America have defended their actions and have furnished blurry photos they claim to show AFP members in lynch mobs. Can this year get any worse? Yeah, it can. The new Industrial Act. As an offshoot of the Hawking Plan, relief efforts will see new industrial growth in severe vital areas. Primarily, several vital areas, sorry. The font's a bit small, and my eyesight's a bit crap. Sorry, everyone. Where are my gunners? There we go. I can put those on. Tinted gaming glasses. Yeah, it's a whole comical joke that the CSA are in the north and the Union are in the south in this mod. But anyway. Right. Primarily in the military sector. Several of these new companies are planned for Denver, Colorado. At least one other area can be promoted, and the cabinet believes that putting them in depressed areas which are currently strongholds of the AFP or SPA may see their influence in those areas drastically weakened. Promote industry in Minnesota. So, out Minnesota. It's up here somewhere, isn't it? There it is. There's Minnesota, right there. Or promote industry in Tennessee, which is down here somewhere. Right. I'll find it eventually. That's Texas over there. All of this is Texas. Where the X Tennessee? Nashville. Oh yeah, right there. Okay. Okay, so basically, this is just. I'm basically deciding here which of my enemy factions are going to get this industry. I'm going to promote the industry in Tennessee because, generally speaking, the Cindies are generally the scarier faction. I plonked the pop-up right over it. Oh, right, sorry about that. Must have been frustrating to watch. Yeah. Gone with the Wind. Margaret Mitchell published today her novel, Gone with the Wind, which immediately became a bestseller and may be nominated for the next Pulitzer Prize. Even Hollywood is taking notice and is planning a film adaptation to be released next year. Set in the Old South during the American Civil War, many see it as an analogy for the strained political situation in the United States. Many America First Southerners claim the novel supports their cause. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. On that note, I need to take a bio break, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies. But I do need to take a quick break. I need to go pop to the loo, and frankly, I desperately need a drink because my throat is incredibly dry right now. I've been doing a lot of reading out loud. So, bear with me, folks. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Got a big old pint of water to see me through the rest of this. And some wrist exercises as well. The RSI is being a bit stingy lately. I've not been wearing my stupid wrist splint when I go to bed at night. Lately I got lazy. Now I'm paying for it. We are more or less good to go. Right. Do I think I'll stream the Kingdoms of Amalur remaster? To be honest, man, I was kind of thinking it would be one of those games that I'd like to boot up and play while I'm listening to a stream or while I've got a video rendering, in an Adobe Premiere kind of game. But I don't know, maybe. If I was going to stream it, we'd have to wait anyway, because my immediate plans are this. And, what's it called? Death Stranding? That's the one. There we go. Yeah, Death Stranding and maybe also Control. And, and, what is it called? Horizon Zero Dawn, that's the one. That's the bunny. And frankly, probably CK3 as well. Because that game is so good.
Watching you. Scum.
Blasto! Thank you very much for 3 months of Prime subbage. I appreciate it. Cheers to you, sir. I raise my glass to you, literally. Right. Did CK2 Highlander King come to an end? Oh, yeah. A very swift and brutal end. But I won't go into the details here. Alright, we need to select a national focus. Look at the size of this focus tree. I don't know how people ever managed in the days before you could zoom out in the focus tree, because that was a fairly recent addition, apparently. I think they added it in La Resistance. Oh yeah, do check out the VOD later. Yeah, that CK2 playthrough was pretty cool. But yeah, I'm looking forward to streaming some CK3 for you guys, because it's CK2, but even better. I can't believe it. I think it's the best Paradox game I've ever played on release before. By a country mile. Anyway. Shipyard funding scheme. 2 major shipbuilding companies are vying for federal relief funding, and the one we select could mean a large number of new jobs in the region. The trouble is, which one do we focus on? I'm beginning to wonder if we should do the reconciliation with Canada. Don't know when I'm really supposed to do this one. I don't know anything else we can be doing. I don't think there is there? Aside from that, I guess. Let's do reconciliation with Canada. Say the game. I'm always distracted when I play the USA in this game, because I'm pretty sure that it's difficult to hear it over the glorious music. That the American soldiers, when you click on them, they're voiced by I forget his name. He's in tons of stuff, but the most recently he's Arthur Morgan in Red Dead Redemption 2. You probably can't hear it on the stream because it's very quiet, and there's all the music and stuff. But yeah. There's a surprising number of countries that actually have voice lines for them. Actually, by the way, like even the Dutch have voice lines for their soldiers in this game. Kind of fun. The Polish military seizes control. In order to prevent a total collapse of the government in Poland, Poland, poor old Poland, never catch a break, do they? Yesterday, the Sejm, whatever that is, passed an emergency measure to invite the Polish military to create a new government until the economic and political situation stabilizes. The Polish military moved swiftly under the guidance of Władysław Sikorski, who has declared national curfews in the wake of this sudden military takeover. Polish military units now patrol the streets of Warsaw, and many wonder if even after the situation stabilizes, the military intends to stay and create yet another military dictatorship in Eastern Europe. Poland could not choose for itself, it appears. The military chose for her. Oh no. Poor Poland. They cannot into space. They have a few options, I think. I'd like to do a Polish campaign in Kaiserreich one of these days. I wonder how it turns out. That reminds me as well, there's a button here somewhere. There it is. Endonyms mode, exonyms mode. It changes the names of the cities and stuff depending on who owns them. So, for example, you got Nanzig there. But if you change it, that's Nancy. And again, you got Antwerp, Ghent, Lille, Dunkirk, Charleroi. But if you change it, you get Duinkerque stuff. But likewise, you go over here, you get Warsaw if you put it on that mode instead of Warsaw. I'm going to leave it on. I quite like that feature. Alsace-Lothringen rather than Alsace-Lorraine. Yeah, exactly. That's a thing from this mod, by the way. That's not a vanilla feature. Disunity within the coalition. The Democratic and Republican parties have long been at odds since they came to national prominence. As we try to keep our coalition party together, a number of Democrats and Republicans have been getting into verbal shouting matches in Congress. While they are just minor members, the conflict could destabilize the whole coalition if it's allowed to spread. We can either come down hard on one side or try to force some kind of compromise by pressuring rabble-rousers to keep still until after the election. Either way, it should end public dissent for now. This is another, I think, big decision with a capital B. We can side with the Democrats, force a compromise, or side with the Republicans. I think, for our purposes, I think we actually want to side with the Republicans and break the coalition. I think it won't be a big deal to go back and redo it if it doesn't turn out the way we want. So let's just do it. Can't you speed the game up here? I'm not running on ×5 speed for some reason. Behold, as my computer struggles. Urgh. This will only get worse when the war actually starts. Yeah, the Republicans are more progressive in this timeline. Although having said that, I mean, I'm not big on American political history, obviously, but Oh, hello. Got another new division. Excellent. But I always thought that part of the big Republican-Democrat switcheroo was actually like in the 70s or 60s or whatever it was with Barry Goldwater. Liberia asks for aid. The Liberian government, crippled by the effects of Black Monday, on top of their overwhelming national debt, has sent an envoy requesting the American government assist with a bailout. We have our own issues to deal with, but the amount they desperately need is small by comparison and will guarantee us a continued ally in Africa. How shall we respond? Do I really give a toss? If I'm honest. Of course we will help. Or they are on their own. I guess it doesn't cost us anything, so... I mean, well, it looks like we do lose a bit of political power, I suppose. We're hemorrhaging the stuff anyway, so... Oh, we've researched radios. Brilliant. They're on their own. Radios! Which, if we get... And now we could get radio detection, which would allow us to build radar stations. Or we could go mechanical computing and get more research speed. Is there oil there? Good question. Is there oil there? Resource map mode. No, but they do have rubber, actually. Which is almost as useful. Let's see, right. Seriously though, what do we want here? Because I'm actually sitting here and I'm thinking, we've got a decent-sized air force. And, it wouldn't surprise me to... Oh, right, we are actually slightly overstacked here. Let's move some of it to Philadelphia. The bombers to Philadelphia, there we go. And I'm thinking that when the Civil War breaks out, the other factions will probably also get some air forces. In which case, having a little bit of radar could actually give us a real, serious, tangible advantage in air combat and air superiority. I don't know if it's really worth it though. Because I've seen firsthand what it can actually do. When I told you about I told you earlier about that disaster Soviet campaign I was having. One of the reasons I held out for actually a surprisingly long time before I really had to throw in the towel and give up was because on the Russian border, I actually built a lot of radar, and even though the Germans outnumbered me with their air force quite significantly, I actually maintained air superiority, or at least air parity, for quite a while purely because of the radar. So yeah, keep in mind you'll be using civs to rebuild damaged infrastructure and factories. That is also true, yeah. But I mean, radar's not that expensive to build. Yeah, it's like 3.3k construction. You compare that with a civ factory that's like 9,000. You know, it's not. You can get one or two built in not that much time at all. So what are other alternatives? We're still in 1936, so our options are a little bit limited. Maybe an air doctrine would be useful. But of course, which one? I mean, in current Hearts of Iron 4, I think battlefield support tends to be the best one. But because we're playing as the USA, part of me really fancies the idea of properly giving strategic destruction a real go. Because I've never actually bothered in Hearts of Iron 4 before. I've always just gone battlefield support. But like seriously amassing like an actually threatening strategic bomber fleet and really razing some industry to the ground, it's a tempting prospect because it really can do damage in the long run to your enemy's ability to fight, because if they're not being able to produce replacement equipment for all the battles they're fighting, that's how you lose in the long run, really. I mean, that's how I lost to the Soviet Union. I just couldn't keep up producing equipment to replace equipment I was losing. I know you can abandon doctrines later, but it's a big old time waste. Oh wait, is it? Like, oh, are you talking about like a Kaiserreich specific thing? Like I can be like, oh right, I'm gonna switch now to something else. Or do you mean the usual thing where you just click the other thing and then have to research all the way through? You mean vanilla? Nah. See, that's gonna take such a long time, dude. That's a real time waster. I don't really fancy that personally. That's a lot of wasted research time if I wanted to switch later. Ordinarily, I'd be wanting to probably. Well, I mean, field hospital's probably not that bad for us because we've got. I say we've got a fair bit of manpower, but I mean, it might not do fairly soon. But logistics is very good. Field hospital could be very useful. But either of these would require me to edit templates, which I can't do, and also would require me to produce support equipment, which means I'm producing less infantry equipment. Mechanical computing. It's the relatively safe option. And as I said, mathematically speaking, I think you want to do the research speed ones as soon as possible because then you'll get the most out of them, right? Olson's nomination. In a massive rally in Sacramento with leading members from the Republican, Democratic, and Farmer Labor parties, Governor Olson himself came out to accept his nomination as the coalition presidential candidate. This massive rally has been surprisingly well received by the press and those attending it. Hopefully, it can translate to election results. Let us pray that it helps us. Minus 27 stability, yeah. Apparently the coalition hasn't collapsed. Yeah, that's a interesting one. Even though I actually deliberately tried to collapse it. Reconciliation with Canada's done. Woot! Right, let's do this one now. Canada agrees to compromise. This is great news. The Canadian government has reluctantly agreed to the compromise, giving us what repayment they can now, and accepting the deferment until the home isles have been retaken. In exchange, a trade agreement has been put in place with the Entente, something that's likely beneficial for us all. The main downside is that the agreement has been viewed as treachery by the AFP and the SPA, both of which claim our corrupt government has betrayed the very people they fired up only moments before. We'll take what we can get. 200 political power. Oh, that'll be enough for us to actually get something. Socialist Party of America gains power. The America First Party gains power. Canada loses demanded war debt repayment. And they get plus 100 opinion of us. And the Australasian Confederation, West Indies Federation, Dominion of Canada, and 4 others get trade relations with Australasian Confederation changed by plus 50. Okay, whatever. We'll take what we can get. Oh, look at that! 267 political power. Nice! Right. I can't assign ministers or change laws at the moment, apparently. I could... No, I can't. I won't let me change anything. Kaiserreich is saying, no, not allowed. Alright, fair enough. I guess that takes a load off my mind. Decisions available, though. rally public support. Legislate freedoms. There. There's nothing really interesting here aside from the deal with Great Depression timer. Violence reaches the political theatre. For some time, the violence has been mostly between the supporters of radical parties. However, recently the violence is now reaching the candidates and politicians themselves. Failed attempts on the lives of both Huey Long and Jack Reed have occurred in the past few months. Both gunmen shooting from a crowd, both failed, and both resulted in higher security. Several more local politicians have been stabbed during a campaign rally. Moreover, voters from both extremes are turning a blind eye to the violence done to their enemies. Yeah, Menefrego, etc. Interwar artillery. Good stuff. Oh, and German East Asia has declared war on the Indo-Chinese Union. Oh, right, they're having their own little Vietnam War, like a good 30 years ahead of schedule, the Germans. Jolly good. Right. Anything we want to get here? Ordinarily, anti-tank guns might be a good shout, but right now I don't think so. Still researching that land doctrine. Maybe now I should grab that, radar. Alternatively, I could go for excavation 1. I'm determined to get radar, damn it. I'm having some radar, thank you very much. Might have been better to go for an air doctrine, I suppose, but fuck it. Radar! How's it going in China? Can't really tell, honestly. And, oh, look, there's the little Indo-Chinese Union just down here. Hello. Led by Nguyen and Nin. They are radical socialists, for the most part, it would seem. The Aspiration Society. Okay. Well, have fun with that, Germany. Now, I think Ho Chi Minh did make an appearance in old school Kaiserreich, but I don't think he's in the new Kaiserreich. Indochina declares independence. After the Weltkrieg, Germany seized French Indochina, but stability wasn't restored until Germany crushed the South China revolutionaries in 1926. Now, Indo-Chinese nationalists and leftists under a coalition government called the Viet Minh have risen up against the colonial regime after quoting the French Declaration of the Rights of Man and the American Declaration of Independence. Nguyen An Ninh, the head of the Viet Minh, condemned the brutal German oppression of free people and affirmed the Indo-Chinese nation's right to independence. Observers agree with German media that they are just some weak peasants. German garrison forces, or even the police in the Far East, can easily suppress the revolts, known as the Viet Minh. Haha, whatever you say. When did they learn about the Declaration of Independence? They ask. Of course, Ho Chi Minh himself was a big fan of the American Declaration of Independence. It was one of the more tragic aspects of the Vietnam War, really, because Ho Chi Minh actually kind of liked America. He was a big fan of the Founding Fathers. And funny thing, actually, though, is I will watch this with some curiosity, because if you're playing as German East Asia, this is like easily stopped. But the AI German East Asia is frequently a little bit dumb and is quite capable of losing this. So, yeah. The Kamul Khanate declared war on the Xinjiang clique. I don't know how to pronounce the X's in Chinese. Huey Long speaks. Good grief. Brace yourselves, everyone. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party are just like the old patent medicine drummer that used to come around our county. He had 2 bottles of medicine. He'd play the banjo and he'd sell 2 bottles of medicine. One of those bottles of medicine was called high popolorum, and another one of those bottles of medicine was called low popahirum. Finally, someone around here said, "Is there any difference in these bottles of medicines?" "Oh," he said, "considerable. They're both good, but they're different," he said. That high popolorum is made from the bark of the tree, bark off the tree that we take from the top down, and that low popahirum is made from the bark that we take from the root up. And the only difference that I found between the Democratic leadership and the Republican leadership was that one of them was skinning you from the ankle up and the other from the ear down. When I got to Congress, homely sayings do not win elections. Except when they do, of course. That is an actual speech by Long. Yeah, it had a ring of reality to it, that one. That doesn't surprise me. Events or decisions timeout. Deal with the Great Depression. 58 days remaining. I don't think there's anything we can really do other than just wait for it to time out. What side are we going to play as? We're going to play as the Feds. We're going to have a go at preserving the Union. Great heat wave is over. People from Vancouver and Los Angeles to New York and Washington, D.C. let out a sigh of relief as the Great Heat Wave of 1936 has come to an end. And now a cold front has spread over North America. It will come to be known as the United States' deadliest natural disaster of the 20th century, with an estimated death toll reaching 5,000. But even as the heat wave ends, a new chapter in American history is about to begin. At least it's over. MacArthur Feds? Oh, God, no. No, dude. I'm not good enough at this game to play as MacArthur. Disunity within the coalition. In Iowa, a number of farmer labor members have gotten into a conflict with the Republicans. The Republicans are accusing farmer labor of alienating people needed to win the election, while farmer labor is accusing the Republicans of not pushing for the policies needed to end the Depression. This fighting is driving a wedge in the coalition. Also, Hearts of Iron 2 main theme. Yeah! The nostalgia is real. Right, side with the Republicans, force a compromise, side with farmer labor. Don't know which one to choose here, actually. Alston, our presidential candidate, was originally farmer labor, so let's either force a compromise or I'll side with farmer labor. Yeah, that seems like maybe the most appropriate choice, but I'm just thinking ahead in terms of if I press this button instead of this button, is it going to fuck the entire campaign? Because a few of these events as America are a bit like that. I have a guide. I could go check it. Are we going Olsen or are we going Quentin R? I think we want to go Olsen. I think Olsen was my plan. Shipyard funding scheme. Counter policy, coalition, Southern Democrats and Republicans, third event, Republicans and progressives. Aha, right. Favor either side or make a compromise. If you want to break the coalition, you must side with the Republicans. Siding with the progressives does not decrease coalition unity, oddly enough. Neither does a compromise, as should be expected. Okay. Bearing in mind this guide might be ever so slightly out of date, but... So ideally, really what I want is either the three-way war, preferably the three-way war, because apparently it is actually the easier option, even though it doesn't sound like it should be. Or I wouldn't mind having a bash at the old North versus South, USA versus the Union State. By forming the coalition and electing Olsen, you may compromise with Jack Reed by the Velvet Glove focus. Okay. Interesting. You get the classic three-way if a moderate, Garner, Landon, or Olsen gets elected. Assuming no compromise is made. Oh, we might already be on the path to the two-way between the USA and the AUS, actually, because I did compromise with the Cindies at the start, didn't I? I'm not sure. Well, luckily, we can just save the game. Choice 1, we'll call it. Let's side with the Republicans. Sure. Jabal Shammar declared war on Ned. Apparently. That's, oh yeah, this is 2 Arabian factions. Save scum is best scum. Belgian Declaration of Independence. Oh, this always goes a few different ways. Let's see. Sick of German oppression and the disaster of Black Monday, Belgian independence movements throughout the country have been revolting and performing guerrilla strikes on the German army. Due to their own recovery, the German Empire has been unable to support Adalbert I, the fullest, and has let the situation escalate beyond their control. After coordinated strikes by the Independence Army on the cities of Mons and Antwerp, they were finally able to push the Flanders and Wallonian army back to Brussels, where, after fierce fighting, the German king surrendered. With no clear answer yet from the German Empire, many fear that an independent Belgium might be short-lived, especially with the tensions between the Empire and the Commune of France rising and the strategic location of the country. Good luck, Belgium. Yep, independent Belgium, led by the Belgian Parliament right now. Interesting. East Turkestan declared war on the Xinjiang clique. Over here. I don't think I've ever seen East Turkestan win this one, but good luck to them, I guess. Pause. I was having a drink. Okay, Belgium has joined the Reichspakt, the Congress of Arles. With the recent independence of Belgium from their former German masters, the inevitable question that arose from this was simple. What next? The two nations sent representatives to the tiny Ardennes city of Arles in German Luxembourg, near the border with southern Wallonia, and where there the future path of Belgium in Europe was decided. Belgium and the Reich have agreed that in exchange for the Kaiser recognizing the formal independence of Brussels, Belgium would rejoin the Reichspakt, allowing the Germans to protect them against the aggression of the Commune of France. It appears that the Belgians are willing to compromise their newly won independence in order to safeguard their future. Belgium returns to the world stage. The shipyard funding scheme is done. The Hawking Plan has led to 2 major shipbuilding companies vying for a federal contract, one in New York City and the other in Corpus Christi. Both would mean a large number of jobs for the area and would be a boon for our control over the region. The problem is that word of the contract has gotten out, and whichever city we don't choose will likely be enraged, giving strength to the AFP or the SPA in the region. We finished concentrated injury, hurrah. Concentrated injury? Concentrated industry. Right. New York City or Corpus Christi? Where is Corpus Christi? Where the heck is it? Is it on the West Coast somewhere? I don't bloody know. Texas. It's in Texas? I'll take your word for it. I can't see it on the map. New York City. 100%. No national focus. Is that right? We better do that. Okay. Interesting. We seem to have run out of focuses on this side of the tree. So let's scoot on over to War Department expansion, I guess. Unless there's something important I'm missing. Yeah, we've done it all. Okay. War Department expansion. The United States War Department has seen shrinkage over the last half-decade through austerity measures. Now it is vital that staffing be expanded and new innovators enter the department ready for reform. Gains national spirit. War Department expanded, which grants Army experience gain plus 10%. We get a status on an event called Status of the U.S. Army. Right. We've also got a free dockyard. Might as well put it on that submarine. Actually, we've got a couple of free dockyards. There you go. Maxed out my submarines and my destroyers. Actually, I haven't really bothered to organise my navies at all, have I? I really haven't. We've been busily building a lot of submarines and destroyers, as it turns out, because this is my reserve fleet where all the new ships get put into. If you're not familiar with the way this works, but yeah, been busily building lots of destroyers and submarines. I know, right? Carl Dönitz, eat your heart out. Oh, dearie me. All right, what have we actually got though? Seriously, U.S. fleet, battle fleet. Okay, these are all sorted so strangely. We got some dreadnoughts. That's a whole thing in Kaiserreich. Like, dreadnoughts are still actually, like, used in naval warfare in Kaiserreich, whereas in real life they weren't really by this point in history. Battle cruisers as well. Armored cruisers. The USS Woodrow Wilson, and some regular cruisers. USS Northampton! I'm assuming not named after the Northampton nearby where I live. Couple of carriers, the Ranger and the Constellation. I think they're just like light carriers, aren't they? Not heavy carriers. If that's even a thing in this version of Hearts of Iron. We've got lots of destroyers. Apparently we can upgrade them. We've got more destroyers, and well, what are these guys equipped with exactly? None of this is really relevant for now because I don't think the Navy really gets involved in the Civil War very much. But you've got depth charges and you've got sonar. Okay, cool. Oh, you don't have sonar. You just got depth charges. That's a bit rubbish. You need sonar, really. Farragut class Caldwell. Okay, the Caldwells are crap. What are these? They're Farraguts. And some more Caldwells. Caldwell / Clemson / Wicked. Yeah. If I could be asked, I might upgrade them, but I don't think I can be asked. Another destroyer squadron. Okay, then we got subs. Lots of subs. Battleships. Scouting fleet. Scouting fleet? Who the fucking heck uses battle cruisers and a dreadnought to scout in Hearts of Iron? Madness. Carrier. More cruisers. Destroyers. Are these all Caldwells again? Yeah. More destroyers, more destroyers. We don't have a lot of light cruisers, do we? More subs. Some cruisers. More cruisers. Another carrier. More destroyers. More subs. Cruisers. Destroyers. And a cruiser. More subs. More cruisers. Okay, and more subs, and then... Okay, you know what? I think we might actually have more than enough subs and destroyers, as it turns out. Oh, I've been making Rogers Bagley class, actually. That must be new. What's that got on it? It's got sonar. It's got depth charges. And it's got a tier 2 engine. That's important, actually. What do the other ones have? I'm a big... the naval combat in this game frustrated me for quite a while until I actually sat down and tried, watched a tutorial to really understand it. But once I did, I actually came to realize how fucking cool the naval combat system is in this game. And I tend to nerd out over it quite a bit, so you'll have to indulge me, folks, if this isn't terribly exciting. But I love playing naval factions in Hearts of Iron now. I actually enjoy it way more than land combat. Watch for Hawaii. Oh. Right. Yeah. Will moving my fleet away from Hawaii help at all, I wonder? Yeah, I think I might do that. You, come here. Just in case. Yeah. Over here. We believe me when I say we don't need to worry about Japan right now. Now, where was I? Right, yeah. I wanted to check my destroyers. Where are they? Right, these are the Caldwells. They are, yeah, just tier 1 engines. And, the Farragut's tier 2 engines. Okay, it's a good distinction to make because the tier 1 engines, the Caldwells, we can use them as capital ship screens, whereas the Farragut's and the whatever these new ones are called, Port of Summers class and Rogers Bagley class. Is there a difference really much here? Seems virtually bloody identical to me, frankly. But these ones will be really good at convoy escort and submarine hunting, but definitely convoy escort. So that's worth bearing in mind. But we have like no light cruisers at all, and I'm not terribly happy about that, if I'm honest. So you know what? This is nearly done. This one isn't. We'll cancel this one. And we will... Let's have a look. Build ships. Light cruisers. Well, I got escort cruisers. Ah. Design lacks one or more required modules. Armored cruiser. Dreadnought. Carrier. I mean... Getting an improved carrier in the works early on might not be a terrible idea. I'm noticing while we do have some carriers, we don't have a huge amount of carriers. I'm thinking in terms of like future naval doctrines, we might actually want to go fleet in being as America, which is a bit weird. But it might not be a bad idea. Oh, here we go. No, these are cruisers. Right. Okay, so we can build these. Yeah, there's a... Kaiserreich has escort cruisers, as well as cruisers. Never actually understood what the difference was. We've got some out-of-date ones we could build. Mine laying, torpedoes, some big guns. Oh, these are slow as heck. No, it's not what we want, I don't think. Want something with float planes on it. These, for example. What TV? We've got Pensacola and Northampton class. What do we reckon? Yeah, float plane catapult, right? And the you've both got float plane catapults, okay, and tier 2 engines, so 33 knots. The reason I'm so focused on these float planes is basically because what you need in naval warfare in this game is a type of ship that can go out. You need there's kind of two main kinds of fleet really. There's your big strike fleets, which have got all your big stonking great capital ships in that do all the actual battles and blowing shit up. And you have like recon fleets. You have small little task forces that go around the ocean, basically searching for the enemy fleet. Because in World War II, one of the big challenges was actually trying to figure out where the enemy fleet even was. They did a lot of that, like the Battle of Midway, for example. A lot of that consisted of the Americans and Japanese sending out aeroplanes and what have you, trying to locate each other. Because they knew they were in the same general area, but they didn't know exactly where the enemy fleet was. And that's represented quite accurately in Hearts of Iron 4. And you can use aircraft to do it. In fact, aircraft carriers are pretty good at searching for enemy fleets for obvious reasons, because they were really good at it in real life because they have aeroplanes. But also, you can use destroyers for it, particularly if they've got radar. I don't think even our new destroyers have radar, sadly, because we're still researching radar, for God's sake. We don't even know it exists yet, so obviously none of our stuff has radar. But destroyers with radar, they do a decent enough job. But light cruisers with float planes on them do a terrific job of trying to find out where the enemy fleet is. Which is why I'm a bit obsessed with light cruisers right now. Because they're a great thing to have. They're a great thing to have in general as well. Like, light cruisers are good at blowing up enemy destroyers too. So, yeah, light cruisers with recon planes are excellent. They're really good. Aren't recon fleets usually just a set of 9 one-ship destroyers? Yeah, I mean, what I actually tend to do is I do like 4 destroyers and a single light cruiser with a float plane. That's what I usually tend to do, but, you know, you work with what you've got available, generally speaking. But since I've noticed that Kaiserreich doesn't really do light cruisers, it just has cruisers and escort cruisers, I'm now wondering if actually I've got a bunch of what I would consider to be light cruisers and I just didn't realise. Here we go. USS Pensacola, in fact. Yeah, looks like max speed 33 knots. Although, oddly enough, it says 31 there. Don't know why that is. But yeah, max speed 33 knots. No radar, because we haven't invented it. But it does have float planes. Okay, so yeah, we do actually have a supply of cruisers we could use for that. So, you know what? No need to panic. I think we're fine. So, I tell you what, instead, carriers or big-ass battleships? That is the question, boys and girls. We got a selection of big capital ships as well. We've got battleships, Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we can build any that aren't out of date. Then we've got dreadnoughts. We can build a South Carolina class dreadnought if we want to. Let's have a look at this big bad boy. Max speed, quite slow. He's got some stonking great big guns. Escort cruisers equals light cruisers and cruisers equal heavy cruisers. Okay, you think it's law related? Oh, right, because of course, right. You had those post-World War I naval treaties in real life that limited ship tonnage, and because that didn't happen in Kaiserreich, ships are classified differently. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right, fair enough. So really what I want is escort cruisers, but unfortunately I can't actually make any. Except for these terrible, terrible Omaha-class jobbies, which are really slow and don't even have float planes. So, genuinely, I don't have any naval experience to edit these, so genuinely, our air quotes heavy cruisers, our big cruisers, actually, I think I will use them in my recon fleets. I think, in spite of the fact that they're quite big, they've got what I need though. They've got the speed and they've got the float planes, so they'll do in a pinch, methinks. But yeah, I guess that now the question is simply, what do we want to build instead? That's a few dreadnoughts. I believe dreadnoughts are extra good in Kaiserreich at doing shore bombardment, and that may be relevant later on. But the thing about building ships is you really need to plan ahead, because they take a long time to build. I mean, our production capacity is actually surprisingly good. I mean, it's not going to stay that way, having said that. But a bit of progress now is less progress we have to make later. We could just carry on farting out submarines and destroyers. You can rarely go wrong with that, to be fair. But, it's got me thinking. How many cruisers do we actually have? We got those. We got... Oh, those are battle cruisers. That's a different kettle of fish. Those cruisers. Okay, so we got a couple of stacks of cruisers. And a little mini stack of cruisers there. And another little mini stack. How many carriers do we have? 1, 2, 3. Hold on, there's a screen that helps you with this. We have 4 dreadnoughts and 4 carriers, 4 armored cruisers, 18 battleships, 34 cruisers, 172 destroyers, 92 subs. Why on earth would the US have battle cruisers? Alternate history, fun times, that's why. I'm guessing a battle cruiser is maybe a slightly different thing. In ding 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 ding. I hope you're enjoying that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. But we've got battle cruisers apparently. I mean, they're not actually showing up on here, oddly enough. Was I misreading it? Oh no, BC. Oh, it's got BC, but it is considered a battleship. A battleship's the new battle cruiser in Kaiserreich. Is that what I'm not getting? It's probably that, isn't it? Dreadnoughts are the new battleships. Battleships are the new battle cruisers. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that's it. So, that would explain it. It's just got the old battle cruiser, like, sprite image here. even though in Kaiserreich it's considered a battleship. Alright. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking... I mean, we have 4 carriers, but I'm definitely thinking that... Oh, apparently we can select a technology to research. I'm definitely thinking I might want to go fleet and being. Doctrine. It'll give us good subs. It'll give us really good convoy protection. It will give us great, like, you know, battleship buffs. Those naval jumbos making your head spin. So, based on that decision, are they useful carriers? I mean, they're alright. They're little carriers. They're itty bitty mini carriers. They're not, like, really cool ones, I don't think. I could have sworn that in this game you used to have light carriers and heavy carriers, but maybe I'm wrong. But I don't think they're anything special. Where are they? Where are my carriers? USS Ranger, Ranger class. You can carry 24 carrier fighters, 18 carrier casts, 18 naval bombers. It's a carrier. It does carrier things. Add the mod playing musical chairs with classifications and it's impenetrable, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, maybe it's a vanilla thing. I guess it's not a Kaiserreich thing. Because the whole gimmick with Kaiserreich when it comes to the Navy, I think, is that carriers are less popular. Dreadnoughts are more popular. Like dreadnoughts even existing at 1936 is a whole silly alternate history gag, really. So let's embrace Kaiserreich. And yeah, we'll go fleet and being, Royal Navy style, and let's build some dreadnoughts, I guess, or start building some dreadnoughts. South Carolina class. It's got big ass guns. It's got a slightly improved engine, but it's still slow as heck because it's a dreadnought, and it's not meant to be fast. Big gun times. Yep. We don't have any radar we can put on it, sadly, but we couldn't adjust it anyway because we've got no Navy experience. Still got more slots free, even though I think if you put even more stuff on it, it would get even slower. Yeah. 1 dreadnought, please! We actually have 5 more free dockyards. Make that 2 dreadnoughts! It's like the build-up to World War I all over again. Jolly good. Alright. Now, the Civil War is probably going to wreck our naval production, but, you know, it'll happily sit there in dry dock until everything's over and we carry on with it, I suppose. Fleet exercise would be good. I mean, I suppose you're not wrong, although it is awfully heavy on the old fuel. And we want to save fuel for reasons. Select a tech to research. Let's see. Anything worth grabbing? Nah, we don't want to waste time with naval stuff right now. Let's see. Production. Anything here? Engineering. An air doctrine might not be a bad idea. Done 1953. Yeah, no. Yeah, we need to trade for a bit of resources, but I don't think we need 50 chromium. Yeah, we're not getting that off anyone. Although, do we really have 30 available factories? I guess like the events have actually freed us up some stuff. Oh my god, they really have actually. Look. We got like 30 factories working on construction right now. Holy crap! Maybe we could trade for some chromium. Hey, South Africa, can you give me an entire chromium mine, please? Yeah. I think South Africa does indeed have a lot of chromium. 50 chromium, though. Like, mate, that's a lot of factories. That's 7 factories going to trading for chromium. Oh, God. Who has more, Turkey or South Africa? It looks like South Africa's got more. Is it really worth the chromium? I'm not sure it is, you know. I think I might just go back to building some more destroyers, right? We could do one. We could do one dreadnought at a time. But more than that, well, I mean, can we? We still need 25 more just for the one dreadnought, but that's maybe slightly more reasonable. That would be 4 factories. This is none of this is reasonable. What am I doing? What am I doing? Forget it. Just forget it. How about a cruiser? How about a cruiser? A Northampton class. What is actually the difference between the Northampton and the Pensacola? I mean, the Pensacola is more expensive in steel, for one thing, but... The Northampton's faster. Why is it faster? Because it has less guns, looks like. Yeah, significantly fewer guns. So this is the old Pensacola's better at destroying stuff. Although it doesn't have very much light attack. So not actually that good at destroying destroyers, is the funny thing. Neither of them are, really. But it looks like the Northampton would be our go-to sort of recon cruiser. So I think I'll build some Northamptons. There you go. How about, I tell you what, best of both worlds. I'll have a Northampton and a Pensacola in the works. There you go. Job done. Only cost us some steel, and we got plenty of that. Whew. I've now drank an entire pint of water. I need to go to the toilet, folks. I'm sorry. In fact, we're going to need to stop the stream soon. We're getting close to midnight. Good grief. Sorry, but guys, I've bored you all to death now with naval nerdery. I apologize. We'll be kickstarting the Civil War any minute now. Honest. I'll leave you with Hearts of Iron 2, Ride of the Valkyries while I pop to the loo. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Hello. I don't want to click on the intermission screen because I don't think I've actually removed all the bogus dead sources on it, so it'll make OBS go weird. That's the only reason I'm not using it. I think I still have distraction card effects, though, if you miss him. There he is. There's all distraction card effects. Anyway. Okay. Right. Yeah, sorry about all that naval talk. Naval gazing, you might call it, in fact. I do amuse myself at times. However, it was actually good that we had a look at that. The thing is, the upcoming Civil War, I suspect, is going to probably do a number on our Navy, and it will definitely do a number on our naval production. But I'm glad we looked at it regardless, because it allowed me to plan ahead a bit. And really think about what we want to do in the future, because while the Civil War's raging, of course, it's not going to be very, very relevant at all. However, my plan, obviously, is to win the Civil War. And when we've done that, we're going to be wanting to, head on across the Atlantic and export some capital F freedom to the Cindies. And for that, we're going to need a fleet. And for three main reasons, really. One, obviously, is going to be to sink the Union of Britain's fleet, because it's big and it's scary, and it's mean. Reason two is because one really good way to beat the Union of Britain is to just sink all of their ship with submarines so that the island basically starves. Succeed where Karl Dönitz failed, basically. And reason number three is that when we actually do get our doughboys over to Europe to liberate the place, we're going to need to supply them across the ocean. And in order to do that, we're going to need convoys. And actually, that's just made me realize we should build convoys. In order to do that, we're going to need convoys, and with convoys, we're going to need to defend them against the Union of Britain's submarine fleet. And the Union of Britain has a big submarine fleet in this game. So that's something we definitely want to take care of. So for like the first part of our campaign, the Navy is going to be practically non-existent. And then in the second part of our campaign, it's going to be incredibly important. So, yeah. Anyway. But yeah, so that was worth having a sit and a think about, really. Right. No more rule Britannia. Well, indeed. I don't trust the Canadians to use their fleet sensibly, is the thing. I really don't. I'm not sure I even trust the Germans to use their fleet sensibly either. I trust them a bit more than the Canadians, but still, I feel like a lot of it's going to come down to us. So, yeah. The Canadians are just fucking idiots in Kaiserreich with their fleet. They always get it sunk. So, yeah. Research. What do we want to research? Maybe an air doctrine? I really am kind of set on this whole strategic bombing idea, even though it's probably not the best choice. So,
do it.
I really fancy the idea of doing something like capturing Orkney or the Shetlands, or even like because Norway sometimes can go socialist and join the International, and if they do, we could invade Norway and then use that as a base to strike out with strategic bombers and absolutely flatten France and Britain's industry. So, yeah. And strategic bombers will actually have the range probably to fly all the way out from Iceland to hit the Union of Britain as well, so I think we'll see how we get on, because, as I said, I've never really gone all in on strategic bombers in Hearts of Iron 4. I've never done an Arthur Harris. and gone like, yeah, I'm gonna bomb them into submission. I'd really like to give it a try, so. Because I suspect if you really, really went ham with it and you got enough strategic bombers, you could just total their industry. You could just completely murk their capability of waging war. And we're America. Believe me when I say we have the capability to build a ludicrous amount of strategic bombers. We'll need a lot of fighters too, though, because air superiority is mega important in Hoi 4. Which means we'll have to make a choice between regular fighters and heavy fighters. Which is interesting. That can wait, though, I think, for now. So you're planning on joining the Germans? Well, we'll be joining the Entente, which will be... Our relationship with the Germans will be kind of vaguely cooperative, but sort of not. It'll be akin to the relationship between the Allies and the Soviets in real World War II. So... Yeah, Federal USA joins the Entente. I think you wanna join the Germans. You probably want to go Union State. I think they're the more pro-German faction. Yeah, maybe you do get a bit of a choice with the Feds, but I intend to join the Entente. Freedom. You can almost hear the bald eagle crying in the distance. We're going to liberate Europe. Reverse this horrible, cursed timeline we find ourselves in. Bring democracy back. Freedom! As the Hearts of Iron 4 theme tune soars in the background. I love it. Right, okay, anyway. It'd be nice to actually start the Civil War sometime in this stream. At the rate we're going, it'll start and then I'll have to stop for the night. Indian Citizenship Act, here we go. In order to gain more sympathy from the North and the West, it has been proposed by the Senate and the House that the Indian Citizenship Bill be passed, effectively elevating all indigenous peoples of the United States from second-class citizens to full citizenship. Northeastern and Western politicians in both the major parties support this, while some Southern Democrats, those guys, and Northern Republicans have deemed it frivolous. Since we can't spend political power on basically anything right now, except for these two fairly decisions, might as well do it. Although more instability, hurrah. Pass the act. Hopefully it'll gain us some sympathy. I hope that was the right decision. Oh! Let me check my little guide. I don't think that was I don't think that was that impactful, that one. Third event was the Fourth Indian Citizenship Act. Either sign the act or veto it, preventing it from passing. Vetoing it gives you PP, also decreases coalition unity. Passing it does neither. Okay, so we probably should have vetoed that if we wanted the coalition to collapse. But I'm not sure I even care anymore. Main thing is we want to prevent the MacArthur coup happening. And I think that's fairly easy to do. Beyond that, whatever happens will happen. Also, sorry, what was... Oh, that was the Pearl Harbor fleet arriving on the eastern coast here. I think. No, hang on a minute. Whose ships are those? No, those are okay. That was. Yeah, that was the Pacific Fleet arriving. Okay, cool. Yeah, if MacArthur happens, we're in so much trouble. East Turkestan declared war on the Kumul Khanate. Really? Oh my goodness. East Turkestan's actually doing okay. Don't know for how much longer, but usually they get stomped. Also got an unassigned division. Welcome to the army, boys. 4th Ivy Division. Do the PSA really struggle for manpower? Yeah, they do. They're not an easy faction to play as. Is Ungern Sternberg still in control? No, he is not. Oh boy. Paraguay falls to syndicalism again. The nation of Paraguay has been in crisis for several years, in part due to the failing policies of the Jose Felix Estigarribia administration, which arose in the wake of the 1934 counter-coup against syndicalist rule. After a swift yet bloody battle today in the streets of Asunción between government, revolutionary, and nationalist troops even, it is the Arbristas that have triumphed, seizing control of the presidential palace and declaring Estigarribia's government dead. Having radicalized since their brief 3-month rule in 1934, Rafael Franco's arguably totalist Partido Abrilista Paraguayo is set to make a number of major changes. Paraguay, it seems, is red once more. Left, right? Can't they just pick one? Paraguay is socialist. Socialist Republic of Paraguay. And yeah, they're naughty totalists. I can't believe we got Mussolini in this one. So at the Brazilian elections, yeah. South America very quickly turns into a nightmare in this. Here we go. Status of the US Army. Oops. Paused, right, okay. The defense of the United States has always been an uphill battle. Stretched thin against the vast breadth of the North American continent, the United States Army has had little chance to distinguish itself throughout its 160-year history. It won the bare minimum of victories to maintain American independence during the Revolution and War of 1812. It performed admirably against a corrupt regime in the Mexican-American War, but half of those forces would provide the seed for the fledgling Confederate Army during the ensuing Civil War. More recently, the Army performed barely adequately to subdue the heavily outgunned Spanish and struggled to suppress the half-starved Filipino insurrection more than 30 years ago. Prevented from joining the Weltkrieg on either side, it has suffered in both doctrine and technology with no tanks at all, and a small air corps, so, I mean, they're not that small if I'm honest, subsidiary to the ground forces. I mean, I disagree. Our air force is noticeably bigger than our ground forces, but whatever. With the hobbled lion that was the British Empire on the northern frontier and a syndicalist stronghold poised in the south, the US Army must be asked to defend the Republic from enemies within and without, and few agree that they are up to the task. They'll have to suffice. Am I family friendly? I mean, I try to be, but the occasional swear slips through. I think it does pop up when you go on my stream, the thing saying it's, you know, it gives you the mature audience disclaimer, so. I try to tone it down a bit just because of, well, you know, monetization issues for one thing, and also, you know, in case people are watching the stream with kids in the background, but a lifetime of bad habits is a difficult thing to shift, unfortunately. What do we want to go? What are we doing now? What are we doing now? Is there anything we can do now? I think the US Navy is the only focus left to us right now. Yeah, it is. All right. Well, hey! Back on the Navy again, folks. The American Navy, an institution whose history is so deeply interwoven with that of the nation as a whole, has been in steady decline after years of neglect. No more! We must again turn our attention to naval affairs. Again, it's a fairly significantly large navy, I'll be honest, we've had a big old tour of it just now, and it's a stonking great navy. I'd love to have a navy like that playing as some other factions. It makes me suspicious, though. Like the game's given us such a massive navy. I'm beginning to wonder if, like, half of it, or even 2/3 of it, is just going to disappear once the Civil War starts. And just be unrecoverable. Okay, boys. Okay. Here we go. It's the election time. It's the election. Here we go. Woo! Let's drop a save, shall we? Election. Alright. 1936 presidential election. The results are finally in from what has probably been the most ideologically contested presidential election in the United States has ever witnessed. None of the three major parties have secured enough votes in the Electoral College to outright win the presidency, and as a result, the House of Representatives once again has to vote on the winner of the election. This is probably not the end of our problems. It's really not. But for the time being, victory goes to Lloyd Olsen. That's what we want. Yeah, we're picking Olsen. If we pick either of these, we get MacArthur's military coup. Floyd Olsen. Politics will change. National Unity becomes the ruling party. Public elections will be held. Elections take place every 4 years because we're all democracy and nice and stuff. Change in popularity of social democracy, 20%. It's 3%, and yet he's won somehow. It's maddening, isn't it? How did he manage that? Oh, wait a minute. No, National Unity is the big yellow one. Because National Unity is... I guess it's Floyd and the Republicans and Democrats. It's the coalition, right? Because the coalition didn't collapse on us, it did it. Even though I was kind of trying to get it to do it. I forgot the coalition didn't collapse. Whoops. Yeah, Floyd Olsen is sworn in. And national focus completed. The old order prevails. There he is. There's old Floydy boy. Despite his rural upbringing, Floyd Olsen has been able to see the great diversity in America through travel and activism, working as a Shabbos goy, whatever that is, an IWW stevedore, and finally an attorney pushed Olsen towards progressivism in the 1920s. Olsen joined up with Robert LaFollette's Farmer Labor Party following the 1924 election. Olsen worked tirelessly for the next decade in order to gain allies for the Farmer Labor Party, stopping only to seek a treatment for his stomach ulcers in 1930. A reputation as a surprisingly influential governor of Minnesota and a national advocate for peace catapulted him into the White House on a bipartisan ticket against radicalism. There we go. He gives us plus 5% political power gain and plus 1% trade deal opinion factor. That's a non-Jewish person that does stuff for Jews on the Sabbath. Oh. Every day's a school day, folks. I didn't know that. So there he is. The stomach ulcers thing makes me think that he's probably going to die of stomach cancer or something before the campaign's over. He's going to do a Roosevelt and die before the war's finished or something. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. I don't know. But there you go. He is our president now. For how long? We'll see. The tension is palpable as I sit here watching the clock go by, and there we go, finally something. AFP contest election results. It's SPA contest election results. The America First leadership have contested the results of the election. They claim that Reid's allies have rigged the election and demanded a recount. Huey Long even made a mocking speech accepting the presidency to his followers. Some murmurs from inside the AFP have reported that the Democrats that left for the AFP have expressed regret for losing this historic election. What a card. lose even more stability. Yay! SPA contest election results. Members of the Socialist Party of America have refused to accept the results of our free and fair election. What a big surprise. Claiming that the House of Representatives system has subverted the will of the majority. Jack Reed has said as much and called the whole of Congress reactionary for this injustice. Independent newspapers from inside the SPA have reported that the AFL are beginning to show cracks in their solidarity with Reed. Damn Reed! Yay, minus 44 stability! Woo! You wonder if the CSA will show up or not. Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know. I think either two things are going to happen now. Either it's going to be like a reboot of the original American Civil War with like the South versus everything else, or we're going to have the one where it's the South and the CSA up here versus the Feds. I think it's going to be one of those two, I think. Because we did compromise with the SPA earlier. President Hoover supports new president. Herbert Hoover broke personal political lines to throw his support behind the incoming president, Floyd Olson. Hoover stated that only adherence to the word of the law could bring the country together in these tough times. Floyd Olson, in turn, has thanked Hoover for his service to his country. His support is appreciated. There we get a little bit of stability back. Hey, superior firepower. And now let's restart researching delay. It's going to take ages, but do I want to do it now, or do I want to wait until we've saved up some army experience? Thing is, I'm probably going to spend army experience on editing division templates mostly. So I think I'll do it. I won't delay. You did it. You bought CK3, downloading it now. Dude, enjoy it. It's a fantastic game. It's really exceeded all of my expectations. It's so good. Oh, yes, new division just in time. Welcome aboard. The Guangdong clique declared war on the Guangxi military government. What is going on in China? Oh god, there's even more factions! Jesus Christ, the left Kuomintang are still around. It's the longest I've ever seen them survive. Look at it! Just look at it! So many factions! Has Spain had its civil war yet? No, it hasn't. I can't believe we're still in 1936. God, streaming this game makes me progress so much slower. If I was playing this by myself, I'd be in like 1940 by now. Jesus Christ. Is Chen Xiaoming still alive? Who is that? Is Chen Zhongming? Is that you meant? Kind of surprised Japan hasn't snapped up 1/3 of China now. Well, the thing is, Japan right now is actually a democracy. They're one of the good guys. So, you know, they're not nasty fascist Japan from our timeline right now. Liberal victory in Brazil. In alliance to the old guard, opposition members, and many types of liberals, the Liberal Party was seen as the second horse in the presidential race, but now it stands at the top, with the dust settled having edged the Republicans also narrowly. With a party program based on the idealistic principles that were failed to be upheld by the First Republic, and a will to diversify and modernize the economy by bring growth back to the nation, BL leadership will begin in January as preparations for the peaceful transfer of power occur. Time will tell. if such an idealist and somewhat unstable government can keep the country on a good path in these troubling times. Alright. Guys, a country in Kaiserreich had an election and it wasn't won by total weirdos. Isn't that amazing? Oh boy. Let's have a look at Japan for just a second. Do you know, I've not even set up a intelligence agency yet. We should probably do that. Yeah, we can't see what they've already researched. But, I'm guessing they went down defend democracy? Since they're still a democracy? Maybe it's still too early, though. I don't know. How is Russia doing? Still wrangle. Must be a bug reporting the forums right away. That's for the elections, you mean. Okay, U.S. Navy. Status of the U.S. Navy. The United States Navy, long the darling child of American defense establishment, has been a strong force in global maritime affairs for nearly 50 years. A rival even to the vaunted Kaiserliche Marine and Royal Navy at their height in the Weltkrieg, it has defended America's shores and sallied forth to spread stability and democracy for nigh on 160 years. From John Paul Jones's raid on the British mainland to the Battle of Manila Bay, the Navy has provided the security needed by the Republic from those that would infringe upon our independence from beyond the seas. All is not well in the modern day, however. The Navy ships are old, have flagships, Weltkrieg-era dreadnoughts, even as Germany and the syndicalists engage in a new naval arms race, and the tattered remnants of the Royal Navy lick their wounds. New carriers have been commissioned, but they are nowhere near ready to take on the Imperial Japanese fleet. See, it's funny it mentions that, but I've never seen Japan show remotely any interest in the US at Kaiserreich. Whatever. Marine Corps fares better, hardened as they are by constant action in the tropical locals. I think locales is what it meant there. But they are small, only a few regiments strong, and are powerless to affect increasing tension at home from their far-flung island bases. I mean, you say that, but one of the first things I did was actually bring them back home. Where are the Marines right now? Around it somewhere. Where did I leave the Marine Corps? Someone check behind the sofa? There they are. They're in Dover, apparently. I mean, technically, apparently, they're the Panama Canal garrison, but yeah, they're also the Marines. Unless there's more Marines out there somewhere that I don't know about. No, it's just them. Wrangle usually restores the Tsar. I mean, that's what we did last time he popped up for me, so yeah, that's what I'm expecting. Or he makes himself one. But yes. The Marine fares better. The Marine Corps good. Yeah, we get that. The Honor Guard in Washington, D.C. look increasingly powerless as violence in the nation's capital increases. Our white ships might dominate the waves, but many question whether it will be enough to face the gathering storm on the horizon. Semper Fortis? Question mark? Creation of the International Avant-Garde. A combined effort by the Commune of France and the Union of Britain a few days ago has birthed the International Avant-Garde, a program that aims to create a united art style for art and genre for music, as well as new literary techniques, each of them encouraged to be socialist, unorthodox, anti-traditionalist, and anti-religious. It's reported that artists, writers, and musicians from all around the world will participate in this program, from the United States to South Africa to Japan. The first festival to show off the fruits of the program is planned to happen within 2 years at Cannes. Is this the dawn of the new syndicalist entertainment? Truly curious. Yes. It's one of the often forgotten facts about the Russian Revolution, actually, is like the very early Bolshevik years. There was a lot of avant-garde and weird and interesting art going on, actually, in the Soviet Union. It's only really once your boy Stalin took over that yeah, all that shit got banned. Oh, Stalin. Oh, you. Oh, dear. Oh, that wacky Stalin. Had it again. Oh, God. Radio detection is done. We have radar, ladies and gentlemen. We have radar. Very basic radar. Not radar that's good enough to put on a ship yet, sadly, but it's radar. Hurrah. It's December 1936. Which is an awkward time to be selecting a new technology because within, like, 4 days... Actually, fuck it. Just let it... Italian government falls. After many months of terrorist acts by the ANI rocked the Italian Republic and caused many within the nation to doubt the government's ability to maintain order, a vote of no confidence was held in Milan today. Bearing in mind, the Italian Republic, and this is that tiny little micro-state in the northeast. A motion which passed by the narrowest of margins. After much acrimony in the government's chambers, it was clear the Republic had fallen and there was going to be no resolving the differences among politicians and the people. It seems Venice and Lombardy have been elected to go their separate ways, each led by their own governments. And we get independent Venice! Are we getting a blessed independent Venice run? We are! There it is, boys. Venice is back. We're back in the 15th century, everyone. Hooray. And Lombardy. Led by this lunatic. But yeah, we got Venice. Such doge, much canal. Very serene. Right. Okay, a couple more days. And... Happy New Year, everyone. There we go. Right. That means we can now research some 1937 tech. Without a penalty. Probably could have done it anyway. Actually, the penalty would have been insignificant, but whatever. Let's go with... Concentrated Industry 2. Yeah. The New Year's Day strike. Oh, God. In protest of the election results, the SPA has launched a strike on New Year's Day, which has crippled the industries of the North. Councils of trade unions and councils of professional workers have been set up to run the cities of the Steel Belt during the strike. The Hearst newspapers have demonized this to be similar to the general strike that set off the British Revolution. This is going to cause a problem. Gained by stability, another minus 5%. Gains national spirit, New Year strike. Oh, God. Civil War's about to start, boys and girls. I'm gonna drop a hard save before I forget to do it. Here we go. I'm going to drop the speed down to 4 as well. I mean, you'll know when it really starts because the game will freeze up for like 10 seconds while it spawns in the new countries, but... Doodly doodly doo! Oh, free civilian factories. Hurrah! We've finished building more factories and stuff. Build me some of that radar I was all happy and excited about. How about that, eh? Although the problem is, I'm wondering where exactly should I put the radar, because I don't want to build it and then have the the enemy occupy it immediately when the Civil War starts, because that would be embarrassing, mostly. Let's put it there. And maybe here as well. You get a bit of overlap. You get it's betterer. No, I'm not doing it. No, Red Colorado. Terrible, terrible idea. You'll see why pretty soon. Unless you already know, in which case, why are you even saying? I want to overhit. Okay, I'll level with you. My plan for the Civil War basically is to hold the East Coast. I will assess the situation when it actually kicks off, but I may end up just abandoning the West, evacuating up the corridor that forms, and making the East Coast into my fortress, and then pushing out from there. Basically, I think is probably going to be my plan, which is why I want to build radar over here, because I want to have my fighters doing defensive air superiority over here to stop the baddies from bombing me, and radar, gosh, it helps a lot with air superiority, like a huge amount, so, and interception, for that matter. Radar was a thing I never really bothered with in the old Hearts of Iron 2, but I've, as I said, when I was doing my Soviet campaign recently, I learned the power of radar, and it was quite impressive, so... Sweden declared war on Norway. Why? I mean, the answer is because Kaiserreich, but seriously, why? What happened? Okay, Sweden's got a little bit fashy, it looks like. And Norway is going increasingly lefty. But I'm not sure that really still explains anything. Temporary military government. Oh, I think it looks like they've had a coup of some sort. And they're a member of Mitteleuropa as well, so it's the Germans. Does that mean Germany's going to end up at war with Norway? Is this going to start off World War II? Weltkrieg Nummer 2 in 1937? I wouldn't put it past the game for that to happen. That would be really interesting. But probably not, because I don't think Norway's in the international, is it? Nah. Still, you never know. Mitteleuropa is not a military alliance. Oh, right. Yeah. I forgot. Mitteleuropa is the... Yeah, in Hoi for Kaiserreich, it's the economic alliance. It's not the military one. The military one is the Reichspakt, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Okay. Sorry, in old Kaiserreich, Mitteleuropa was the name for the actual military alliance and everything. So, or a backyard war, yeah, a bit of a proxy war up there between the two sides, I guess. I imagine these two might be sending volunteers to Norway, and Germany will be sending volunteers to Sweden. It's the first time I've seen this happen in Kaiserreich, though. I must admit, actually, I've done like 3-4 campaigns now in the new Kaiserreich, and this is the first time this has happened. So, Floyd B. Olson's inauguration. Here we go. After his election, Olson addressed the nation. He called for patience and civility in these difficult times. He was quoted as saying, "A nation cannot be preserved which does not preserve its citizens. Industry is reducing wages, lowering the standard of living, destroying buying power. This cannot be the way we solve our economic problems." Reinvigorated with the news that his stomach cancer is in remission. Oh yeah, he's got cancer. He's so gonna die in like 1944 or something. Olson boldly strides into the White House amidst protests from both socialists and hardliners with the promise of fixing the economy, restoring national brotherhood, and preventing political violence by any means necessary. Whether the rest of the nation would listen to the message was another story. America is one nation, indivisible. I mean, we can tell ourselves that if we like, if it makes us feel better. But, I don't know about that, guys. National focus. Okay. I think we've unlocked this now. Whoa! Oh, God. I didn't unpause it. I mean, I didn't pause it. Indivisible. My booty! What does that quickly mission do? We will check that in just a second, actually. The Legation Council votes on providing aid to Sichuan Province. The southern Chinese province of Sichuan is currently experiencing a terrible famine and is struggling to save its people. They've requested that the Legation Council authorize the legation cities to help them open up new sources of grain until the land can recover. Many experts on Chinese politics, however, warn that the money we send for famine relief could just go directly into Sichuanese warlords' pockets. We shall vote fairly. Okay, so... Right. The Velvet Glove or the Iron Fist? Okay. What happens if you just delay this? I'm assuming you get something bad will happen if you delay it. Act quickly. Yeah, okay, so that this act quickly is the game basically telling us choose one of those focuses right now. Otherwise bad things will happen. So we have a choice. The Velvet Glove. The only hope for peace in America is to sit down with the SPA controlling the AFL and IWW and end this general strike. Or the Iron Fist. Enough diplomacy. The Socialist Party of America and America First are purely secessionist groups whose organization must be ended at any cost. Right. Now. This one, I know this one. This one will lead to us having... We'll basically end up negotiating with Reed and his socialists, and it will lead to a civil war purely between the Union and, the other Union, the Union State. That's not confusing at all. But, yeah, between the federal government and Huey Long. The Iron Fist is I'm less clear on. This could either lead to the opposite, where it's everyone versus the CSA, or it could lead to both of them for a three-way civil war. Now, like I said, I've been told that apparently, and I suppose it was certainly the case in old school Kaiserreich, I suppose it was, but I've been told that the three-way civil war is actually the easiest to play as the Feds, for various reasons. Playing against with the Feds just versus Long is apparently a little more difficult because the Union State basically get gifted a shit ton of states, and it can be quite a tricky one to deal with. Save time just to be safe. I mean, yeah, that's probably an excellent idea, to be fair. Let's call it glove or fist. So I guess the question really is what do we want to do? What do we want to do? I have this little guide from Reddit here. I'm just going to have a little butchers at it and see what it says. Okay, so the Type 3 Civil War, the Type 2 Civil War in the guide is the three-way. Kinky. But yes. The Type 3 is USA versus CSA. Type 4 is USA versus the Union State. So... the election and the new president. Okay, part 5, the actual Civil War. No, hang on a second. In a Type 4 civil war, you must keep the coalition together and elect Olsen, which we've done. After his inauguration, you'll have to pick the Velvet Glove focus to negotiate with Reed. Yeah, so that's the one I mentioned. If you want a Type 2, there are multiple options. If you want to get it be even easier, you should break up the coalition and elect Alf Landon. However, you can get a Type 2 civil war with Garner and Olsen, but they also have other options. Anyways, the reason for why Alf Landon is the best president for a Type 2, the reason is Alf's popularity and background. You'll get flavour events about Long and Reed trying to attack President Landon, but failing miserably and making themselves look like fools. Oh, I kind of wish we'd got that route now. That would sound like fun. Sorry, I've just noticed. My cable was caught up in my microphone. If that's been making weird noises this whole time, I heartily apologise. Okay. Doodly-doodly-doo. This decreases their power, giving you a much better chance to flip swing states to your side. Oh, I see. Right, that's why it's the best option, because they don't make themselves look like idiots, which means that the feds get more states in the event of that, in the event of a Type 3-way civil war happening. Right. To get Type 2 civil wars, the other moderates do this. As Olsen pick the Velvet Glove focus and also invite Long to the negotiations and then throw him out. Okay. Yeah, right. Do you know what, folks? I fancy... I mean, the CSA are scary bastards. I hate the fact that they win every single campaign I do when I'm not playing as America. And, all that wonderful northern industry would be nice to keep intact without blowing it to pieces in the middle of a civil war. So, even though apparently it's actually potentially a harder option, I think we're going to go for a reboot of the ye old American Civil War, and we're going to do North versus South. So, you haven't seen the two-way happen before? No, it's pretty rare, really, I think. Usually, in virtually every game I play, it ends up with MacArthur doing his stupid thing, and you get all the factions popping out, including New England usually as well, because they usually piss off Canada. Yeah, like for some reason in every game of Kaiserreich I've played of the new Kaiserreich, the federal AI just defaults to doing the most brain-dead, idiotic decisions. So... we're going to go Velvet Glove. So yeah, sit down with the SPA controlling the AFL and IWW and end this general strike. So we will cooperate, try and compromise with those pinkos against the true threat, Huey Long in the south. Yeah, I know. We'll go... we shall indeed go away down south to the land of traitors, rattlesnakes, and alligators, folks. Where cotton's king and men are chattel. The Union boys will win the battle. I hope. I mean, I could just lose, because apparently it's not that easy. I guess if I lose, I'll just switch to playing as Huey Long and we'll carry on. Maryland north or south? It's north, I think. In this scenario. Okay. President Olsen has announced that his first priority as president is to end the strike launched by the SPA, and that's a fairly sensible option, really. Like, if you were role-playing this, probably the best choice. And he sent an invitation to sit down with Jack Reed in Chicago to negotiate. Now, I feel like this does make sense for Olsen, given his background as well. Like, we want to role-play this. You know, he's a progressivist. You know, he was in the IWW himself, it looks like. You know. This makes sense to me. I think he seems like the kind of guy who would sit down and have a talk with them. Right. First priority is end the strike, and he sent an invitation to sit down with Jack Reed in Chicago to negotiate. Reed holds a firm grip over both the IWW and the AFL, whom make up the bulk of the general strikers. Our negotiators believe that Olson's cabinet members are opposed to the talks. What's the AFL stand for? It's definitely not American Football League. I can't remember. But the IWW, that's the Wobblies. They're the International Workers something. It's a labor union type thing. He also supports Jews. Yes, he is not an anti-Semite, which is always nice. A thing to look for in a president, I would say. It really. Right. Our negotiators believe that Olson's cabinet members are opposed to the talks, seeing any negotiation as political suicide. But the coalition was formed, after all, in order to bypass having to directly deal with the SPA. But President Olson is determined. This is the only way. Boom, 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 boom. American Federation of Labor. Ah, good to know. Jack Reed has sent word to the government that he has accepted the invitation to negotiate. An FBI intelligence file on Reed indicates that should Reed fail in negotiation, the leaders of the AFL are likely to leave the general strike and defect from the SPA. While preparations are being made in Chicago to heighten security, members of Olson's cabinet, as well as General Douglas MacArthur, have expressed their serious misgivings at the entire endeavor. They say President Olson is putting his life in jeopardy, but for now, they will wait to see what comes of the meeting. Oh, you wait to see, MacArthur, all right? You're going to eat those words. Don't even consider bringing along to the table. Yes, no. For this to work, we need to leave him out of the negotiations completely. I survived cancer. I can handle this. I really want to go read up about the real Floyd Olson now. He seems like a really fascinating dude. I'm going to guess that the cancer probably killed him in the 30s in real life or something. That sounds like a bit of a point of divergence there. In Kaiserreich, he went into remission, and in real life it probably didn't. Yep, he did. Yeah, it figures. Okay, Mexico's joined the Entente. Have they indeed? Well. That's a turn up for the books. Usually they join the International, if anything. Huh. That's actually really good news for us. Okay. Somebody make sure Long has diarrhea during the talks. Right, National votes completed the Velvet Glove. Negotiations begin. Olson gave a stirring speech stating his plan before the negotiations. Today, we are endeavoring to save the system we call capitalism by attempting to curb selfish individualism and the avaricious profit motive. That there will be anything left of the so-called capitalistic system is very doubtful. That there will be great change is certain. President Olson and Jack Reed have sat down for the historic meeting in Chicago, though before the meeting can even begin, word has arrived that Huey Long has demanded America First be involved in the negotiations. The presence of Long in the meeting will undoubtedly make negotiations more difficult. I can imagine it would. Possibly scuttling them entirely. But refusing Long could incite his supporters in the South and make success in Chicago worthless. Get out of town, Long. Shoo. Be gone. Reed demands SPA take Social Security. After several... what's this? From Wikipedia. Floyd Bjornstjerne Olson was an American politician and lawyer. He served as the 22nd governor of Minnesota from January 6, 1931 to August 22, 1936, dying in office of stomach cancer. Olson was a member of the Minnesota Farmer Labor Party and the first member of the party to win the office of governor. He was a prominent governor of Minnesota and an influential American politician. Well, there you go. It's one of my favorite things to do is find interesting people in Kaiserreich and look up their Wikipedia pages. Anyway, after several days of negotiations, President Olson and Jack Reed have come to terms. In order for Reed to call off the strike, he wants to see Congress immediately pass bills mandating a livable minimum wage, a maximum 40-hour work week, and a federally funded welfare system directly under the SPA's administration. See, you were great up to that point, chum. Like all of this is wonderful, but we can't have all of that under the control of a political party. That's ridiculous. He fell short of demanding trade unions be required to have a percentage of seats reserved in Congress. But Jesus Christ. Yeah, but only reluctantly. Even so, Olson believes the bill will be a hard sell in Capitol Hill. It is, however, likely the only way to avoid further conflict. Now, this is a trap. If we go, we'll see how Congress feels about this. Total failure, okay? Total failure. The CSA will rise up, civil war, blah 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 blah. Reed needs to make a better offer, is I believe the one we need to pick here. Yeah, I know, right? Directly under the SPA's administration. That's nuts. That's bonkers. And mechanical computing is done. Apropos of absolutely nothing whatsoever. What should we research now? I think improved machine tools, personally. Oh, that had me panicking there for a second. No, it's the Legation City's stuff that I don't care about. The compromise established the NLB. After even more long days of talks between President Olson and Jack Reed, during which several times the entire SPA delegation almost up and left the negotiations, a further compromise has been reached, one the SPA say they will not budge further upon. They've given way on SPA administration over the welfare system, good, because that was complete madness, but in return want federal funding for a new organization, including a national board acting as a liaison between unions and the government, one which the SPA would be in control of. That's still a bit fishy, but not as bad as the alternative. This new liaison would be named the National Labor Board, or NLB for short. Negotiators feel this package could pass Congress, but not without inciting AFP rage and potentially undoing all efforts to contain them in the South. The only possible way around that, according to advisors, is to bring Long and the AFP into negotiations now and get them on board prior to going public. All right. I can't remember what you're supposed to do at this point. Okay, doodly doodly do. You should accept and present to Congress. Alright, so we don't bring in Long. Leave Long out of this. We just give it straight to Congress. Put your union in a union so you can unionize while you're unionized. Yeah. I mean, that does seem like common sense now that I think about it. Yeah, let's bring in Long to just wreck everything at the last minute. Yeah, that seems like a great idea. But I can see the logic. It's like the game is tempting you to pick this one. And believe me, my finger is like a country mile away from the mouse button right now. But the game's tempting you to pick this one in the hopes of that maybe it will avoid the Civil War entirely. But it won't. It won't. Long wants the cake and eat it too. He's the figurehead of the political Big Tent. Yeah, I mean, well, the funny thing is, really, is that Long's whole platform, as far as I'm aware, seems to be based on basically sort of my ideas are the only thing standing between us and syndicalist tyranny or whatever. And then by doing this event, you basically prove him wrong, right? So you prove that actually, no, we can cooperate with these guys and we can be civilized about it, and it's really not a problem. So. Stop at nothing but Endsieg. Oh dear. Okay. Alright. 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 I sort of like this, way of doing things. I mean, the thing is, in real life, Jack Reed was not a bad guy. I guess, like I said, in real life, Jack Reed, he was just a journalist. He was a journalist that went to Russia and documented a lot of the Russian Revolution and stuff. And obviously was very sympathetic towards the revolutionaries at the time and what have you. You know, he wasn't really much of a baddie, if you ask me. It's a bit different in Kaiserreich, but he's clearly not an unreasonable man. Not completely unreasonable, anyway. All right, let's give it to Congress. Here we go. Here we go.
Listen up.
Right, you need to add you guys to the army. We've got a whole 10 divisions now, guys. Look at us. Whee! We're almost militarily on par with, like, Venice. Kingfish and Seek. Oh, dear. Okay, here we go. NLB bill narrowly approved. In an emergency session of Congress, President Olson, with Jack Reed beside him, presented the compromise bill for the NLRB before the gathered senators. He made an impassioned plea, saying that he did not seek a full ratification. That could come in the months ahead. What he needed was a vote indicating that the larger goals in the bill were acceptable to Congress, as a message to the strikers that the federal government intended to act in good faith. While every AFP senator left the building in outrage, because of course they did, refusing to take part in what they declared a surrender to syndicalism. Olson's plea that the coalition hold and consider the need for peace had its intended effect. At 5 minutes to midnight, the Senate narrowly passed a motion of approval. Jack Reed, greatly relieved, said the SPA would now relay the good news to the strikers, and then the real talks could begin. A sane, democratic change. Political power minus 100, base stability plus 5, and we remove the strike. Huzzah! AFP rejects the compromise. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I confused that with AFL there for a second. So many acronyms that sound the same. As expected, Huey Long has gone on a rampage the moment news of the compromise went public. He's declared Olson to be in league with Reed, the government to have failed in its mission to guard the United States against syndicalist interests, and that America's very soul was in jeopardy. While government officials attempted to urge calm, Long's words have struck a chord across the South, firing up AFP support, and, as advisors had warned the president, undoing previous efforts to contain them. If Long wants a fight, he's got one. Here it goes! Here we go! Here we go! Here we go!
Ready, sir.
I wonder, where's the north-south line going to be cut off in this one? That's the question. I'm guessing here, but I might be wrong, actually. Interesting. Oh my goodness, the tension is palpable! This whole stream's been building to this moment. Oh boy, big pause. There we go! Huey Long declares Union State. With his supporters fired up by the federal government's apparent embrace of a syndicalist agenda, Huey Long has seized the moment and called on Americans to rise up against a system that was about to betray them to tyranny. A number of Southern governors immediately declared their support for Long, declaring the morally bankrupt government as having no true authority. These state governments are backed up by Minutemen militias who have spread throughout the states to block roads and take over army bases. The disaster has begun. Stand by the Republic. Hold on, just a sec. Just 1 minute. One minute. Just 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this, boys. Change in popularity of authoritarian democracy, minus 30%. Change in popularity of national populism, minus 30%. Gain base stability, plus 15%. Gain war support, plus 20%. Let's go! Alright. We don't have a lot of dudes. And I need to turn the volume for that down a bit. Right. Okay. Long Dong Huey. Let's have at me. Right, what's national focus? Let's have a look. What do we got? Air Force debate, Army reform debate. Anything else? Some Navy stuff that we don't care about right now. Army reform debate is probably what we want to go for, I would say. 35 days. The question of the hour: which direction should the US Army take to not only respond but anticipate a prolonged land war? The opinion of MacArthur is a given, having already prepared for this conflict within his inner circle. Well done, MacArthur. Gates event Army doctrinal debate. In the meantime, let's do a bit of recon here, shall we? So, victory points all over the shop. The capital's in New Orleans. They got an airbase there. Airbase here in Georgia. Is that it? They really only have 2 air bases? Good grief. If we take both of those, they're going to be in some deep shit. Is this going to get copyrighted or silenced? I hope not. We'll see. Hopefully we'll be okay. It's Battle Hymn of the Republic. There is no copyright. That's where you're wrong, I'm afraid, my friend. Someone will own the copyright to the recording. Not the song, but the recording. Yeah. So, yeah. But hey, hopefully we'll be okay. Performances can be copyrighted, yep. That's why, like, the Communist International is copyrighted. Glory, glory, hallelujah. John Brown's body lies a mouldering in the grave. I think is this Paul Robeson? Sounds like him. Goes marching on. I think it is. Okay. Well, you can see your house from here. Okay, well, but first things first, obviously. Front line. We're not going to be able to cover all of that with the too few tiny divisions we've got. But it'll get them moving. Modify government. I think we're finally allowed to mess around with some of this stuff, which is good. Although, we can't change undisturbed isolation in spite of the fact that civil war's broken out. Can we change this? We can change this. Yeah, notice how our manpower has been practically cut in half. Let's go limited conscription, if we can. Will it let us? Does not have undisturbed isolation. Oh, all right. There must be some sort of event that will kick off that will get rid of that for us. Give it 30 days. Right, okay. Right, they've seceded, but we're not technically at war yet. Okay. I can work with that. That's fine. Even so... I'm going to leave the Navy alone just to save fuel. If they get shore bombardment going on and causing problems for me, then we will act. And I will definitely act if we manage to cut them off somewhere and they have to start using convoys. Speaking of convoys, we really should have been building convoys a long time ago. Let's see. Just bin that. No, keep it. We have made a bit of progress with it. I think... What's the Navy looking like? How much of it we got left? Pretty much all of it, looks like to me. Okay. But that might change. Carry on with the Hearts of Iron music. The US Army needs to make official copyright-free recordings of their songs on YouTube. You know what? I think they actually have. There is a bunch of you. If you're a YouTube creator, you have access to the YouTube audio library, and there are some like Army and Navy and Marine Corps band songs in there which actually are free of copyright. So I don't know if Battle Hymn of the Republic is in there though. I didn't have time to go find out, honestly. Some militias need to spawn. Yeah, I was going to say, we're a bit under-equipped for this, aren't we, really? Good. Well, I think we're in a good place. It's just us versus the Union State. We did not piss off Canada, so you will note that it's not happened, and I don't think it will happen. I don't think they will occupy New England. They may even send us support. What's our relations with them right now? Pretty cordial, I would say, so that's good. We may want to think about getting Lend-Lease. Ha! Imagine that. Canada sending America Lend-Lease. What a wonderful timeline. Okay. If you remember correctly, in your old playthrough, Canada took New England and Alaska and gave them back after it won. Yeah, they did. Yeah, in my ye old ancient Kaiserreich playthrough where I did the feds in the Civil War, I think that's exactly what happened. Yeah, and I think in that one we ended up with. Did we go MacArthur in that one? I think I let the YouTube comments vote on it in a moment of complete insanity. Oh, but yeah, we did manage to win it though. Yeah, we went MacArthur. Yeah, we did. Well, we still won anyway. But going MacArthur wasn't quite as suicidal in old Kaiserreich as it is nowadays. All right. So, oh boy, standoff in America, the 30-day deadline. Yeah, this is, I think, MacArthur basically saying to Long, you got 30 days to surrender, chum. And, yeah, we're moving our divisions out over here. Okay, okay. I'd actually like someone to stop here, because I really want to pinch that airbase off them. Where are you going? You're going there. You're going all the way down there. Right. You're going to stop here, because you're going to nick that airbase. I mean, they might have some weird shit like airbases spawn, and they could well just build more, to be fair. But, yeah, I really want to. Oh, which one did I tell to move back there?
All in. Yes, sir.
Was it you? Yeah. You. Use strategic redeployment, otherwise you'll be taking forever if you're going on foot. Okay. Standoff in America. Yeah, Civil War was a lot simpler. I think in old Kaiserreich there might have even been a way to completely avoid the Civil War. President Floyd Olson experienced a major blow today as a large number of governors declared his government illegitimate. I'm making up words again. Citing the recent passing of a compromise bill intended to end a devastating national strike as evidence of collusion with syndicalist leader Jack Reed, and have thrown their support behind the leader of the America First Party, Huey Long. They have stopped short of seceding from the Union, but well, for now, but have declared that the federal government holds no authority within their state borders until Floyd Olson steps down and a reconciliation council under their chosen leader is put into place to restore order in the nation. In response, President Floyd Olson has given the governors 30 days to stand down or be collectively arrested, an order none of them appear interested in obeying, making it all but certain the United States will descend into civil war for the something, 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 something. The button's in the way. I see. The 30-day deadline. The 30-day deadline by the federal government to the rebellious states has so far gone without any of the state governors changing their minds. I'm just going to slow the game down here a bit. The federal government is consolidating its position, but has warned MacArthur to expect further violence and state defections prior to the deadline's end. Most in Washington appear pessimistic that an all-out war can be avoided. We shall see. Base stability has been set back up to 62. Thank goodness.
Ready, sir.
The button I see covering up the text is marvelous. I guess it is actually. Quite funny.
Ready to move. Listen up.
Which one of you is headed down this way?
Commands.
One of you guys. Yeah, it's you. I want you there instead, because your mission is going to be... I hate it when they put stuff on right on the border like this, because it's really difficult to tell which province it's in, but I think it's in this one. Yeah, airbase capacity. So yeah, my plan is going to be to basically seize both these air bases so Long has... If he's got an air force, he's going to have nowhere to deploy it. Nowhere close to the front lines, anyway. Okay. Good stuff. Right. Free civilian factories. Oh, okay. Right, it's probably time to build military factories, isn't it? Let's build them nice and far away from the front lines. Oh, well, actually. Yeah, no, up here's good. We've got lots of infrastructure up here. Lots of military factories, please. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Modify government. We can do. Okay, we can modify something here, but I'm going to leave it alone until we're allowed access to this stuff, because conscription and the economic laws are going to be the most important thing. New decisions. Oh, yeah. There's a few. 1 or 2 decisions, yeah. .13 militia in upstate New York. American Civil War has begun. Oh, it's not begun yet. So some of these we can call up now. Some will have to wait till later. We can recruit 9 militia in Pennsylvania, apparently. How much will that cost us? Nothing, it looks like. So we should probably do all this immediately. It doesn't cost us anything. It just takes a bit of time to activate. Right, let's get the big ones first, in case there is some sort of limit on this. Missouri. Oh, right, yeah, okay. Alright, yeah. Is there a time? Yeah, I can only do 1 at a time. Right. Alright, okay, that's fine. That's a good place to have them anyway. As opposed to 9 militia up in Oregon. Yeah. Right, I'm going to need to remember to keep an eye on that. How long is it until it times out? 12 days. Okay. Yeah, we can only do 1 at a time.
Commands.
Okay, we're not going to have total coverage on the front line, but not terrible coverage either. And the thing is, I've been busily recruiting infantry divisions with a bit of support artillery, and I'm hoping that is going to smash right through Long's militia. That's the idea, anyway. Right, to New England and New York. While Jackery and the SP have been trying to rein in their militias across the north, not all are in agreement that the compromise bill went far enough. Indeed, several more radical unions are still calling for strikes, and the northeastern states from New Jersey all the way up to the coast of Maine have been particularly hard hit by militia violence. So far, governors in the region have clamped down on them hard, though the result has been a series of violent riots in Boston and Buffalo. Not to mention a wave of uprisings still ongoing within New York City itself. Citizens are on edge, and governors have denied the federal government permission to raise local militias in the area, fearful of increasing tensions further. A few New England governors are reported to be quietly asking the Canadian government to intervene should worse come to worse. Uh-oh. Oh no, that sounds good. Cairo Congress. In other news, leaders of many countries within the Middle East, from Iran to Arabia to Cyrenaica, have gathered in Cairo to discuss the Ottoman issue. Many predict that Egypt will dominate the Congress as she lays out a plan for the Middle East without the Ottoman Empire. However, time will tell if this will be just sowing the seeds or for conflict or peace. Wonder if I've seen this before. Yeah, no, that's going to be war, all right. Yeah, basically all of these guys around here are going to be plotting against the Ottomans to overthrow them in a war. I did an Ottoman campaign fairly recently. It didn't end well, basically because fascist Russia decided to crush me under their heel. But up to that point, it was a relatively interesting campaign. And this little war that breaks out here was quite challenging and fun, actually. I did have to save scum it once or twice, though. Because it completely took me by surprise at the time. I wasn't paying attention to the event text. And then suddenly, everyone was at war with me. And I was like, oh, God! So I had to reload and actually prepare properly. Yeah, AOS divisions have spawned. And, what are you doing? Why do I have... Why are you... Why? Did I misclick or something? Is that why you're here? Go back to base. It's this, guy in charge just got a little excited there. I was like, oh, we're gonna go. We're gonna go down to Dixie. Tell them to mind their Uncle Sam. Go back, you fool. Stop wasting my fuel. Also, production. Let's cancel the submarines. Don't want to cancel the submarines. No, let's cancel half the destroyers. Which is the better one? I forget. You've got the guns and the float plane. You've got guns, torpedo, and float plane. And you're cheaper. Torpedoes are quite nice, actually. So we'll cancel the Pensacola class. Wait, no, that's cruisers, not. Damn it! I was looking at cruisers and not. Idiot. Sorry, everyone. Right, Roger Bagley and the Porter Summers. They seem virtually goddamn identical, frankly. Let's spot the difference here. I'm not seeing one. I'm gonna go ahead and say I don't think it matters. This one has like this. There's 30 extra production required for this one for some reason. Ah, this one's got anti-air, this one's got torpedoes. Right. Extra anti-air is not a terrible idea because the British will have so much aircraft. So many aircraft, rather. However, torps are good. We're going to go with the torps. We'll keep the torps going. They're a little bit cheaper anyway. So let's cancel the Port of Summers. It's all right. Well, actually, you know what? What we'll do is we'll complete this final one, and then we'll queue up all of the goddamn convoys. I should have been doing this for ages. I'm a moron. We only have 100 free convoys right now, and like we're barely doing any overseas trade anyway. So that, yeah, whoops. Yeah. Anyway, so that'll do it. Hopefully, let's just raise that up there. Okay, right, yeah, move the Northampton class down as well. So right, yeah, that will finish. This destroyer will finish. These dockyards will then transfer to the convoy production. We'll just leave that ticking over in the background. I should have been doing that since the 1st of January 1936. I am an idiot. Okay. Unpause. In real life, Long was assassinated. Yes, he was. Clearly, Halsey stayed loyal. Long himself is definitely an interesting figure. His Union State, though, realistically, would be full of neo-Confederate assholes, though, so I don't really like the Union State very much in-game, because there's something a bit icky about it. North Carolina declares support for Huey Long. Responding to mounting pressure from militia groups in Charlotte, the governor of North Carolina today declared that the state would join those aligned with Huey Long. While there are reports of riots breaking out in several cities, most of the state appears to support the governor's decision, and already federal forces are pulling out of the region before they find themselves overwhelmed. Pelly can launch a coup against Long. Pelly's Silver Legion. Oh, yeah. Ew! I guess they're national populists. Yeah, the Silver Legion. There you go. XR divisions. Oh, crumbs. Hello.
Orders.
Anti-American riots spread in Puerto Rico. Not now, Puerto Rico! Oh, God, what did I just click? Oh, what did I just click? Oh, no! Oh, well. It's only Puerto Rico. It can't be that important, right? Even as a focus tree to expel the KKK since they're part of the Big Ten at the start. Okay, so you can sort of de-ickify the Union State if you really want to. That's nice. I like that. That's good. Makes me more likely to have a go at them at some point in a campaign. Anyway, the decay of order, dissolution of the U.S. Navy. That's not good. The decay of order in the United States has impacted the U.S. Navy much like it has every other facet of American society. Many sailors and even some officers are sympathetic towards what the Naval High Command has dubbed forces opposed to the Republic and public order, avoiding mentioning any political terms to stay as impartial as possible. Still, defections have become the norm. The crisis flashpoint in the Navy took place several days ago, however, when a mutiny broke out on the West Coast, and several vessels defected to sail towards the East Coast, claiming to support their comrades there. Shit, was that what this was about down here? I know this isn't the West Coast, but... skirmishes and sometimes even outright battles broke out as a result, all of them disorderly and chaotic with no distinction between friend or foe. This has led to the Navy's effective dissolution. Dozens of vessels have deserted or defected, numerous sailors, naval officers, and even admirals have changed sides. Reserve fleets and vessels stationed in areas no longer under federal administration have been lost. Traitors in the Navy. Massive desertion in the Navy begins. I was right. They gave us a huge Navy because they were going to take half of it away. Although, luckily, it looks like my actual reserve fleet up here is okay for now. Where is it? Where is it deployed? Oh, that's awfully close to the border. Shit. let's move those, shall we? Woohoo. Jesus Christ. Are you still allying with the KKK and so on at the start? Yeah, you are, ultimately, and that's kind of you. Do not want. Right, MacArthur, you need to reorganize this shit, matey.
Ready.
Oh, boy. Do you know what? We're probably going to lose the West. Longest militias take control of Tennessee. Conflicting reports of battles between syndicalist and longest militias throughout the state of Tennessee were resolved today when longest militias stormed the state legislature in Nashville. Governor Gordon Browning was taken prisoner, and while federal forces fought for control over the city, it's quickly become clear the militias have a clear advantage. Already, federal forces are withdrawing from the state, conceding control to Huey Long supporters. Traitors. Mark League declared war on Tibet, because of course they have. I don't know. Huh. Oh boy, yeah, this is rolling back really fast. I'm beginning to see why the guide said that this scenario can be a little tough.
All in. Yes, sir.
Do you guys fancy moving? Yeah, there you go. Last second decisions we can make. We're waiting 2 more days for the militia to be recruited. But that's it, really. When war breaks out, we will be able to recruit 30 militia in New York. There is a lot of recruiting we can do. And honestly, we may want to start spaffing out militia on here as well. Militia spam is probably the way to go in this. It was kind of the way to go in old Kaiserreich too, actually. National Guard divisions, yeah. Train at most 100k men. Oh, yeah, manpower. No location set. I'm fine with that being no location set for now, actually. Okay, yeah, do that. Production. Oof. Yeah, we're losing more and more military factories. This is no bueno. We have 29 artillery pieces stockpiled, though. Hooray! The main thing is, though, keeping the infantry equipment being produced, because that will allow us to build militia in our very basic infantry divisions. No, Kaiser Redux, from what I understand, is just pure madness. It's just pure silliness. Made by people who basically felt that, that Kaiserreich is not being silly enough. So... It's a view I completely respect. It's, you know... I actually quite like Kaiserreich for what it is these days. But I totally get it if you want it to be extra silly. You know, I've played Kaiserreich ever since the original mod. What was it called? All the Russias, I think? The one which was basically, it was like Kaiserreich, but at the time all they did was the Russia bit, if I recall. And then that eventually expanded out and became Kaiserreich. But I remember playing a little bit of that back in the day. And yeah, I'm pretty good with the way it is now. Like I said, my only real beef is what they've done with Russia. I think that my understanding is that prior to some previous updates, you did get a Russian civil war like every time. Like I don't think it was a thing that only came up sometimes. It was like a thing that came up every time. You know, you had Soviet Russia popping up and whatever. And I don't think that was the right course of action either. Actually, I feel like it should, because I'm pretty sure in old Kaiserreich, the second Russian Civil War could happen, but there are quite a few of dominoes had to fall to make it happen, and I think that was the best compromise there personally, because I feel like Russia and Kaiserreich now is too strong. Like it needs a civil war to pop off to actually really balance things out, because otherwise them being strong and not having to deal with any internal bullshit is essentially what in most of my games seems to lead to the German Empire being completely raffle-stomped by the syndicalists, because they're not able to fight in the east and the west. It needs the delay the Soviets haven't been. Yeah, you know, I think that's one of the biggest reasons why. I don't know why I just clicked on there and closed. Never mind. I think it's one of the biggest reasons though why Germany seems to lose every single campaign I play.
Ready, sir.
Ah, my militia's arrived. Welcome to the party, pals.
Ready to move.
Right, which means, for one thing, Great Intelligence Agency, Office of Strategic Services. Yeah, let's make the OSS. I think that's this logo? I could be wrong, actually. I don't know, I like that logo, though, so we'll have that. Should have done that a while ago, never mind. Right. Right, Civil War's not started yet, so we can't have that big blob of militia from New York, but we could have 9 militia from Pennsylvania. Might be the best option right now. And we can get 8 in Northern California. I'm really anticipating probably losing the West in this. I mean, I'll try and keep them contained, but honestly, I think we're probably going to lose a lot of this.
We're watching you, scum.
9 militia in Pennsylvania. Let's go. Spiced 7. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome aboard. Exile division. Ah.
Ready to move.
But you are moving somewhere. You good. What's that with the rook symbol?
Attention.
Loyalist garrison. Okay. You're like a little bit better than militia. You don't have any supply. What's wrong with you? Oh, it's just exiled, I guess? Maybe that's the problem. Oh no, I've got the wrong one selected. It's this guy over here. That'll be why he doesn't have any supply. Been watching since Idris, looking forward to the streams. You are a long-time viewer, sir. Welcome to the... Oh, Christ, streams. Kentucky declares support for Long. After a long and heated series of debates in the Frankfort legislature, Governor Happy Chandler has declared that the state would support Huey Long and the AFP. The governor's support is not reflected entirely in the feelings of Kentucky citizens, however, and while Minutemen have moved into the state in force, it's rumored that battles are ongoing in the hills throughout the northern part of the state, and the AFP's control is far from complete. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. The big dark blue-grey blob is growing, guys. Is it blue or is it actually grey? Yeah, it is like a blue-grey. Sichuan clique declared war on Tibet. Poor Tibet. That's all I have to say. Poor Tibet. We should really think about getting our air forces in position. Unfortunately, we've lost that, which is a goddamn shame. I think retaking that will be a priority. But for now, move you boys to Richmond. What have we got up here? Right, medium. Right, tactical bombers are up here. That's fine. Most of the air action, I suspect, is going to be around here anyway. Hopefully Richmond doesn't leave. That would suck. It would! Yes! As a matter of fact, I'm gonna move you guys up here. Off you pop. Kingdom of Finland has joined the Reichspakt. The threat of Russia seeking to reclaim its European territories, Friedrich Karl I has consolidated their relationship with the Reichspakt, hoping they can provide much-needed security for the small nation. Still Wrangler in charge, okay. Ha! The Marines, there they are. Deployed in the middle of the mountains. Yes. Clearly this is where the Marines feel most at home. In the mountains. Oh, god damn it. Damn it, Virginia! Following on the heels from their victory in North Carolina, AFP Minutemen have flooded into Virginia and found ready support amongst anti-syndicalist demonstrators in the western regions of the state. Richmond was overtaken soon afterwards, with Governor George C. Peary taken hostage. While the governor held out for several days, hoping that federal forces would free him in the legislature, it quickly became evident that Virginia's Minutemen forces were too well entrenched. I've lost my place. To avoid further bloodshed, Governor Peary ordered the state's National Guard to stand down and naval forces to withdraw from the base in Norfolk. Word has it that the battles are still ongoing and the AFP control over the state is far from complete. That's far too close to Washington. It really is. It is getting slightly bullshit, isn't it? Yes, I kind of agree with you. Reposition everybody again, MacArthur. This is going to be quite the slog, isn't it? I can already tell. This is just unacceptable. Look at this. Nine more days till we get those militia. Are these guys being recruited? They are, slowly. Seriously, can we remove undisturbed isolation sometime soon, game? That would be really nice. Also, the border's gotten a bit ballsed up there, hasn't it?
All in.
Folks, there's a big gap over here. Can somebody defend the capital, please?
Orders.
Jesus Christ, MacArthur. National focus completed. Army reform debate. Great time to have a debate, huh? With the outbreak of the American Civil War, the Army High Command has been thrown into chaos. Now, not only is a reform plan to deal with the imminent crisis necessary, but also urgent as the rebellious states threaten the unity of America. Luckily for us, several staff members have already been advocating for reform plans since the early 1920s, and they've been summoned by High Command to a meeting for them to lay out their plans. After a session full of Army formalities, 4-star General Malin Craig presented a restructuring and mobilization plan which would focus on trying to arm as many men as possible while improving and enhancing the High Command to have an edge in planning over our enemies. While many conservative members applauded this traditionalist stance, Major General Adna R. Chaffee criticized his stance, quoting several instances in which planning and mass mobilization didn't earn the victory to the French in the Weltkrieg, and instead advocating for the adoption of the Thunderbolt, fast-moving armies supporting themselves on motorized and mechanized elements to quickly exploit enemy weak spots. While both sides got gridlocked into a discussion for radically different plans, Major General Leslie McNair offered an alternative solution. The American strength lies with its industry, and it is clear that in order to win, that strength should be exploited to its fullest. For that, he proposes the restoration of the late 1920s and early 1930s artillery examination boards and the development of anti-air and anti-tank batteries to counteract any enemy developments on this front. After hours of discussion, a decision is made. So, by the sounds of it, Chaffee would... Right, let me open this. Chaffee is all about mobile warfare doctrine. McNair is all about superior firepower. And Craig is all about grand battle plan, which, as we know, is shite. And we're already working on superior firepower. So I think we want to go with McNair. Leslie McNair gets promoted to Field Marshal. United States of America completes focused Leslie McNair reform plan. Is Craig mass assault? I mean, it sounds to me like he's the other one, the planning one, because it mentions the Weltkrieg in France. We'll go in McNair. Leslie McNair reform plan. Grants division organization plus 5%, division attack on core territory 5%, division defense on core territory 5%. I mean, that's nice. And a 100% research bonus for land doctrine. What do the others do, out of curiosity? Right, Craig's would give us plus 10% defense on core territory, plus 1% reinforce rate, and plus 10% max planning. And Chaffee would give us organization plus 5, division recovery rate minus 10, division attack on core territory plus 10. And yeah, I think we went with the best option there, if I'm honest with you. I mean, there are other. Although can we access these? No, you require Craig's reform plan. Gun for every hand. Uh-huh. Inventory equipment production cost minus 10%. That's not bad, you know. I have to admit. But anyway, we went with McNair. We start examining boards. Towed artillery production cost minus 10%. Also very nice, actually. Standardize the M1. Does it talk about the M1 Garand? It might be. Okay, infantry equipment production cost minus 10, nice. And Army Rangers. 2 research bonuses for special forces. Okay. I mean, that's good because we'll probably make extensive use of Marines later on. I've always been a bit tempted by paratroopers, but apparently they really don't work very well in Hearts of Iron 4. But Marines, yeah, we'll definitely want those. Every gun a man! Every man a gun! Army Ranger, yeah, okay. Walkie-talkies. Use your electronics bonuses. Defense Logistics Agency. Ah. Efficient production program. I mean, I think McNair's really right on this. Like, the whole thing, like, the whole point of America is they're an industrial giant. And he gets that. Top-notch artillery. Production prioritization, shock and awe. Yeah, I feel personally that we went with the right path on this one. Good stuff. Anything else available to us right now? Some Navy stuff, but that's it. All right, so let's jump straight on. Examining boards or standardize the M1. I think we're going to get the most benefit out of that right now. Yeah, standardize the M1. Paratroopers once upon a time were very strong. They're great in multiplayer, you recall. I think that they might still be viable, but I think you need like a lot of tech research for them, and you really need like a general with really good traits. Really good, like, paratrooper-specific traits for I think, paratroopers to work. I, personally, am not going to bother with them, I don't think. Yeah, I think that production bonus is going to be a big one, personally. I think that's a big deal, having a minus 10% for infantry equipment, because that's pretty much entirely what our army's made of right now. Although, again, need to get that towed artillery going. Deadline looms. The 30-day deadline issued by the federal government is almost at an end, with none of the sides having stood down. Indeed, it's clear the rebellious states have used the intervening time to raise militias throughout their controlled areas, meaning a civil war will be a difficult fight indeed. What comes shall come. All right. Hopefully, that's the final borders drawn up. Good God.
Orders.
Oh, thank God someone is, still going to Washington.
Command.
Use strategic redeployment, though. I'd like you there a bit faster, please. Although I've noticed that the Long and his boys haven't deployed over here at all yet. They're probably still moving up, I guess. Decisions. 6 more days. Air superiority. Well, hey. Ground support plus 10%. Sure? Or is there something else we should be working on right now? Alright, I don't really think so, actually. Other than maybe construction. We'll do construction. Because the thing is, we're probably going to start building up a lot of air experience, which will make getting the next air doctrine way faster. So I think we can probably afford to do construction for now. Right. Ah! Ah! Scary men in grey uniforms. Oh, they got an airbase right there. Ooh, baby, hold the phone. Did it move my? It did move my. Thank God, it moved my air force that was in there out. My pilots had the good sense to move their planes out. Sorry, move that. There we go. Do we have spare planes? We do, but not enough to make an air wing with. That's worth a damn. Okay. Okay. Do we have any intel on these guys? Agency still being built. Being built. Between 11 and 54 divisions. Navy-wise, an alarming number of ships, frankly. We still have a lot more, though. And again, naval combat's not really going to be much of a thing in this, I don't think. Air, though... we outnumber them in aircraft. Good. I think the chief thing they've got us outnumbered on right now is ground troops. They have more boots on the ground than us, which of course is pretty bad. But yeah. "1v1 Civil War." Yep. That slightly more rare of scenarios. But we managed to get it. Unassigned divisions. Ah! Welcome to the army.
Commands.
Okay, you're fine. You can go there. Someone else is defending Washington now than you guys are. Good stuff. The old reliables. One more day. There we go. Japan seizes Guam. Oh, you dastardly, tricksy Japan. With American turmoil, Japan has moved onto the island of Guam. There is very little the US government can do to stop Japan at this point. Too bad. The Second Civil War. President Floyd Olson's deadline has come and gone, and with large militia forces having been raised in the AUS already, it is clear what their answer truly is. The Second American Civil War has begun. Not again. Measures from the American Union State changes their diplomatic status with us. Declare war. Free military factories. We suddenly got a lot of military factories from somewhere. What happened there? Not that I'm complaining. Not that I'm complaining at all. I'm liking this music. This is great. Empire of the Sun. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I've been streaming since about 6. Hate to leave you on a cliffhanger and all, but I'm afraid it's time for me to go. I'm sorry, folks. Okay. Well, ladies and gents, the Civil War has broken out. I can't wait to fight it. Oh, boy. It's been a while since I've done the American Civil War and Kaiserreich. Woohoo! And this is a really weird scenario for it, too. Never seen this one come up before. Didn't even know it was in the game, frankly. But it is. And here we are. So, ladies and gents. So, I could do with a break anyway. Reset my brain a bit before we come back and actually use our thinking brain to deal with this situation we have ourselves here. Oh, I'm already seeing an opportunity here. Look.
Orders.
Cav division. Boop, 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 boop. Ha ha, you're cut off. Especially if we grab Norfolk so they won't have a port. Yeah. I'm sure they probably won't let me get away with that, but I will sure as hell give it a try. But that will be next time, ladies and gentlemen. Stream 1 in the bag. Join me next time. And when will next time be? For a reference, probably tomorrow, actually. Because I'm itching to carry on with this. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow afternoon, probably. For a bit of a stream. Not as long as today. Wednesday streams are always longer, but I'll be back hopefully tomorrow with some more of this. As the shit well and truly hits the fan. That wasn't family friendly, was it? No. Anyway. Okay. That's it, folks. Let's see who we can raid. Let's do the responsible Twitch streamer thing. And send the audience to someone else. Funny that, but at 1 in the morning there's not really a lot of other people streaming. Other than Lemmy playing Death Stranding, but with that 1.8k viewers, I'm not sure he needs the help. Who's on the GOG channel at the minute? Is it anyone I know? No, I'm not sure who that is. Alright, well, But, I suppose I could send you on to Mordred. He's playing Crusader Kings 3. In case you needed any proof that Crusader Kings 3 is awesome and you should don't buy it. I think he's roughly of the same opinion. I would imagine he is. So we'll pile you on over to Mordred. There we go. Mordred, incidentally, by the way, nice little segue here, but Mordred has an incredibly good tutorial on his YouTube channel for the naval warfare in Hearts of Iron 4. So if you're a Hearts of Iron player and you've always been a bit confused and scared of the Navy, he has such a good tutorial for it that will make you go from being scared of using the Navy in Hearts of Iron to absolutely loving it. Trust me, because I watched it and I'm a massive Navy fan in this game. So there you go. Anyway. Have a good one, everybody. Say hello to Mordred for me. Spam emotes in the chat. You know the drill. Do the raid thing. And I'll see you tomorrow. He's one of the few streamers who don't just spam subs. Yes, he knows how to use the Navy, and that's awesome. But yeah. All right, everybody. Cheers. See you tomorrow.